Wingman Joker, thank you for listening to this channel and please support the channel. Please subscribe. Chapter 230, Fake 2. Po slowly opened his eyes. Where was he? Right, he was at the hospital. He was taken here last night. But this body passed out on the way. Damn it, he shouldn't have cut this body to this degree. It is very feeble now, barely surviving. But on the other hand, he had no idea that he would have to migrate to it. He was supposed to use it to shock that young Master Victor and then take over his body. It all happened very suddenly when that spear went through his body, forcing him to instinctively migrate to this body as he was connected to it. Damn it, young Master Paul, you are awake. An ugly nurse startled him. Paul. Yes, this was supposed to be this body's name. He will be a Paul from now on. Who am I, Paul? This name, he said with difficulty, making the nurse panic. You are Paul von Weiss, right? Does that name sound familiar? She asked nervously. Von Weiss. No. Who am I? He lied as he deeply frowned, scaring the nurse. Po didn't let it show, but he was pleasantly surprised that his new body's previous owner was also a von Weiss. His plan was not completely ruined after all. Although this guy was only a semi-player, he might be able to use him for a few years and then jump to a better von Weiss, maybe a baby. It's been a long time since he tasted a baby. The nurse watched as Paul's face turned from a frown to a lascivious smile, then as he began to drool. She felt that something was wrong with him, so she quickly ran out of the ward. Screaming, Doctor, Doctor. Po sighed. He had to fake having amnesia as he really had no memories. He can only eat souls, energy and not memories. Such a thing as a complete soul devouring only exists in fairy tales. Who are you? What are you doing in my body? A voice startled Po. The voice was talking to him. Looking around, he found no one. Could it be coming from his head? If so, it would be the body's original owner. Wasn't his soul completely eaten? I am Paul. Po talked in his mind. Who are you? Where are you talking to me from? He feigned ignorance and started to listen carefully to determine the voice's origin. No, that's impossible. I am Paul, the voice said. Po didn't respond. He quickly scanned the body's consciousness for the voice's origin. Strange enough, he didn't find anything. No, I am certain that I am Paul, Po said again. Quote. Whoever you are, get out of my body. Nurse, guards, why can't I move my mouth? Why can't I move my body? What did you do to me? The voice asked, confirming Po's conclusion. Oh, a remnant. So that's the case. Po stopped pretending after confirming that the voice couldn't affect the body. It must be a remnant soul that was not in the conscious zone. This was rare, but not unheard of. And was completely reasonable since he took the body in a hurry without a complete ritual. He can use this to his advantage, as he has to live in this body for some time. He can't change bodies sequentially. He had to wait for at least 3 years to repair his soul and fix his body's reproductive functions. That's the way he jumps from one person to another. That's how he has been doing it for ages. I can't leave here, but let's make a deal. How about you help me for a while, giving me all the information I need? And in exchange, I will leave in 3 years. Po asked. I would never. The soul said, the family would surely find out about you and save me. It said, we will see about that very soon. Po said he had all the time in the world. And in this primitive world, no one had the technology to find out about him. Sadly, he never realized that he was not talking to the long-dead Paul, but to Victor, who was probing him. Ellipsis. The first thing Alex did after leaving the study was to check her reflection in the mirror. To her surprise, she looked like Victor. Even her training suit had turned into one of his casual clothes. She always knew that Victor had this Amazon disguise skill, but she never expected it to be this overpowered. Wait, could it be possible that he was secretly sneaking into the bath while the girls were there? This was the first time she considered this. No, he doesn't need to. Those crazy girls would strip in front of him if he asked. She sighed as she headed to the living room, where Hilda was making some phone calls searching for some ironsmith to build a dungeon. Young master, do you need any help? She asked respectfully as she hung up the phone, startling Alex. Hilda never talked to her this respectfully. Where is Margaret? Alex asked, planning on some revenge. She went up to her room to sleep, Hilda said. I see. Alex nodded, then turned and left heading for Margaret's room. On the way, he met with Ada and Epsilon, who were on their way to take a bath after their morning training. Young master, we just finished our morning training and we're going to take a shower. Would you care to join us? Epsilon said as Ada blushed. "We can scrub your back," she whispered with a blush as she shyly pulled his shirt. Alex was tempted to try their service, but remembering how Victor usually dodged these situations, he spanked the girls' butts, making them giggle. "Later," she said as she climbed the stairs. Success. The girls' blushes were genuine. They usually looked at her as if she was some kind of an insect. Especially after the accident with that slut Margaret. She liked their admiring gazes better though. Maybe she should just give up her male persona and confess the truth. Maybe they can be friends. No, she had promised her father, and Victor would surely feel betrayed if she did that. He always told her that he hated liars. Ellipsis. Victor sighed. Now that Poe was awake, he must manipulate him carefully. He wanted to find out his story, but that guy was as cautious as a snake. Victor didn't really care, he can destroy them at any moment, he just wanted to find out what power he belonged to. Victor had a hunch that it was Limbo Empire. A secret organization made of otherworldly demons who occupy human bodies. In his previous life, he only read rudimentary summary reports about them. As they slowly disappeared, hiding in the shadows when the imperial family declared them enemies of all humans and destroyed most of their bases after they failed to occupy the body of a high princess. One of Lily's cousins. Victor shook his head, deciding to forget about Poe for now. That guy would need more than a month to leave the hospital. He can't even take a sh*t without some help at the moment. Victor turned work on the things he had on hand. His desk was full of stacks of papers. Those were the lists and contracts he got from Harvey. They contained the entire von Geldstadt spy network in his family. It was bigger than he expected. 781 collaborators and 150 agents, with 15 of them holding high positions. And one was in the High Console, a part of the 7. It was none other than the Inquisition Hall Master, Alfred. Victor thought deeply and began to draw a diagram of the family's High Console. Loyalist, 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 neutral, dark, dark, white, Ariana, Logan, Owen, Bruce, Alfred, Cassius, Frank, Hall of Secrets, Hall of Internal Affairs, Hall of Punishment, Treasury, Hall of Inquisition, Hall of Blood, Hall of External Affairs, Missing, ? Morris's grandpa, Bill's grandpa, von Geldstadt spy, mine, Rita's grandpa, von Sway spy, Titus's grandfather, spy. The lists he got from Harvey had a big problem. They had missing names that Victor expected. He really wanted to find Titus's and his grandfather's Frank names, but they were not there. This meant one of two things. Either Harvey had scammed him, which was not realistic after signing the contract. Or, the White faction never worked for the von Geldstadt family as he formerly believed. Charlotte's relationship with Titus must be from another source, who? Victor was now suspecting the Dark Chamber as the culprit. He never encountered those in his previous life, so he had no idea what their real goals were. Nevertheless, with this group of spies, he might be able to get enough info and prepare for problems. He will be able to rebalance the family's situation a bit before Linda's pregnancy got revealed. Anyway, with Alfred serving him, Victor can relax a bit, as he can manipulate some of the surveillance data on him, allowing him some more freedom. Ellipsis. Alex made her way to Margaret's room, where she took a deep breath then pushed the door open and stepped in. The room was nothing like she expected. It was not full of fluffy things or gilded decorations. It was full of whiteboards and newspaper scraps. It looked like she was planning an assassination or a heist. Margaret, who was startled by Victor's sudden intrusion, was standing there naked, drying her red curly hair after finishing her shower. She looked at Alex with surprise. "Young master, do you need anything?" she asked as she displayed her body proudly, not caring about him inspecting her room. "Ah, wear something first, you will catch a cold like this," Alex said as she sat on her bed. Thankfully the disguise hid her blush, that's what she thought. Margaret nodded and wrapped herself with a towel then sat next to Alex, crossing her legs. "What is on your mind?" she asked. "Did you regret refusing me last night, and wish to taste my techniques?" she asked as she leaned hard on Alex. No, I was just wondering how is Alex's training." Alex blurred out the first thing that came to her mind. "Oh, don't worry, I am working hard to expose his feminine side," she said, winking at Alex who didn't get it. "I bought some new toys from Tetraquad City yesterday. I was going to try them on our little Alex," she said, reaching for her ring and dumping a group of some very menacing torture devices. They were all colored pink. Alex looked at them with horror. Other than the strange-looking cuffs, she didn't know what the other things were called. She had a hunch about the way that they could be used, and she didn't like it at all. Do you want to give them a try? Margaret asked, raising one eyebrow. If Alex was a man, he would have really taken Margaret's invitation, but poor Alex didn't even know how to use these things. But she knew one thing. She can't leave those dangerous things in Margaret's possession. What if they were really used against her? Ah, yes, Alex suddenly replied, surprising Margaret, who felt that Victor was acting a bit weird. Shouldn't he be scolding her right now? Why did he say yes? What did it mean? Would he really try those things on her, or was he planning to let her tie him up? Sadly for Margaret, none of these scenarios happened, as Alex grabbed the items as a group and threw them in his storage ring, then quickly stood up and headed to the door. Where are you going? Margaret asked in surprise. He was acting extra weird. To try your toys. Alex's voice trailed off as she walked out and closed the door behind her. On whom? Margaret asked as she stood in shock, but no one answered her. Chapter 231, Fake 3. Elder Alfred was sipping his iced tea as he read the last reports on the situation outside. His entire hall was on high alert due to certain news. The Players' Council had sent an edict that all the powers must investigate the sources of the leaks. They will deal with this on 2 levels. Everything about the players' existence would be ignored by the families, and made fun of in the tabloids and the internet. They would treat it as a normal crazy conspiracy theory. The part about the crimes and illegal activities would be left to the families to hide their own sh*t. Master, we investigated the names in the report, and they all checked out. A sexy assistant in a short office skirt knelt in front of him and reported. Oh, someone from inside the family has leaked some secrets, it seems, he said. Not only ours, but some dirty secrets of the other families were also leaked too. There is a report about how a von Sway heir killed an entire village to take their women. Another report was on the von Gledstadt human trafficking network. The assistant said, it is either a group of rebels from all the families or some spy organization. She said, what about our family? He asked, what is there against us? There are 4 reports. The first concerns the late young Master Nick's crimes and his relationship with the various cartels, but I think we don't have to worry about that. We can just say that Nick was a bad apple, she proposed. Yeah, that douchebag was not an heir anyway. Make Theodore release a letter condemning him, Alfred nodded. The second is about a brothel run by a butler named Baron, in Vane City. She said, oh, a lot of the reports seem to be from Vane City. Alfred squinted his eyes. There is a reason for that. That city is the reporter, Jane's hometown. She replied, oh, what about Baron? I didn't hear about him in a while, Alfred said. We don't know. A couple of weeks ago some strange accident happened in his brothel where all the attendants were castrated in their sleep. Baron, the guards, and the girls were nowhere to be found. She said, oh, why no one told me about this? He asked. Master, we told you, but you ordered us to not do any investigations regarding young Master Titus's dealings. You said to leave it to Master Mason. She said in a low voice. Oh right, Baron was Titus's butler. I keep forgetting who is who. Why does this family have so many people, so many similar names? He sighed. What to do? She asked. Nothing, this is not our sh*t. He said, Titus was working with that b*tch Charlotte. Let them deal with this, just inform Mason and let him clean any loose threads. I understand. The next report is troublesome. It is a list of some of the family elders and the numbers of their wives and concubines. What's wrong with that? As far as I know, it is legal to marry up to 2 wives and 3 concubines in this country, he asked. Master, the list includes people like Master Theodore and Master Patrick. Each has more than 30 official concubines, not counting the unofficial ones, and the public is not reacting well to the prospect of old men marrying many young girls, especially the girl Master Joe betrothed last month. Some people are demanding the police to do something. She said, ignore them, they are just jealous. That girl is old enough. Alfred pointed out. If you say so, she whispered, some feminist groups are protesting, she said. They just want to get our attention, wishing to marry one of our heirs. Just a group of crazy women in heat, he said. Master, that's rude, she whispered. What? He didn't hear her. Nothing, just wondering what to do, she said. Leak a report in the tabloids about that slut Alice, show them that we have powerful women too, and officially state that we do not interfere in the private lives of our descendants or their lovers. He said, I understand. Then we have a media report concerning the planned obsolescence of our lower grade White Tree branded Phones, they found out that we are making our phones slower on purpose when we release new ones. Let them sue us, we will pay the fine, and release a statement about how we are making the phones better or something. Let the External Affairs Hall deal with their mess. Next, he said, it's about our union busting in our tech companies. Deny it. Next, it's about young Master Morris raping the 13th princess of the Orion People's Democratic Republic. Make that C**ck head Morris marry her, present it as a couple's quarrel. Next, about us starting a war in. Deny it. Next, the last one, this is about how young Master Victor killed young Master Nick due to a family struggle over power, she began to point out. As far as I know it was not him who killed Nick, Alfred said. Yes, but I think that this was the last report Jane made and it was not thoroughly investigated. She said, oh, make it as if that sh*t head Nick died while he was escaping after the family found out about him. Young Master Victor has nothing to do with this. He said, I understand, she said as she took some final notes. Why did her boss address Victor as a young master? He usually called the heirs by their given name and a curse. Anything else? He asked, startling her. No master, she said, then quickly stepped out of the room, not noticing the faintly glowing stone in her master's office. Young master, sorry for keeping you waiting, Alfred said as he squinted his eyes at the black stone. It's okay, you handled this well. Victor said from the other side, just make sure to erase all the data concerning mine and my maid's movements and monetary transactions. He said, young master, the family transactions are on a blockchain, we can't modify those, Alfred said. Just change the purchasers in the logs, make it so that I am buying condoms in volume. Victor said, no, they would think that the young master is some kind of a drug dealer, Alfred replied. Oh, then find something inconspicuous, I will call you later if I need anything. You can contact me through Kai. That guy is trustworthy, Victor said, remember to keep the council balanced and not to reveal anything, we will eliminate the traitors one by one. Yes, master, Alfred said as the black stone dimmed. Whoever controlled this stone was his master. He sold his soul to the devil ages ago when he almost lost his life and standings in the family due to a conspiracy by the other heirs. That's when the von Geldstadt family approached him and offered to give him enough resources and opportunity to grow. He was just an ignorant kid back then and he was desperate at that time, so he took the chance and had been regretting it ever since. The von Geldstadt family had not only his sole contract but his wives' and children's contracts too. They forced him to make them sign. Although he didn't really like the family, he felt guilty for his actions. Who doesn't want his family to be the best after all? Too bad there was nothing he could do. First, he knew more than anyone that the family was sinking due to the infighting. Working for the von Geldstadt family, he might be able to secure a future for his offspring. He resigned himself to a life as a traitor as he was already too deep in this. An hour ago everything changed though. It was a familiar call but a different caller. It was none other than Victor the pervert. To his surprise, Victor bought his contract from von Geldstadt, and not only did he not reveal it to the family. Victor told him that he will be working for him from now on. Alfred had no idea that Victor was this resourceful, and it took him some time to really believe. At first, he was annoyed about getting sold like an old goat and having to work for a teenager, but after some thinking, he realized that this was way better. Victor proved to have inherited his grandmother's fox genes. Alfred realized that from now on he would no longer be a traitor, as he would be working for the family again. And if his intuition was correct, he will be working for the next patriarch in a few years. Malcolm looked in surprise at the well-furnished pub. This place was the base of his previous gang. How did it turn out like this in just a couple of weeks? Make yourselves at home, Nora said to the children who were still wary, and don't think about trying anything funny, I can easily blow your heads off. She added, making those who were planning an escape change their minds. Ha 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 ha, she began to giggle with the other assassin girls, would you really think that we would plant explosives in children? She said, there are no explosives, one kid said as he touched the stitches on his shoulder. Of course not, what if you were hit on your shoulder? The explosives would go kaboom. She lied, those were real explosives bundled with tracking devices, but she removed them after making the kids go to sleep in the caves last night. The bombs were the method the family trained them to use in case they wanted to recruit some temporary agent, but it was not feasible for long-term employment. It was Victor who scolded them for using such a stupid method that can be exploited by others. He gave them a better method, which they will be using now. We didn't tell you before as you might not have believed us, but our way to keep you in check was way simpler, it is a poison. She said as she became serious, making the children shiver. Don't worry, the poison would only harm you if we didn't give you the antidote once every month. So as long as you are obedient you will live a long prosperous life. She explained, the poison according to Victor will not kill them, but will make them wish they were dead. Is there a way for you to totally cure the poison? Yin, the arsonist girl asked. Yes. You must have already guessed, we got you all to work as agents for us. In fact, we are building a branch of our secret organization in this region and you are our first batch of agents. Nora said, making the girls frown and then nod. She didn't tell them that they will work as assassins as they are still not ready. They will train them slowly so that killing others would be second nature to them. You are now iron-ranked agents. Barely able to accomplish minor missions. Sky, who was watching them, said, giving everyone an iron ring with a purple wing symbol. This is your token. The sign would disappear in a while and would only appear once you dropped some blood into it. She said, what is the organization called? Yin asked again as she inspected the ring. Purple Crow, she said. What does it do? Yin asked again, ignoring Nora's threatening looks. You will know in time. She didn't answer. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the antidote. If you can prove yourself and your loyalty or reach the gold rank we will give you the complete antidote, Nora said. This might take years though. How can I become gold ranked? Malcolm asked this time, glancing sideways at the veiled girl who ignored them and was sipping something at the bar. She seemed as if she was missing someone. One day he will sit beside her comforting her. You will have to finish 5 gold ranked missions for that. Our missions would range from iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Depending on the difficulty, it is still too early for that, Nora said. Now, everyone, take this. She said, giving each one of the children a wallet. They can easily see that it was full of cash. What is this for? A bald kid asked. This is your first test. You have to take this money and leave. In 1 month I want each of you to finish any unfinished business you had in the world outside and then return here. After that, you will be completely ours. She said, surprising them. And if we didn't return? Another boy asked. Someone would find your rotting corpse and wonder what kind of evil poison killed you, she answered, making him shiver. What if we called the police? Yin asked. You can do that, but would they believe you? And all of you have files with the police. By the time they finish sending you to some juvenile prison, you would have been rotted away, she said. So we will return here for the antidote, Yin stated. Exactly, Nora said. By that time this place would be your new home. She added. When Lara and Elle returned from school, they were welcomed by a lazy Victor, who was sitting on a sofa getting pampered by Beta and her sisters who were surrounding him as they watched TV together. Theta and Ruby were giving him a massage while Ada was feeding him some grapes. He looked like a debaucherous prince from some old fantasy. Esteemed brother, we are back, Lara bowed deeply with Elle following her as soon as they entered the mansion. Lara, welcome home, Alex, who was disguised as Victor, said, go do your homework, we will talk tomorrow, she said as she relaxed, this is the life. Brother, Lara wanted to say something but Elle, who was frowning, suddenly grabbed her. Let's go do our homework first, he is busy, she said softly. Lara nodded obediently leaving the room, not realizing that Elle was putting herself between her and Victor, as they walked out. Chapter 232, Fake 4. It was dinner time when Monica and the twins returned home to see that Victor was sitting at the head of the dinner table as Ada sat on his lap and fed him. Good evening, young master, they bowed to Victor, as Monica also nodded to him. Monica was still in shock from what happened that day and only talked a little, but the twins knew that this was temporary. Sooner or later she would get better. That's why they decided to stick to her. You are late. Victor said as Ada wiped his chin. We went to Monica's home to get some of her clothes, Mina said. Oh, I see. Go wash up and come have a bite, he said. The girls nodded and walked away with Monica who frowned. Usually, she would have a very strange feeling when she looked at Victor, but this time it was as if she was looking at a normal pervert. Nothing unusual. She bumped into someone as soon as she reached the corridor. It was that girl, Margaret, who was observing the dinner table from afar. Sorry, she said, she had been absent-minded lately. She turned to leave but Margaret caught her arm. You frowned when you looked at Victor earlier. Why? Margaret asked. It's nothing, Monica said. Speak. Margaret asked again, squeezing her arm and shaking her. I just thought he felt strange, he is usually more. Monica blushed. Handsome, she whispered. Oh, I see, I felt the same, Margaret said, letting go of Monica, who frowned and then turned to follow the twins upstairs. They carried her bags by themselves, telling her that she was too frail for that. You too. A girl's voice startled her, making her stop in her tracks. It was that little girl who served Lara. What was her name again? Elle. You felt something strange too? Margaret asked with a frown. She didn't like Elle. This little girl was too foul-mouthed even for her. Yes, it is as if Big Brother Victor is not there. He looks wrong, and smells funny too. Elle frowned. Smell, Margaret exclaimed. Didn't Victor once scold Lily for smelling things, telling her something about soul smell? What does Victor smell like usually, and what is the difference now? She carefully asked as she grabbed Elle away from the dining room's line of sight. Monica moved with them. She wanted to listen. Ah, Elle frowned. She had never thought of that. Usually he smells like that sweet-smelling bottle that Uncle Black used to keep under the bed, but better, today he smells like, she pondered, like a wet chicken in a diaper. A wet chicken? Monica asked. His looks are a little strange too. It is as if I am looking at him through an old window. Elle frowned, not really finding the right words to describe things. Quote. Margaret didn't know what to say. She had a crazy thought. Ever since Victor came to her room today, she had the feeling that he had something missing about him, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I smelled someone like that before, Elle added with a thoughtful expression. It was that chicken boy, that trainee, Alex. He smelled like that too, Elle sighed, making Margaret open her eyes wide. Alex. She hadn't seen her since the morning. Could it be? Come meet me at the study. Victor's voice startled them. They stepped to the side and looked into the dining room. Victor could be seen having fun at the dinner table, completely ignoring them. It's the real me. I am at the study. Don't make me repeat myself or I will spank your butts. The voice ordered again. It was definitely Victor. Let's go, Margaret said as they headed to the study on the other side of the mansion. Reaching there, they took a deep breath as Margaret opened the door and entered first, followed by Monica and Elle, who made sure nothing happened to the other two girls before stepping in. Victor was sitting there at his desk under a mountain of documents. Close the door and sit down, he said. Margaret nodded, then dragged Monica, who started hyperventilating, to sit down next to her on a couch. Elle closed the door and then found a seat near it. They watched as Victor first wrote something, then closed his notebook and looked at them with a smile. You didn't disappoint me, he said. You are the only ones who found that something was amiss, he said. Is it Alex? Margaret had to make sure. That B*TCH took her toys. Yes, I am using my skill through him as training. I will be taking him with me tomorrow, and he will act as my double. Victor said, then looked at Monica and Elle, who didn't understand what he meant. Those two were not players. But it was time for them to know some things. Look at this, he said as his shape slowly turned into that of a demon. The handsome kind with two ebony horns and elegant tattoos on his now pale white face. Monica froze in her seat as she began to breathe faster, while Elle, who was still thinking logically, jumped to the door. She couldn't open it. She couldn't even find it anymore. The door was nowhere to be found. Sit down, Elle. This is just an illusion, Victor, who appeared in front of her, said, startling her. She quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive position that she learned from Lara. Too bad for her. Victor knew how to easily resolve her amateur martial arts. He casually stepped in her direction as she tried to step back again, but failed as she realized that he was holding a whip in his hand and it was tying her up. She was completely paralyzed. When did he take it out? She had no time to think as a moment later, Victor was in front of her. She closed her eyes in fear, feeling him carry her limp body and put it in his mouth. No, he put her down next to Margaret, who was enjoying the show. Elle was shocked as the whip vanished a second later and Victor returned to his seat. His shape was that of a human once more. You are a demon? Monica asked in anticipation. A very hot demon. She always liked those trashy novels. Was she in a domineering CEO novel or a fantasy one? Does it matter? Sorry to disappoint your wild imagination, but no. Victor said as if he read her dirty mind. I am 90% human for now. This is magic, illusion magic. I can fly too, he said. He didn't expect such a reaction from her. Wasn't his effect on her a little too strong? Well, what would he expect from a teenage girl? He got so used to Lily's and Margaret's mature reactions that he totally forgot about the girl's age. Are you a wizard? Monica asked. Wizards were cool too. Elle wasn't completely relaxed yet. But after hearing the question she was a little less edgy and more curious as she looked at him with some anticipation. She was acting. In a way, I have magic skills. He said with a chuckle, making illusionary flames appear and disappear on his fingertips. Why are you showing this to us now? Monica asked again, licking her lips. Would he bite her and turn her into one of his kind now? It's time for the two of you to learn the truth. You have your own powers. How do you think you were able to discover my illusion otherwise? Didn't you see how the girls were throwing themselves at Alex, completely unaware of his identity? Even Theta, whom I expected her to notice, was completely lost. Victor said, surprising them. What do you mean? Monica asked nervously. Well, that day in your house I used my illusion power on you, he said, surprising her. I didn't want you to hear as I questioned Clint, he said. Hear what? She regained some clarity. She felt it was strange when Clint and Victor stared at each other in silence that day. She was so disturbed by her father's behavior that she totally forgot. The reason why Clint wanted to marry you. Knowing too much might cause your death, Victor explained. Wasn't it an old engagement letter? She asked. She was still upset about that. No, it was a fake. The true reason was that you have a special body, very special, he said, eyeing Monica carefully and making her blush a little. Is that why you also want me? She asked nervously, as Elle watched their conversation with interest. She was keeping an eye on the window. No, that's why you want me. I want you because I like you. He said, making her blush. She wanted to hear that line. What do you mean? Did you put a spell on me? She asked as she looked down. No need to. I didn't do anything like that. The special thing about your body makes you like me. Didn't you notice that you started acting around me? Doesn't your head feel funny each time you approach me? Victor asked, making her nod. She didn't notice it at first, but lately, she felt that this was a bit unnatural. It's not like she hated it though. Your bloodline is resonating with mine. You are not 100% human, you have an otherworldly bloodline like me. He said. Otherworldly bloodline? She asked, not truly believing. Yes, that's why you discovered Alex. Your body didn't react to him. I tested it that day in the car. Victor said as he grabbed Elle, who was sneaking toward the window, from her shirt's collar. Now, my dear Elle, why did you drug Lara? Victor asked, seemingly changing the subject. How do you know that? She asked as she stopped struggling to break free. I told you before, I know everything that happens in this house, including how you put those herbs in Lara's tea. Thankfully they were harmless, Victor said, spanking her butt. Ah, she glared at him. She kept wanting to go talk to you to spare me the punishment. I felt strange when I met you in the afternoon, so I wanted to make sure that it was really you, Elle complained, grabbing her butt. Oh, you did good, Victor said, surprising her as he put her down on the couch again. In fact, I am doing this to train the girls, as some bad guys might disguise themselves as me someday. I plan to reveal the truth after dinner. Victor said. The disguise as the master was one of the oldest tricks in the book. Victor thought for a second as he took a leather book and a needle, presenting them to Elle. Drop one drop of blood on this book's cover. I want to see if you have some magical bloodline too, Victor told Elle as Monica watched. So that's it. He made her do the same that day. Elle hesitated, then looking into his eyes, she slowly did it. She felt like she was selling her soul to the devil, but had no choice. Maybe she will be a witch after this, or a magical girl. Victor looked at the book as her little hand touched it. She looked nervously at it too. Nothing, Victor said as the girl watched. That's strange. He said as he looked back at Elle, who seemed disappointed. Are you sure you smelled the difference in Alex? He asked. She nervously nodded. You must know that your smelling power might also be a superpower, Victor said, making her gasp. Really? She asked. Yes, now tell me, what does Margaret smell like? Victor said. Ah, Elle sniffed a little at her. Normal. She has some of your smell on her, but very faint, and she has some burnt wood smell too. She said, making Margaret almost gasp. She remembered the incense burner that was put over their head when they extracted her soul. Good, what about Monica? He asked as he squinted his eyes, making Monica listen with interest. I don't know how to describe it. It is not bad, but not normal, somewhat nice. She has some strange old rich lady's smell, she said. It's called perfume, Victor said, then sighed. You might have a gift in identifying souls, and extra fine senses, but no bloodline, Victor said, looking at her with interest. Does it have something to do with her falling into a wine barrel? Too bad his knowledge book was still in cooldown time, and he was completely broke at the moment. So either way, he can't afford it. Does that mean I can learn magic too? Elle asked nervously as she looked at him. Yes, I have been planning to teach you. Victor said looking at her, but you are still too young. He said, making her disappointed. Don't look like that, when the time is right I will teach you with Lara. But your body is still too weak, you might not take it. Victor stopped talking. Why did this sound dirty? I have been exercising with Lara, she complained those exercises are not easy. She can barely do a part of what Lara can accomplish. That won't do, Lara's exercises are tailored for her. Victor said as a book magically appeared in his hand, it was handwritten by him, keep this a secret, read it and train according to it. Oh, I forgot that you can't read well, give it to Lara then and let her explain it to you. This is a martial arts exercise that will make you very strong. He said putting it in her hand, it had drawings anyway, so it won't be that hard for her. Really? She asked as she flipped through it, it only had about 20 pages with strange diagrams. Yes, don't worry, Lara can read those, she can exercise it too if she wants as long as she can keep up with her own exercise first. It will help both of you learn magic when the time is right. He said, tempting her, now go show it to her, she will wake up soon. Victor said, this exercise was an authentic martial art made for younger practitioners. It was hidden in a stash of documents that were found in some dungeon and thrown into the royal library for archiving. He knew a lot of those and has been transcribing them lately for the girls. Ah, Elle nodded as she headed toward the window. Victor grabbed her again. Use the door, he scolded as he shook his head. But, she said as she looked at the empty wall. The door was there again. Just like magic. Don't tell anyone about Alex, he yelled after her as she left the room, shaking his head before turning to look at the nervous Monica and Margaret. Chapter 233, Fake 5. Now that the brat is gone, we can talk business, Victor said to Monica, I will give you two choices. He said, what? She asked nervously, hiding her true thoughts. It's time damn it, she knew this line, he was definitely going to bite her and turn her into one of his kind. She was not ready yet. But, you can either stay ignorant and live your life as a normal girl or, he stopped talking as he watched the creepy smile on her face. I guess you already made up your mind. He chuckled, taking out another book and giving it to her. Ah, what is this? She asked, feeling a little disappointed as Margaret by her side chuckled. A training manual, take this one and do the exercises in it every morning before school. Your body might not handle the transition so I need you to build a suitable foundation, he said, disappointing her. Now you can leave, and don't tell anyone about our conversation. We will talk about your awakening ceremony once you are ready, he said. She looked at him with a frown, wanting to say something. After some pondering, she chose to remain silent, so she just nodded and stood up, and walked out of the study after giving him and Margaret a glare as she shut the door. You are going to make her a player? Margaret asked straight away. I found a treasure in her house, it belongs to her family. I think she comes from an ancient player family, it's an awakening artifact, he explained. What treasure? Don't tell me it was that slab under the vase. She asked, and watched Victor nod in confirmation. Why did no one know about it? Margaret was surprised. In her previous life she never encountered players, but now they kept popping up around her like mushrooms. There exist a lot of families around the world that used to be a player family or a branch of one, Victor explained, most of them lack the knowledge of their heritage, and those who know, lack the means to return to their former glory. You see, once a family loses its awakening artifact or the power to make it work, they would be destined to die out slowly. The useless awakening artifact will slowly turn from a treasure to an heirloom, then after a few generations when its true function gets forgotten the artifact which was worshipped by the grandfathers would be used as a door holder by the grandchildren. Oh, Margaret nodded. The artifact in Monica's family can only be activated by someone who has an awakened bloodline. Her family's blood probably got diluted over the ages, so they slowly lost the ability to awaken it as most families did. The problem was that their artifact was dependent on it, so they could not become players. He said, Monica here has some amazing bloodline, but it needs awakening first for the artifact to work on her. I can't let her upgrade her bloodline just like that though, that would be a waste. I will make her upgrade it too with the rest of the girls, he expressed. You keep mentioning this awakening and upgrading, can't you do it now? Why are you waiting until after the wedding? Is marrying Lily really that crucial? She asked the question she had in mind for a while, she wanted to change the subject too, as she didn't have a bloodline and was feeling a little jealous. No, not just a little. Awakening is easy, upgrading is very hard. Nearly impossible. Marrying Lily is important, but marrying Lin is what's crucial for the awakening. I will be using her to do a summoning ritual to call a unique monster that has the power to upgrade. Bloodlines, the summoning ritual might take a couple of days, and I need a way to stay at the mansion for a few days with Lin without raising suspicion. The wedding is perfect for this, he said. Oh, everyone would think that you are busy harvesting flowers and didn't want to be disturbed, she said, feeling a little jealous again. Exactly. Now, if you have nothing else to say, you can go play with the girl. This young master still has things to do, he said. No, I wanted to ask you something, it's about Alex, Margaret said. You want to know why you feel strange about him? If my guess is correct, your soul still retains my mark from before the time leap. You must have felt that something was missing when you looked at him, Victor explained. Oh, no, I was not going to ask about that, and stop using the male pronoun on her, it makes me feel sick. Margaret said, still angry about her toys. Although Victor never truly confessed to her about Alex's true gender, it was completely clear to her by this time. Oh, okay then, what did you want to ask about? Victor asked. That idiot took all my new toys, she said, puffing her cheeks. You must have been watching how she tricked me. Yes, I saw that. He paused and glared at her. She set him up. Ah, so you have always been peeping. All the time, you pervert, she said, raising one eyebrow. How are you doing it? Are there cameras around the mansion? She asked, looking around. I never hid this, and I already told everyone about it, but no one realized how powerful the array I placed in the basement was. It allows its master to see and hear everything within a few miles perimeter. You should have already figured that out, he said, watching her act stupid. Hee, even in the bathrooms. She asked the right question. This young master has no need to use such means. He sat down on the couch, stating his point, and professionally dodging the question. True, it's not that I mind. I am just asking to check your fetishes, she said as she pushed herself on him, pinning him by putting her hands around his neck and her knee and between his legs as she looked him in the eye. She might appear indifferent, but really wanted him to marry her too. She was feeling extra jealous of Lily. What's up with you? Did you go on heat, knowing that I was peeping on you? He asked casually. Maybe I did, she said, earning herself a slap on her butt. It stung. Ah, she yelled in surprise as she collapsed on the now empty couch. Victor was not sitting there. It was an illusion. Damn it, she will get her revenge one day. We will have time for that later, he said as he walked to his chair, earning himself a glare from the annoyed Margaret. She wanted to tease him a little, but this bastard was as usual very slippery. Can't you just enjoy my teasing for a moment? She complained. People used to pay fortunes for much less than this. It was in her previous life. I do enjoy it, but this young body of mine doesn't know yet how to enjoy tasting wine, he said, shaking his head. Oh, she seemed to have realized the problem. Although Victor acts like an old man, his hormones were those of a teenager. Is your soul still injured? She asked. Nah, it's much better. Now go play with Alex. I have some things to do. Oh, and keep the toys on her. She might need them very soon, he said, casually kicking her out. What are you going to make her do? Margaret asked, still refusing to leave. Tomorrow I will be going to Nuller City. She will accompany me. He said. What? Why her? Take me too, Margaret said. No, Alex is officially my butler. And I am going to propose. It's not appropriate to go with another girl, he said, as if Alex was not a girl. I promise to be obedient, please. Please, please, she said, making him ponder as he looked at her sparkling eyes. Is it about that guy you have been stalking? He asked. He had seen peeped on her room before, but not knowing that she was also a time traveler, he believed that this was a plot she was preparing to steal some money from. Now, he realized that this must be some revenge plot. She nodded, looking down. Was he the one who extracted your soul? He asked. No, this one used to be my boyfriend. He was the first guy, the first trusted. It was a mistake. He was the one who introduced me to that guy, Mr. X. That man was very mysterious. He always wore a mask and hid his identity, so I have no idea how to get to him other than this one, she said. I can grab him and cut him up for you. Victor said. She could feel the jealousy in his words, which made her feel a lot better. No, this one is mine. I will cut him up myself, she said decisively. Oh, Then wake up early tomorrow, and after arriving at Mueller City, we will split up, he pondered. Having her with him might complicate his plans. I will introduce you to someone who would help you through, he pondered. Who? She asked. Another girl. Nope, my brother Mike. He is stationed there. If anything went wrong you can ask for his help, he is trustworthy. Be careful though, I don't want him to snatch you from me, Victor said with a weird smile. Why? He likes redheads, she asked, twirling her locks as she smiled. No, he likes sluts, Victor stated, ruining her good mood. Ellipsis. The woman in the shadows left the villa with a very disturbing face. She had one mission and it was to find where her mistress Lily went. After losing track of Lily and the men accompanying her, the family sent the spy to check Victor's mansion. Lily was not there, but what the spy found out was very disturbing. It took her an hour to reach her master's room where he was busy with his reports as usual. As the headmaster of the academy, he had a lot of responsibilities. Did you find Lily? He asked after putting down his pen. No, she shook her head. But her life's jade is still intact so she must have survived that explosion. Then what? Did something happen to Julian? He asked. She would never appear in front of him without a good reason. No, young Master Julian is fine, he even made some friends in prison. It's about that leech Victor, she spat his name hatefully. What about him? James asked. I just peeked at the mansion from outside. He was sitting there surrounded by girls who kept feeding him with their mouths and massaging his legs as he laughed stupidly, she said. What's wrong with that? James asked. He does that with his wives every once in a while. It helps him relax. It's not that. When I was upstairs I overheard a little girl, she seemed to be also a maid in the mansion. She was talking about how he would teach her some kind of magic trick, and that her body was not strong enough to take it. That bastard. That child is about 8 years old. The spy cursed, making James realize that she only came here to vent. You must have misunderstood him, he said. Such words can mean different things. Definitely not. We can't let the young lady stay with him. The spy said emotionally. Don't be impulsive, I don't think that anyone would touch the young lady. You saw her by yourself. I couldn't eat for an entire day after seeing her face, he said. Ah, yes, poor young lady. But he is making her serve him, master, the spy complained. Enough, nothing will happen to the young lady. If there was even a 1% chance that anyone would touch her, the family would have pulled her out a long time ago. He scolded, this involves some things bigger than both of us. Just keep an eye on the situation. For now, and hasten the efforts to find the young lady's location. The family wants to know if she had anything to do with that explosion, he said. I understand, the spy said as she faded into the darkness with a bitter expression. Chapter 234, The Real Victor. It was late at night when Alex, who had one of the best days in her life and was turning in bed, realized that her life might be in some serious danger. They will definitely kill her tomorrow. It all happened an hour ago. She had been enjoying herself too much being pampered by the girls that she didn't notice when Victor entered the room and sat opposite to her. Ah, the first to yell was Theta, followed by the girls one by one. Even Mina, who was getting Victor a new dish of sweets, dropped what's in her hand in shock as her eyes darted between the two Victors. Her sister, Mana, hurried back to the room to see what happened and was shocked too. The only one who was staying cool was Margaret, who was crossing her legs while sitting on a comfy couch in one corner, enjoying a bowl of popcorn that she went out of her way to prepare in the kitchen earlier. Monica was sitting beside her in suspense. She liked such confrontations in movies, she can't believe she was seeing this in real life. Hilda, who ran here when she heard the sound of the dish breaking on the floor, clearly watched the situation and then made a very wise choice. She pushed Margaret to the side and sat beside her. She had been wondering why was this slut preparing popcorn in the middle of the night. And she finally knew the answer. Young master, Ruby asked as she looked between the Victor, who was getting massaged by her and the one sitting on the opposing couch. Mirroring the other Victor precisely. Who else? Victor asked casually as he glared at Alex, who quickly remembered what was in the note Margaret stuffed in her hand after dinner. She cleared her throat. He is lying, he is an imposter, Alex said as she slowly nudged the girls who were surrounding her to the side and stood up, then approached Victor as if he was checking him. Who sent you? She asked. I am the one who should ask that. Who sent you? Victor replied, standing up himself and looking Alex in the eyes. The two Victors stood up looking each other in the eyes. As the girls sweated, realizing something. This was definitely some game by their young master. If the fake Victor was an enemy he would have already lost his head. Is this some kind of a game, young master? Mana asked. No, yes. Both victors gave opposing answers, making the girls frown. This is a test, one victor said. Ah, we want you to find the real one, the other victor completed. Hearing that, the girls relaxed and returned their hidden weapons to their storage rings. It was not an enemy after all. The ones who get it wrong will be punished, the first victor stated. They will have to get spanked by me. The second one nodded, making the first one glare at her threateningly. She will also have to clean the chick's bathroom for a week, the first victor stated, making the girls who got excited get deflated again. Now, the girls who think it is me, come stand to my side. You can't ask each other. One victor said. Yes, everyone decides for herself, come to my side, this piece of shit is a fake. You are the fake one. Your mama is the fake one. Keep my mother out of this. See, he is definitely a fake. No, you are definitely the fake one. Your father is fake too. Asshole, your grandfather is definitely fake too. You, true, how do you know that? Because I am the real victor. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. The two victors were exchanging curses as the girls looked between them. Alex, who was saying nothing, was enjoying this too. Victor was creating an illusion of his cursing. She would never dare to say things like this to Victor. The girls looked at each other not knowing what to choose. The first one was Theta, who after squinting her eye for a second, slowly moved to the real Victor's side. Ruby followed her, then nodded after getting close enough. This was definitely him. She felt strange massaging him earlier. At this time, she realized why. She had healed his soul before. It had a certain aura around it that was missing from the other, Victor. On the other side, Epsilon and Ada headed to the fake Victor's side. They had a feeling that he was more approachable. Their sister soon joined them except for Beta, who chose the real Victor. She saw him at the study earlier when he snatched her sword. Then when she entered the mansion he was in the living room. She just thought that this was him being whimsical, but now she had realized something. Mana and Mina were at a loss, so Mina asked nervously, "Can we ask a question?" "You are already asking," a victor replied as the other one nodded. "I want to know who each of you thinks the prettiest girl in the mansion is," she asked, squinting her eyes. The victors looked at each other, then turned to look at Mina and said in one voice, "Lara," causing the little princess who was peeping with her mischievous little maid to gasp. "Isn't it someone else?" Mana asked as she tensed up, ignoring the sneaky little girls who ran to their room and then returned to find out who the real victor was after making sure no one went to check on them. "No, my Lily is not in the mansion today," the other victor said, making them relax a little. "Where is she then?" Mina asked, making both of the victors smile. The twins passed the test. "She is playing with her new toys," they both said, making the twins sigh and completely relax as they put away the poison dolls hidden in their sleeves. This was definitely Victor testing them. Hilda nodded in approval. Unlike the other girls, they don't blindly believe that one of the victors was the right one. On the site of abnormal activity, they must check all the possibilities. What if both of the victors were fake? Now choose, one victor said. The twins frowned, then approaching the victors, they began to sniff them. They found nothing, then Mana noticed something. She was not sure, but one of the victors' standing stances was a bit different. One was defensive and weak while the other was confident. It was very subtle and it could be a trick. But her gut feeling was that this was a clue. Mana thought for a few seconds, glaring at Margaret, who seemed to have known about this and was enjoying her time. She quickly made up her mind and stood beside the real victor. Mina quickly followed. Even if her sister got it wrong, she doesn't mind getting punished with her. Well then, the victors began to speak, then were interrupted because, at that very moment, Arya entered the mansion. She looked in surprise at the girls, who were divided, standing behind two identical victors. "What kind of perverted game are you playing?" she asked with a frown, as she looked at Hilda, who was, strangely enough, sitting with Margaret and Monica. She was even eating popcorn. "Choose a victor. One of them is a fake," Margaret quickly said, licking the salt off her oily fingers in a sexy way. "If you chose correctly, you can sleep with him tonight," she said evilly as the two victors glared at her. She was getting her revenge for the earlier spank. Margaret had heard about Arya's nocturnal habits from Lily when she inquired how she managed to stay out of Victor's bed for so long. Ah really, Arya, who was out of energy after a long work day, regained her strength all of a sudden, making Victor, who wanted to refute Margaret, choose to remain silent. Arya was working hard for him, so she deserves to be pampered by him sometimes. But he will not make it easy for her. He had a little brother who was dependent on him for protection. Arya quickly approached the victors and began to check them as if they were porcelain vases. I am the real one of them said. Yes, he is the real one. The other one helped, crossing his fingers. Arya didn't fall for it, she could easily tell who was the real one. His crotch involuntarily shivered when she approached him. You are the real one, she said to the real victor, who sighed a second later as Alex's disguise shattered, making the girls who chose him gasp. Damn it, Ada cursed as she glared hatefully at the flinching Alex. Now, Victor coughed, clearing his thoughts, all of you girls, except Arya and the twins, would be spanked as a punishment, and you will also clean the bathroom tomorrow. Victor said. Even us? Theta, who didn't fully get it, asked. Yes, Victor said, but we got you right. Ruby complained. I am sorry to tell you this, but you have been massaging Alex's feet for the entire day, you were fooled too. Victor corrected her, making her gasp as she also glared hatefully at Alex, who stepped back as all the girls began to give her some very glares of disgust while holding their butts. She spanked them a lot today. It was not her fault, Victor told her to act like him. He was the pervert, not her. Then why were the twins spared? Ruby asked. They also began serving this, Alex, when they returned from school. She complained, not giving up. She didn't mind some slapping, she was used to it due to her former line of work. But she really didn't want to clean the chicks' bathrooms. That place was as disgusting as a real chicken coop that has not been cleaned in years. She even wondered if they were keeping it like that for such occasions. The twins passed my second test. They didn't believe me straight away, and made sure that this was really a test, not a trap by some enemy. Victor explained, making the girl gasp. They never considered this. If he was a real enemy, they would have approached him without caution. They truly realized their mistake. They have seen that evil lowly Lamia in the dungeon, how she tricked them with her cute big eyes. If Alpha was not with them back then, they would have been dead. Remember, enemies are everywhere. If you suspect something was not right, make sure to stay cautious and investigate, he said. The only ones who found out from the start were Margaret, Monica, and Elle, he added, making the girls look at the girls in the corner. Hilda had already stood up and was nodding as if she had also already known. Not realizing that at this moment, behind the closed door next to her, Elle was puffing her non-existent chest proudly as Lara looked at her with admiring eyes. Now, everyone, put your hands on the wall and turn your butts toward me. This young master has some punishment to deliver, he said with an evil smile, making the girls shiver. Some of them out of fear, some out of excitement. Arya chuckled, then stopped as she realized something. Damn, she didn't really consider it earlier as they were joking around, but she was going to sleep with him tonight. She blushed as she ran to her room to take a shower. As for poor Lara and Elle, who wanted to watch the spanking, they were dragged to their room by Hilda, who would lecture her for about an hour about proper manners and that they should not peep at others. Hilda hoped that by that time, Victor would have finished with his perverted games. Alex on the other hand silently sneaked out of the room. From the hateful glares the girls were shooting at her, she realized that they held a grudge, a real deep grudge. Chapter 235, Another Crazy Reporter. When Hannah woke up and went downstairs the next morning, she was surprised by the tense atmosphere at the breakfast table. Did something happen after she went to sleep early last night? Victor, who was usually energetic, had a pale face and was limping as walked down, then sat down in his chair with the help of Hilda. She couldn't help noticing the strange suit he was wearing, though. It was made from some very high material, and it was purple. Who wears a purple suit? She decided to ignore him for now, looking at the girls who were very cheerful yesterday. They were sitting in a very strange way around the table while glaring daggers at that sissy guy, Alex. He seemed to be sitting on pins and needles while sipping his soup with tears in his eyes. That soup for some strange reason had a very unique shade of purple. And Hannah didn't need to use her skills as an alchemist to realize that this thing was probably not edible. The little girls, Lara and Elle, had dark circles around their eyes as if they didn't sleep well, and the girls Margaret and Monica had strangely satisfied smiles on their faces. It was as if they... No, she can't think about such dirty things. Only that purple-haired girl whom she didn't meet yesterday seemed strangely refreshed, as if she had a very satisfying sleep. She seemed a little shy as she gave Victor an apologizing simple "Victor, sorry about yesterday," she said. "It's okay, I have learned my lesson. Next time we will use a rope," he said. Lara, who was eating her favorite fruit-flavored cereals, looked up in a questioning look. For what? She wanted to ask, but chose to remain silent as she noticed Elle chuckling. She decided to ask her on the way to school. Arya blushed a little, not refuting him. She wouldn't mind trying new things. I wanted to talk to you about something else, she said, changing the subject. What? You must know that I am still new to this field. We have to start slow, Victor exclaimed, making her glare at him. There were kids in the room. It's not about that, she scolded him. It's about the new movie you wrote. The filming will start in a few days. Do you want to visit the set? She asked. Oh, find a time when Mira is there. I plan to. Victor was interrupted by a sudden shout. Young master, big trouble. Hilda hurried into the dining room in distress. What's wrong? Victor asked, acting as if he didn't already know. Down the mountain, at the mansion's gate, there is a crowd of reporters. They are asking for an interview with you about young M, that bastard's Nick's death. She quickly corrected herself. Oh, I expected them to come, but this was quick, he said, pondering that someone was pushing them against him. But who? It was definitely not from the family, as Alfred would have warned him. Young master, the chicks at the gate are already keeping them out. Should I order them to scare them a little? She asked. She didn't have any experience dealing with such problems. That would only make things worse. Arya interjected. You should talk to the family. She told Victor. No need, let them wait. For now, I will talk to them when I leave the mansion, Victor said. If those idiots didn't come to him, he would have had to bring them one way or another. You are going to school looking like this? Arya asked, eyeing his very purple suit. No, I will be taking Alex and Margaret to Nuller City. I might spend a couple of days there. He said. You are going to propose? She asked. Yup, looking like this, she repeated. This is just my travel suit, I have other suits on me. He said. Young master, can I go with you? Theta asked. You have better things to do. Hilda scolded her. The bathrooms will not scrub themselves clean. Now come on girls, finish your food and go get ready. You have a lot of cleaning to do, she explained, making the girls look at each other with depressed eyes. You heard her, Victor said. I can't take any little girls with me today. But don't worry, I am planning a seaside vacation for all of you. He explained, making the disappointed girls cheer up again. Young master, you just mentioned that you will be taking Margaret with you, isn't she a girl? Mana, who was refilling Victor's dish, objected. I said, little girls. Margaret is a big girl, he said, making Margaret chuckle, and the twins puffed their cheeks with a light blush. They knew quite well what he meant. It was his fault that they were still little girls. She is going there on business anyway, Victor said, appeasing them, then continued his meal after a sigh. Ellipsis. Down the mountain, in front of the massive gate, 5 news wagons and more than 20 journalists were gathered in anticipation, arguing with the chicks every now and then. According to their data, the young man who lived here was Victor von Weiss, the criminal whose name appears in the recent Jane Armstrong report, accusing him of killing his brother due to a struggle in the family over illegal trades. After that, he walked out of the police station unscattered after silencing all the witnesses and bribing all the cops. The von Weiss family denied the accusations, stating that the dead brother Nick was in fact killed by mistake. The man who blew up his car was named Jacob Rice. He was aiming to kill Victor, who was beginning to investigate the corruption in Horizon's media company. As for the bullshit about players and supernatural powers, no one believed that delusional sh*t. All the news outlets had found that the journalist Jane Armstrong had a mental breakdown and was now on the run after killing a nurse at a mental hospital. She was delusional, as most of the documents she leaked turned out to be fabricated news. And this should have been the end of this matter. However, this morning, someone leaked on the internet about the young master who appeared on the red carpet and stole the limelight with his sexy maids at Tetraquad's city annual auction. He was none other than the one and only Victor von Weiss. According to the internet leak, that young master is a pervert who deals in drugs. The reporter had a video that was shot in some back alley. It was of Victor shooting a drug dealer with a silencer gun in the head after arguing with him. After that, he coldly searched the body before leaving. The reporters were getting a little annoyed when the mansion gates opened and a luxurious car drove out and then stopped as 10 chicks surrounded it, keeping the reporters away. The shaded backseat window slowly lowered as a dashing young master looked at the reporters. What's going on here? He asked in an arrogant voice. You master, those reporters want to interview you. One of the chicks replied as he struck his baton on his palm. If they are disturbing your rest, we can teach them a lesson. Oh, there is no need. This young master has nothing to hide, what do you want? He asked one of the reporters, a young female who had a cute hair bun. She seemed to be fresh out of college. This was her once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Young master, I am Gloria Flick from the evening news. She quickly took the chance. I am here to ask you about the recent report about the drug dealer you shot a few weeks ago. She asked using her microphone. What drug dealer? Victor asked. I have the recording on my phone, it's all over the internet. It is said that you paid the police to stay out of this, she said waving her phone. She didn't fear that Victor might harm her as many reporters were pointing their cameras at her at this moment. Let her come closer, Victor said, making the chicks allow her to pass after shooting her a threatening look. Gloria smirked as she hurried to the car approaching Victor's window while opening her phone and playing a certain recording. She secretly peeked inside the car as she turned the phone for Victor to watch. Inside there was a red-haired girl in a business suit. Isn't this one the maid who was with him on the red carpet? Maybe not. This one was sitting there like a businesswoman. She must be his secretary. Victor watched the recording with a frown. This movie was when he shot that assassin who was posing as a drug dealer in the head. The recording was taken from a street camera and should have been removed by the family agents. Whoever leaked it must be the one who hired that assassin. He could also spot the idiot who was peeping on him on that day. He could be seen standing in shock behind a corner. The recording is about the events of Chapter 92. We also have a statement from a witness. The reporter who did her homework said, flipping to the next movie while secretly adjusting her angle so that her cameraman who was being kept at bay by the chicks could get a good shot, the hidden camera in her shirt was recording too. Victor watched the next video. It was about that idiot. I saw him. He was yelling. He killed that poor drug dealer, then kicked his corpse, he said. It was none other than Abe, Margaret's cousin who was with him that day bartering him over Margaret's price. Do you know why he killed him? The reporter asked. It was the same, Gloria. She must have hurried to get this recording before coming to meet Victor. Yes, that man is evil. He scammed my cousin Margaret into taking a big debt then demanded that she become his maid after failing to pay. The poor girl must be suffering right now, he said, causing his poor cousin Margaret to push her head next to Victor's and watch the video too. Didn't you call the police? Gloria's voice asked. I did, but those bastards did nothing. Please help me save my cousin. He said, as tears and snot dripped from his nose. We will try our best, she said. He took her against her will. The poor girl begged him to spare her. Abe cried like he was not the one who sold her and then used the money to go to a brothel. We will definitely save her, she said. I hope you do. Now, can you pay me? Abe asked a moment later, whipping his snot. He didn't appear sad at all. Watching Victor frown at that time, Gloria, who was smug a moment ago, panicked and wanted to quickly stop the recording, but somehow the phone that was in her hand was now in his. She quickly tried to snatch it back. Unfortunately for her, she failed to grab it as Victor retreated inside the car while pushing Gloria out with his other hand. Margaret quickly closed the window while watching the video play. I will pay you later, I have to check your statement first. Gloria's voice could be heard in the video. That's not what we agreed on. You promised $3,000 and a kiss. Abe complained, making Gloria, who was trying hard to open the door from outside, blush. She didn't have time to edit this out as she hurried here. What if you were lying? Her voice said, and I only said I will consider the kiss. Damn you B*TCH. This will. Victor chuckled as the video stopped abruptly. This female reporter was not bad after all. She was just too smart for her own good. Taking the opportunity as Gloria kept knocking on the window, he swiftly began to flip through the phone, totally ignoring the pleas of the desperate reporter outside, who kept shouting. Angrily, give it back, she demanded as he cared. This is violating my privacy. She complained like that meant anything to him. For the first time in Gloria's career, she was faced with the hard truth that she was still a rookie who didn't know how to act when faced with shameless young masters. The other reporters couldn't get close and help because the chicks were threatening them with electric tasers that were aimed low, ready for their butts. They were envious of Gloria at first, but soon, they started using their cameras and jotting notes down as they watched her attack the car like a wild animal. Even if they didn't get the story they wished for, a report about another crazy female reporter was sure to put food on their tables tonight. Victor at this time was enjoying a feastful collection of some very erotic photos on the phone. This reporter had some very unique hobbies. Maybe he should give her a role in one of his new movies. It took him another 10 minutes to roll the window down and give the now haggard Gloria her phone back. I took some things from it, just in case, he said, threatening her. You bastard. You asshole, she cursed, grabbing her phone, checking its content, then turned to leave. Just like that. Don't you want my statement? Victor asked. Did you show me all that for free? He added, making her freeze and turn around to look at his smug face. Chapter 236. Marriage Announcement. You will give me a statement? Gloria asked in surprise as she looked at Victor's handsome face, nearly forgetting that he took some really disturbing materials from her phone. The idea of him enjoying the things he took would make her cringe in her bed for an entire week. Yes, I only deal with pretty girls, and yours is, he paused, kissing the tips of his fingers like a chef, top-notch. She blushed as he reminded her, but her professional habits took over as she took the opportunity to give the cameraman a signal, then held out the microphone and put it next to Victor, who looked casually out of the car's window. What is your response to the recent allegations on the internet regarding you? She asked professionally, smiling for the camera. I did kill that man. Victor nodded, making her gasp. He was an assassin who was sent to kill me. He added, an assassin. Do you have proof? She asked, stuttering. This was it, the big news. She was mistaken, of course. Definitely, but I can't say anything more as this is a part of an ongoing police investigation. That's why they didn't give you any response. That man belonged to the Lotus gang after all, Victor said, making her gasp again as she stepped back involuntarily. About half of the reporters who were listening dropped their cameras at that very moment and turned around to leave. They didn't want anything to do with this anymore. Young master, those are some dangerous claims, she said. The Lotus gang was not to be underestimated at all. She heard stories, horrible stories. Look at the man's neck in the recording. It's a little blurry, but it had a lotus tattoo, Victor said, making her and the reporters quickly check the recording. It was blurry, but yes, the tattoo on that man's arm was either a bird or a lotus. You don't have to worry though, after that assassination attempt, this young master worked with law enforcement and we were able to eradicate the Lotus gang. The police were supposed to make the announcement in a few days, but I guess they are still tying loose ends. Victor stated with a broad smile, making all those retreating journalists turn back hesitatingly. Is this information reliable? She asked him. 100%, he said, as he sent Kai a message to fix things on his side. The Lotus gang was completely eradicated by the family forces after they attacked his mansion that night. He didn't mind giving that credit to the local police department. Maybe Officer Lee would come back to her senses after this. Or better, maybe she would get a promotion and be sent to another city. Gloria didn't know what to say. What about the kidnapped girl? She quickly got herself together. What kidnapped girl? Victor asked. That witness's cousin. Didn't you hear him? She asked. Oh, that one. Ask her yourself, Victor said, relaxing in his seat as Margaret approached the window and pointed her finger at the camera. Go tell my idiot cousin to go FCK himself. When was I kidnapped? This young miss was employed as a secretary with a 6-figure salary. She scolded angrily before she relaxed back in her seat. Then turned again. Oh, sorry, he can't fuck himself anymore. Tell him to find someone to fuck him up instead. I will pay for it. She spat, then sat back. You heard her, Victor said, making Gloria frown. That bastard was making up stories. She didn't doubt Margaret's identity as it would be easily checked if she was a fake. Wait, a 6-figure salary? Was she only a secretary or was she performing other duties? She didn't dare to ask. Sorry about that. Do you know why reporter Jane made those allegations against you? She asked, changing the subject out of embarrassment. She shouldn't have believed that eunuch. It's all because she is crazy. I stood her up, so she held a grudge against me, he said. I am sorry about the misunderstanding, she apologized again. Don't worry about it. How about this? I will give you some exclusive news. Victor said, adjusting his purple tie and facing the camera. What? She asked. Listen up. This is exclusive for the 8 o'clock news, he said as he watched the cameraman focus on him. On the 20th of next month, this young master will hold his wedding to 2 very pretty women at the same time. Lady Lynn Cross and Lady Nova von Astrom. It will happen in the Grand White Hotel and will be the biggest event of the decade. He declared proudly. He will make his father pay for it all. Gloria paused for a moment to understand what he meant, then asked, 2 women. She wanted to be sure that she heard him correctly. Yes, both of them love me dearly and this is completely legal, he said, nodding to himself, and steering the argument. He needs this to appear on the evening news. No, it is not. She said in shock, this is common sense. You are going to get arrested, this is a crime. Quote, not at all, look at section 47Q of the Nobel Rights Law of the year 1277. It clearly states that any man of noble origin can marry up to 12 wives and 72 concubines as long as he can afford to feed, house, and clothe them. Victor stated from memory, making not only Gloria and the reporters baffled, but also Alex and Margaret, who quickly used her phone to look up what he said. It's true, she said in surprise, there is a chance for her. She smiled and then kicked Alex's seat from behind, she was holding a grudge over her toys. Stop having that dreamy look. It's not like he is going to marry you. You are a man, she said, making Alex return to her miserable reality and choose to remain silent. That law must have been long overturned. It's ancient, Gloria complained after using her phone to read the entire thing. Then do a quick search on the current law. The current civil law clearly states that a man can only have one wife. She said after a few minutes in which all the reporters were performing the same online research. Read the last sentence of that same bill. Section 72E. This bill in its entirety does not in any way or form constrain or affect noble inherent rights and traditions. Victor said, I am doing a traditional marriage, not a modern one, so the ancestral laws apply. He stated, there are no nobles nowadays, she complained as she read the section he pointed to, her sound was weaker though. He was right, this damn pervert was right. She knew it in her heart but refused to believe it. The noble rights have not been revoked, even if we no longer use the old titles, he explained. Anyway, I will welcome you all to witness my wedding. Alex, let's go, he ordered, making the car slowly accelerate and then leave the mountain as the reporters stood in shock trying really hard to understand what had just happened. Ellipsis. When Malcolm woke up that day, he could see that the sun was high up in the sky. He was still at the pub, in a room upstairs. Last night, after all, the kids left to settle their grievances. Only he and that crazy girl Yin decided to stay here. He had nowhere to go. His parents passed away years ago. And he had no other relatives. He slowly washed his face then stepped downstairs to look for his new mistresses and Yin who were sitting around a table having some snacks. Lily was there too, eating some potato chips from under her veil. They were watching TV with interest. It was a continuation of the heated discussion they watched yesterday before going to sleep. Quote, as I was saying, that Jane Armstrong was crazy. She must have been playing a lot of World of Truth. Didn't you notice that her report is very similar to that game? Definitely, but that does not deny that this is just an artistic expression from her. This is journalist art, the art of fake news. No, she is definitely crazy. Look at all of those allegations against honorable society members. Even the 12th Princess Pipi was not spared. This was clearly a lover's quarrel. Even her father, the rightfully elected president, went out of his way to address this issue in one of his every 3 years appearances yesterday. Yes, that's what I am talking about. She was helping those lovers. Like the other one. Don't mention the spider boy. It was a clearly fabrication using AI. Ivy turned off the TV after having had enough. She didn't want to see all of those fake image analysis again. Come and eat, or would you like me to get you a dog bowl so that you can eat at the door? She asked, teasing Malcolm whom she noticed standing at the door. Oh, Malcolm quickly went and grabbed a seat next to Lily, who frowned but said nothing. He was only a kid after all. I can't believe they're handling this player thing like this, Sky said. It can't be helped, Nora said, noticing Yin's frown. Why are you frowning like this? She asked her. She didn't like Yin at all. She reminded her of a certain weird girl that was with them at the training when they were kids. That bitch was a bully who hurt her badly. It was Lily who came to her rescue back then, breaking that girl's trigger finger and cursing her to get transferred to another division. Yin had the same savage air around her. Yin hesitated, but knowing that she must not anger Nora who was picking on her since last night, she decided to come clean. I just think that they are hiding something. They are focusing on trivial things while talking very little about the true content of the report, she said hesitatingly, making the assassin girls look at her with an amazing look. From where did you learn about the content of the report? They never mentioned it in the news, Sky asked squinting her eyes. I might have used the radio last night, she said looking down. Some conspiracy channels were illegally broadcasting the entire report. Oh, don't act like that, we never forbid you from doing that. Lily said this time looking at Yin with an approving look. Despite Yin's very disturbing history, Lily really liked her for some reason. Yin looked back up. noticing Malcolm, who was in a trance, after hearing Lily's melodic voice. Pervert. I wanted to wait until the others returned to say this, but I think it's okay. Lily said, players truly exist. That reporter Jane was telling the truth. Lily said, making both Malcolm and Yin gasp. You mean there are superhumans like in games? Malcolm asked, then paused as he watched Lily take out a throwing dagger and then bend it with her bare hands before throwing it at him, making Yin to his side flinch a little. I am one of them, she said as she watched him try to bend the dagger back. We all are. In fact, the existence of players is a secret hidden by the world, she said, watching the worried and amazed looks on both Yin and Malcolm's faces. Listen carefully, you might have to fight players in the future, Lily said, then began to explain the existence of players to both of them. Chapter 237, Mike. The plane landed at New Lure City Airport at exactly 2 p.m. Victor stepped down and looked at his watch. There is still time, so he looked at Margaret, who had a complex look in her eyes as she looked around. This city held many memories. Let's go, Victor said, totally ignoring Alex, who was tasked with the bags. She was dressed as a maid this time around. She changed her uniform on the airplane. Where to? Margaret asked as she followed Victor out of the airport through the VIP gate, ignoring the envious eyes of the random girls there who were charmed by Victor's handsomeness. My plan would start at 7 p.m. So we will go meet Mike. I already sent him a message. And we will be staying at his mansion tonight. He should have already sent someone to pick us up, Victor said, looking around and then frowning a little after finding their guide standing beside a luxurious car. It was none other than his cousin Ron, who became a semi-player and was sent to work in this city. Oh, cousin Ron, it's been a while. Victor greeted Ron, who had a complex look in his eyes. Cousin Victor, nice to meet you again, Ron said as he watched Alex put a heavy bag. Did Mike send you to pick me up? Victor asked. Yes, he is waiting for you, Ron replied. He was really worried that Victor might bully him. He would have no way to resist. He has been taught his place by Zoe a few weeks ago and by Mike after arriving here. Then let's go, Victor said, making Ron a little relieved as he watched Victor go with Margaret and maid Alex and sit in the back. He quickly hurried to the driver's seat while wondering why did that maid look strange. It was as if she was a man, but not a man. The trip was silent, awkwardly silent, as Ron chose to say nothing, and Victor didn't really go out of his way to poke at him. For the first time in his life, Ron thought that Victor might not be this bad. He quickly withdrew that as he glanced at the mirror and found that Victor was napping on that hot redhead's lap. Ron realized that Victor had more important things than picking on him. It took them 20 minutes to reach a grand mansion that was built right at the center of the city, where every inch of land was worth gold. The car quickly entered the gilded gates as the guards recognized Ron and nodded to him as he passed them, then headed to the mansion front yard, which was adorned by a grand fountain that featured a group of 10 naked women surrounding a naked handsome man who was shooting water out of his private parts. Not only him but the women statues too. Damn this pervert. Alex quickly blushed and looked away, setting her eyes on Margaret, who was also checking the statue with an inspecting look. She was focusing on his private parts. Damn this slut, Alex cursed inwardly. This is my brother Mike. He is a proud pervert, Victor said, making Ron, who was parking the car, nod. Even compared to the family's standard, Mike was a pervert, a big pervert. He was shocked when he first arrived here. After some education, Mike took him on a tour around the city's entertainment establishments. Every Von Weiss deserves such a trip after his ceremony. By the end of the day, Ron was completely exhausted. Mike, on the other hand, was still in the mood for some more action. It was as if the party had just started. It made Ron wonder if the difference between a player and a semi-player was really this big. Oh, Margaret said nothing as she stepped down from the car first, keeping her eyes on the statue, at its crotch to be exact. Is this statue accurate? She asked Ron, who shrugged his shoulders. How was he supposed to know? If it were really accurate, then his cousin Mike would be a real monster. It is 97% accurate. Victor nodded. In his previous life, Mike always complained that despite the accuracy, the sculptor made certain parts of the statue a little smaller due to the material's constraints and artistic proportions. Did you meet Mike before? He whispered in Margaret's ear, putting his hand around her tense shoulder, making her relax immediately as she felt his caring touch. It was just a passing meeting, nothing happens. It was a masked party. I didn't see his face. He had purple hair though. It was definitely him though, she whispered nervously, fearing that Victor might feel a little angry. He was friends with that guy, Mr. X, she added. Oh, I see. No matter what, I will help you. You only belong to me now. Victor reassured her again, taking her shaking hand and squeezing it, making her smile as she followed him to the door where a bald butler was waiting for them. It was Mike's personal butler, Oron. A eunuch. Young Master Victor, Oron bowed, welcome to the Truliv mansion. The master is waiting for you. He added, standing back up and inviting Victor inside. Help my maid, Alex, deliver my bags to my room. He told Oron, pointing at Alex, then went inside. Totally ignoring her. He had warned her before that he would be treating her like this because of his plan, but it still left a bad taste in her mouth. Especially after seeing how he was tenderly treating Margaret, her mortal enemy. Ellipsis. Victor and Margaret were guided through a heavily decorated corridor into a big living room, where his brother Mike was sitting surrounded by two blonde twins who were pampering him. He was dressed in a golden suit that contrasted his purple hair perfectly. Brother, Mike said as he stood up and quickly approached Victor, hugging him tightly. It's been a while. Look how much you grew up. The last time Mike met Victor was 3 years ago, before Victor was sent to boarding school. Name: Mike von Weiss. Level: 49. Class: Void Monk. Authority: 7. Strength: 167 plus * 200. Agility: 155 plus * 250. Intelligence: 155 plus * 170. Luck: 38 plus * 10. Charm: 40 plus * 10. Order: 35. Skills: Killer Gaze, S. Draconic Howl, A. Dragon Claw, A. Void Punch, A. Void Kick, A. Void Step, A. Fist Arts, A. Endurance, A. Fire Resistance, A. Charm, B. Purify, B. Evade, B. Sword Arts, B. Poison Resistance, B. Damage Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Spear Arts, C. Playboy, C. Cooking, D. Quick Step, D. Spanking, F. Instant Death Resistance, F. Bloodline Awakened. Elder Dragon. Equipment: Defense Talisman, S. Storage Ring, B. Fate Status: Fate's Power, B. Summery RISING. No defined fate. Destiny list: less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor, who was getting bear hugged by Mike, was surprised. Mike had awakened his bloodline. No wonder the family considered him one of the future candidates for the patriarch position. He had such a high level and authority. At such a young age, and he could conquer an F-rank dungeon by himself. It's nice to meet you again, brother, Victor said, acting a little embarrassed. Mike was one of Victor's closest allies in his past life. But due to his sensitive location in the family, he was ordered to stay away from Victor after he was kicked out. As far as Victor knew, Mike was crippled a few years later in a dungeon accident, causing him to drop from the competition. It was probably some kind of a conspiracy, but Victor had no evidence. Is this your girl? Mike said, moving his eyes to Margaret, who was nervous. He was inspecting her from head to toe. The same way he did back then. Yes, this is Margaret. She is both my lover and my assistant, Victor said, making her smile a little. Oh, not bad at all. If you ever get bored of her, send her to me, Mike said. He didn't know why. Despite being dressed like a businesswoman, this Margaret gave him some vibes that he really liked. But as a gentleman, he doesn't steal the women of others. This was one of his many principles. How about you introduce your girls? Victor quickly changed the subject. Those are Honey and Bunny. My concubines. As you see, they are twins, Mike said proudly, introducing the girls, and causing Margaret to glare at him and then at Victor. Those two scumbags seemed to have the same depraved tastes. She had a feeling that it was only a matter of time before Victor built a naked bronze statue of himself in the mansion. Nice to meet you girls, Victor, who was unaware of Margaret's assessment, said, making the twins chuckle like hookers. They were hookers in the past. Come on, sit down, Mike said, inviting Victor as he returned to his seat. Victor nodded and dragged Margaret to sit on an opposing couch. So, how has it been? Are you enjoying your time as an elite heir? I heard you did quite well at the ceremony. Even Grandma was so impressed that she allowed you to enter the vault. Mike said with a big smile. Yes, but great results come with a lot of responsibilities. Sadly, I have been busy establishing my own team. So I didn't have much time to relax yet. Victor sighed. He was telling the truth. Oh, you can wind up and relax here. Mueller City is known for its brothels. Mike said, do you want me to introduce you to a few? Mike asked. No need, I am planning to visit the Red Cow brothel tonight. I heard that it is the biggest in town. Victor said, It is, though its security is not top-notch, Mike said, frowning. Aren't you here to propose? We have already informed the Von Astrom family of your arrival today, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to visit a brothel first? Mike asked after chewing a cherry that one of his girls put in his mouth. I wanted to make it clear to them that they are the ones killing themselves to marry me. So I have to arrive a little late, Victor said. True, Mike frowned. Did mother learn about your marriage? He asked. Although Elena was not allowed to intervene in the family business, Mike wanted her to approve of Victor's marriage. He had already disappointed her with his choices, after all. Yup, she was there when father told me about the marriage. And she didn't say anything. She is staying at Golden Waterfall Town. You should go give her a visit. Victor replied. Really, I really should. Mike nodded with a wry smile. I thought Dad forbade her from leaving the island until Lara was old enough. He was both surprised and a little worried. He had avoided going back lately because he feared his mother would scold him if she saw any of his wives. She hated sluts. Now there was a possibility she might decide to come to pay him a surprise visit. He should probably cover that statue. It was built after losing a bet with Alice a year ago. I convinced him to let her have some time with her family. And Lara is staying with me. It seemed that Luke made some blunder and father needed me to supervise her training instead of him, Victor said. I heard about that. Dad wants me to check on that bitch who seduced both Rex and Luke. The family wanted to execute her, but she turned out to be pregnant. So she is safe for now. He sighed. He really didn't like the family rules, and the chick was interesting. Really? Victor was surprised. That woman was destined to be with Mike. It seemed like his actions didn't affect that. He could tell from the look on his elder brother's face. Yeah, I wonder though, why didn't Dad ask me to take care of Lara? Mike pondered. I have far more experience than you, he added, trying to change the awkward subject. Are you really asking that? Victor answered by gesturing to the statue that could be seen in all of its glory outside the window. Oh, Mike chuckled embarrassingly. How is that brat doing? I haven't seen her in a long time. She was a little sick lately, but she is much better now. Victor said. She is going to school now, he added, pondering that he must fix Lara's bloodline ASAP. What? Mike exclaimed, startling the twins who were now messaging his shoulders. Didn't Dad decide to homeschool her after what happened with Alice? Mike asked. Alice really crossed every line back then, making a carefree father like Theodore call his daughter a slut and then pass out of anger. Theodore was mistaken though. Alice was no longer a slut. She had crossed that line ages ago and was on a whole other level now. She was a super mega ultra slut who eats macho men for her 3 meals, and maybe a skinny one as an after-dinner refreshment. I convinced him, telling him that Lara will be staying at my mansion, so I will be able to monitor her, Victor explained, not realizing that Mike was silently cursing at his older sister. I see, Mike nodded. This is better for Lara. So, on the phone, you said you needed my help. What can I do for you? Mike asked to get to the real business at last. Yes, I can't tell you the whole story, but I am searching for a man who calls himself Mr. X. He is supposed to know you. He said, squeezing the nervous Margaret's hand. Mr. X. Mike looked at Victor, then at Margaret, squinting his eyes. He decided not to ask. I know 34 men and 1 woman who call themselves Mr. X, Mike said after some pondering. Such names are very common in the clubs and parties I attend. He added, can I have a list? Victor asked. I will prepare one tonight. I will also include those with the Mr. XX and Mr.XXX names. Mike nodded. If you are going to kill any of them, tell me first though, he warned. I understand, Victor said. He didn't expect to find him though, as Margaret met him about 10 years later. Margaret will be doing some investigations to start an investment company for me in this city too. Would you mind helping her a little? Victor asked. Of course, I will give you a list of phone numbers for the really big guys around town. Just mention my name and they would be more than glad to help you. Mike said with a charming smile, making her blush. Victor was more handsome, but Mike was more mature. Thanks, Margaret said, shaking her head a little. She had just realized that she was charmed. Mike, seeing that she got hold of herself, nodded in admiration, then looked at Victor. Now, why don't we head for lunch? Let me introduce you to my other girls, Mike said as he stood up. They have been busy in the kitchen, preparing a grand meal for their brother-in-law. He added with a proud smile. Chapter 238, Yin. After a very lively meal, Victor and Margaret went upstairs to the guest suite Mike prepared for them. It was already 5 p.m. Alex was waiting for them there with a wrinkled maid suit and aggrieved eyes, which Margaret totally ignored as she closed the door and faced Victor. Why do I get the feeling that all of your brother's wives are hookers? Is he making them act like that on purpose? She had to ask, although the meal was very harmonious, and the girls were very nice. The way they talked and flirted with Mike gave Margaret a very disturbing image. I told you before, he likes sluts. All of them are former hookers. That's why father couldn't let him marry Nova or Linda, Victor said as he sat down on a leather couch rubbing his belly. His sisters-in-law really pampered him today, the same as in his previous life. Those girls were a real treasure. Mike had a really unique taste. They were very conscious of their inappropriate origins, so they always tried hard to be the best. They didn't want anyone to criticize their husband. Does everyone in your family have such weird hobbies? Margaret asked. Everyone has his circumstances. The story goes that when Mike was a kid he sneaked with his friend to watch a movie. It was about a handsome rich man who fell in love with a hooker. It was a story about how the rich man left his evil fiancée for that hooker, something along these lines. Victor said, I don't know what happened to Mike after leaving the island, but I remember my mother cursing when he announced that he will be taking some hooker as his first wife a year later. Victor explained, oh, is that sister of yours, Alice, the same? Margaret inquired, was being perverts something in their blood? She has noticed that Elena, when she was staying with Victor, always avoided mentioning Alice. Alice is the nicest girl in the world. Victor shook his head, but she also has her circumstances. Don't believe any bad rumors about her. He didn't explain any further. I see, Margaret said nothing as she sat on another chair and relaxed. What now? She asked. Do whatever you want, go shopping or something, I have important things to do. Victor said, then turned to Alex. Are you ready? He asked her. For what? Alex asked. She was ready for some things, but not for others. So she didn't dare to say yes. Did you forget? I told you yesterday. You will be taking my place from now on. Victor said. Now go change into the spare purple suit in the bag. He said. Alex nodded, then headed into the other room, then returned 5 minutes later dressed in Victor's clothes, which looked ridiculous on her. Good, Victor said, then activated his skill, making Margaret look in amusement as Alex turned into a Victor clone again. From now on you must act like me. Victor said, I am counting on you, my future is counting on you. I understand, Alex nodded. What should I do? She asked. Half an hour later, go downstairs and tell the butler that you will be going for a trip around town. Go alone, ask for Ron to drive you, he should be in the guard's booth outside. Oh, and don't let Mike see you when you leave, he might suspect something, Victor said, making Alex nod. Although she didn't meet Mike yet, she had seen his statue. She would be able to recognize him. Then what? She asked. Go to a brothel, the Red Cow. It is the biggest around here. Victor said, making her frown. Inside I want you to act exactly as I did back in Golden Waterfall Brothel. You remember how I acted, right? Victor asked, the now nervous Alex. I remember. Alex nodded as Margaret perked her ears listening to their conversation. This was getting interesting. There, in the brothel, you have to be as arrogant and demanding as possible. You must act as a decisive man who was there on purpose. Remember, you must make an everlasting impression on both the guests and the employees. Victor said seriously, but at the same time, make sure to keep things under wraps, don't go overboard, or get into any fight that might alert the police or the press. I understand, Alex said, frowning a little. After that, just like you did the last time, make sure to spend the night there. Make the girls there remember it is the best night of their lives, don't ruin my reputation. Victor said as he suppressed his smile, watching Alex's face change color several times in a few seconds. Young master, can you say that again? She asked. Go enjoy your night acting as me. Is it that difficult? Victor scolded. You can only leave in the morning. And be sure to do that in a very oppressive way, like a triumphant warrior. You can use the soul wine on the girls though if you were not that confident about your performance. Just make sure that the girls can't walk home in the morning. Reputation is everything for an aspiring young master like me. Victor repeated. Alex remained silent, wondering if she should be using her spear again. Margaret on the other hand was about to burst out laughing. She has finally realized why Victor ordered her to leave the toys with Alex, who would definitely need them. She wanted to ask about what happened in the Golden Waterfall town brothel though, she felt that it would be a very interesting story. Do you understand? Victor asked again. Yes, Alex hesitated. I will meet you tomorrow when you leave the brothel, we will make the switch back then, I will call you in the morning. Victor said again. I understand. Alex said. Now, go rehearse in front of the mirror, this young master has to meditate, Victor said, closing his eyes to begin his daily check on his own toys. Ellipsis. Lily closed her eyes and slid down relaxing in the big sauna as the girls around her relaxed too. They have built this place in the pub's basement to let their future agent undergo healing baths, but they didn't mind testing them out first. Although this place was hastily built and not as luxurious as the grand bath at Victor's mansion, it was not bad at all. Where is that brat? Sky asked. I tied him up upstairs, I told him that it is a kind of training, Nora chuckled as she relaxed. Yin, who was still in shock after learning that players and spider boys were real, was dragged here with them, where she was shocked again, not only by Lily's beauty but by the number of scars on her and her sister's bodies. The girls' scars were visible, but the ones on Lily's skin, although many, were very light, barely noticeable as if they were healing. Those were caused by our training, Cora said proudly after witnessing Yin's shock, enjoy them as they last. Soon they will disappear like the ones on Lily, and our skin will be silky smooth. She added, it's all due to these weird algae that the young master made us rub our skin with. It's very effective, Eva said, taking a jar and beginning to spread it evenly on an ugly scar on her arm. This one was a punishment for not being fast enough, she said. They began marketing this stuff last week. It's very expensive, Lily said, opening her eyes, then glancing at Yin, who kept her towel around her body. Come into the water, we will not eat you, she said. Yin hesitated, making Nora drag her in and throw the towel away, revealing a body full of scars. She looked worse than the assassin girls. Those scars were really evil, whoever made them made sure that they can't be visible from over the clothes. Ha! The girl gasped, who did this to you? Eve asked. She had read in Yin's court file. Yin was living in an abusive family. But they didn't expect it to be to this degree, no wonder she killed all of them and burnt their bodies. Wait, that's not okay. There were triplet babies in her family, she killed those too. This girl was clearly a maniac. Eve reminded herself. Yin hesitated again as she sank into the water, it took her 5 minutes to speak. The police didn't believe me back then, she said, maybe you would. She said after remembering what Lily told her about players. It depends, but we have seen some really crazy sh*t last week, Gwen interjected. Making Yin take a deep breath and decide to tell her story again. My family, they were demons, Yin said, making the girls frown. Lily on the other hand looked at Yin with inspecting eyes. How do you know that? She asked, looking at Nora who quickly went out of the water and grabbed her phone. Your family was composed of 2 parents and 4 children. An older brother and 3 triplets, she said reading the report, making Yin shake a little. I just knew, she said, thinking, they were normal. Then one day they went out on a hiking trip, they didn't take me because I had a cold that night, she said. They returned changed, even the triplets, Lily asked. The babies were not born yet. My mother was pregnant at that time, Yin explained. Tell me the story from the beginning. Lily who moved and sat next to Yin asked softly. It was after school. My uncle called me that day saying that my family had an accident and were hospitalized. He took me to see them, she said. They didn't recognize me, and they were speaking in a weird accent as if they were trying to speak a foreign language. The doctors said that they injured their heads, she added. Then, Lily asked, they returned home after an entire month. My mother had given birth by that time. I was really happy, she said. They were acting normal again, but, somehow after a few days I noticed that they were acting a little strange. Father was always brooding. Mother was a little jittery. My brother always walked funny and howled in pain when the sun rose every morning. The babies were the creepiest. It was like they were always talking to each other in some gibberish language. Their eyes would always follow me whenever I enter the room, she said, taking a deep breath. I was beginning to think that I was the one going crazy, but then I discovered it. What? Nora, who didn't like Yin before, was now holding her hand with tears in her eyes. I found it by chance in the refrigerator. It was a human head, the head of a missing boy that I saw in the news the previous day, she said. They were eating humans. I confirmed that later. Each time a kid disappeared in the neighborhood, they brought new meat home. What? The girls asked in surprise. This was getting very dark. Even the babies would only drink their milk if it had meat in it, At first, I felt it was strange as mother said that this was better for them, but after knowing the meat's origin, she paused. They left you there all this time? Living with them? Lily asked. I didn't know why, maybe they didn't want anyone to suspect them. That's what I thought, she said. So you tried to escape? Lily asked again. Yes, it was right after I confirmed my suspicion, but the man who looked like my father caught me. He took me to the basement, she said as tears fell from her eyes. I don't know why, but he tied me up and began hitting me, she added, grabbing her scarred body. In the morning he would drive me to school like everything was normal, in the evening he will torture me. She added, every time I tried to escape they caught me. I asked a teacher for help, but she ended up in my next breakfast. She said, she was shivering now, making Lily hug her. I tried, alerting the police, but they ignored me, and when one showed up he smiled at father and ratted me out. It was on that day that it all happened. After that man whipped me in the basement. How did you escape? Nora asked. I didn't, she said that after a pause, making the girls freeze and look at her carefully. Making sure that she was not a ghost. I didn't escape. I fought, she explained, squeezing her little fist, and making the girls sigh in relief. She really scared them. I always had hoped that they were my real parents, but on that day after getting beaten up, that man was called in a hurry so he forgot to tie me up. I crawled out of the basement, trying to escape again. That's when I heard him, the one who was supposed to be my big brother. He was complaining that his body was very inconvenient due to a problem with the transfer. And that father should end his little game and hurry up to completely break my soul and prepare my body for him to take, she said. They were talking in the common language? Lily asked. Yes, the three babies seemed to be able to talk among themselves but the other had to communicate normally. Yin said. Then, Sky asked. I returned to the basement and hid. Then that night, I sneaked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and used some of the sleeping pills my mother used to take. I put them in the meat they brought that day. They always ate to their full in the morning. She stopped talking as she looked down. That's when you cut them up and burnt the house? Lily asked. She just nodded, not wanting to explain any further. Do you believe me? Yin said as she began to cry involuntarily. No one believed her after she escaped, no matter how many people she told. They all cursed at her, calling her a psycho. I believe you, Lily and the girls said one by one. Although I can't explain anything of what you told me, I am sure my young master can, Lily said, patting Yin's head after she stopped crying. Didn't the young master demand that we keep his identity a secret? Cora asked. I will make an exception for Yin, Lily said. If Yin was lying, she would be a hidden danger, and Victor would easily know. On the other hand, if she was telling the truth, he would be able to tell them about these demons. And they might be able to help the poor girl. Victor knew everything after all. Chapter 239, Alex into action. Rita was immersed in her training when the familiar voice she waited for every day alerted her. Not bad, you can dress yourself now, Victor said as he materialized beside her. She said as she turned around to look at him, floating in his dashing white cloak in the black emptiness. Did anything weird happen lately? He asked her as he began to float around, checking her soul body, making her blush. No, just the usual. That thing is getting bigger though, she said. Ignore it for now, it can't do a thing without my permission. Victor said, now that you can control your soul to a good degree it is time for the next phase of your training, he said. What? She asked nervously. At first she didn't really believe Victor, but she had no other choice. But after training in the way he taught her, she realized how powerful his methods were. First things first, after finishing today, I will connect your neural pathways, you will be able to hear and see what's happening outside. Victor said, making her nervous. Don't worry, your pain receptors will not be connected now, and you will not be able to move. For the next duration, you will have to learn 4 things. You have to be able to return to this state while keeping your outside senses. The second thing is to watch how the demon controls your body. You might need to imitate it later. The third thing is that you have to listen to those people outside, make sure to pick up any useful information. Victor said, I understand, she said, when can I regain control of my body? She asked, when you learn how to fight. This is your lesson for today. Soul fighting methods. Let's begin. I can only train you for 1 hour today, Victor said, turning his body slowly into a dragon. Defend yourself, he said, attacking her. Ellipsis. Ron was sighing as he drove the car, glancing every now and then at Victor. who was sitting in the back seat, looking at the city out of the window, seemingly lost in thoughts. Ron was thankful that Victor was very considerate and was not making fun of him or giving him unreasonable demands. He was really nervous about this assignment when Mike made him be Victor's assistant for his stay here, but he is thankful now. At least the situation was not as awkward as he expected. Victor was not that bad. Due to the downtown traffic, it took them 30 minutes to reach their destination. The Red Cow Brothel. Ron had some profound memories of this place. It was where he had his first time. We have reached our destination. Young master, Ron said. Ah, oh, Victor said nervously as he looked around, opening the door without waiting for Ron to do it for him. He nervously stepped out, bumping his head in the process. Ouch, Victor said, holding his head as he stood up. Are you okay? Ron, who also stepped down, asked. I am fine, let's go. Victor said as he looked at the neon dancing lights around the grand building. Did they need all of this for a brothel? Me too, Ron asked. I plan to stay until the morning, Victor said loudly as if he was afraid someone would not hear him. You can take a room, and enjoy your night. I will pay for it, he added, making himself appear as domineering as possible. Ah, okay, Ron didn't really mind. Mike had been keeping him busy and he didn't have a chance to relax lately, and this place was expensive. He didn't mind making Victor pay his bill. So the two men quickly swaggered their way into the grand brothel. Two pretty girls at the door quickly bowed and welcomed them, giggling charmingly as they opened the door for the guests. Alex was looking around nervously as he entered the main lobby and headed toward the receptionist. That's when he heard a voice calling him. Victor, is that you? Someone said, making the nervous fake Victor and Ron look back. It was a handsome blonde young man who was walking toward them with two other guys. I knew it was you. You are the only one I know with this stupid hair color. Hans, who is this guy? Another young man, who was walking with Hans, asked. It is the one and only Victor White. He was in my class at high school. Hans said with a mocking voice. He is the one I told you about. The coward who can't touch girls. The other guy asked. That's the one, Hans said, looking at Victor mockingly. Did you grow some balls, at last, to come to this place? He asked, making the fake Victor frown, not knowing how to answer. After looking at Hans's wicked eyes, she realized that this guy was definitely a bully. He must have been aiming at Victor. Today was her chance to save Victor's image. This young master had always had balls. She lied. Stop spouting nonsense or I would kick your ass, you piece of shit. She said, threateningly, activating a part of his warrior aura, making Hans step back and then fall on his butt like a coward, ruining the image that he carefully crafted for his new friends. You, how dare you talk to me like that? Hans, as a bully, didn't like to be challenged, especially by small bunnies like this Victor, whom he used to pick on all the time. He hurried to stand up, but his legs were still shaking. I would even dare to talk to your father like this. I wonder what dog gave birth to an imbecile like you. Alex scolded again, making Hans get really angry and prepare for a fight just as a fat man ran to their side. He was a manager at this brothel, he was responsible for any trouble here. Are there any problems? The manager said carefully, making Hans pause and look at one of his new friends. It's just that this arrogant guy is very annoying, he is blocking our way. I want him kicked out of the brothel, one young man said, helping Hans a little. He didn't like Victor's attitude at all. This was his turf. How dare someone other than him act arrogantly here? I see, the manager said. This young man was the son of one of their minor shareholders, so he had to give him some face. He turned and looked at Victor. Young master, I have too. He paused as he noticed Ron, who was standing subserviently behind. Young master Ron, is this your friend? He asked nervously. How dare you? This is young master Victor, Master Mike's little brother. Ron quickly explained. It's that bastard who blocked our way. He clarified, pointing at Hans as Victor glared coldly at everyone. The manager panicked. This was close, very close. Master Mike owned 98% of this place after all. If the boss knew that he was about to kick Master Mike's little brother out, his end would be miserable, very miserable. He has seen people losing their little brothers over lighter offenses. Oh, young Master Victor, welcome. He bowed down slightly, hiding the shake in his legs. Then, taking a deep breath, he turned to glare at Hans and his friends. What are you bastards doing here? This place is not for scumbags. How old are you anyway? We don't welcome minors here. He yelled. Guards, he called, making a group of burly guards quickly approach and grab the three shocked guys. It's them who are making trouble, not us. Hans yelled, making his new friends realize that he was an idiot. Thankfully they learned the truth pretty quickly. Kick them out, the manager said, making the guards quickly drag the humiliated guys. Stop, the fake Victor said, before getting their butts kicked, I want them to see how big my balls are. She said, making everyone in the lobby pause and look at her. Come again, young master. The manager didn't hear it well. Ah, it's not like that. They said that I have no balls, I just want them to see how many girls I will order tonight. Victor explained herself, making everyone sigh in relief. So that's what he meant. In fact, Alex wanted to make Victor appear as manly as possible, but she was failing miserably. Oh, of course young master, this brothel is one of the best, we will definitely have your request, no matter what it is. The manager, seeing that all the people in the lobby were looking at them, quickly said, what is the young master's request? He asked, making Alex pause and think deeply, remembering how Victor phrased it at the brothel before. Give me your biggest room, and, I want 10 girls, the sluttiest and most experienced 10 you have. No, make them 15. She said loudly, trying to sound as domineering as Victor when he said it at that time. She was doing perfectly fine in that regard. Everyone in the lobby paused. Especially Ron, who was not sure he heard that right. Can you phrase that again, young master? The manager had to ask. Yes, 15 well-experienced girls. This young master wants to enjoy his time, not teach some noobs, I need them to know what they are doing. She said again, not realizing what she was asking for. If you don't have my request I will go to another place. She acted domineering. Of course we have it. How about you, young Master Ron, would you be joining us? The manager asked nervously. No thanks, I will take my usual room. Ron quickly clarified, he didn't want to be grouped with this pervert. I understand. The manager nodded, then gestured to an assistant to take care of Rob as he invited Victor to follow him. On the other hand, Hans and his friends, who were dragged out of the brothel and thrown in the back street, were in shock that Victor had some really heavy tastes. Ellipsis. Alex was invited into a big gilded room that had a grand heart-shaped rotating bed in its center, with a full array of controls for everything that a perverted customer might need. Please wait a few minutes, young master, your request might take some time to prepare, would you be needing any tools or props? The manager asked after showing Victor in. Props? No thanks. Victor said she had just remembered that she had her own props. She took them from Margaret and threw them in her ring, not knowing what to do with them. She didn't expect them to come in handy this fast. I see, young master, I have to remind you. Some of the merchandise you requested are delicate, so you might need to be extra careful. The manager said as he reached the door. I understand, the nervous Victor said. She didn't understand though. All she knew is that she will not be using the spear shaft this time around. Your request will be here shortly. Feel free to take a shower or relax on the bed. The manager said, closing the door. Alex sighed and threw herself on the extra soft bed. She felt nice that Victor needed her, but he must stop making her do those perverted missions, should she tell him the truth. No, maybe a little. Definitely no, she promised her father after all. It was 15 minutes later when the door knocked, making Alex, who seemed to have fallen asleep at some level, sit up and look at the 15 girls who entered the room one by one and then closed the door firmly behind them. Young master, sorry for making you wait, one of them said with a unique smile. It was at that very moment that the sleepy Alex realized that she made a mistake, a big mistake, a huge mistake. After today, Victor's reputation was definitely ruined. Those were 15 girls. 15 very experienced girls, in other words, old women. Alex looked with despair at the woman who looked back at her with blushing faces. The youngest between them was older than her grandmother. She quickly recalled when she made her mistake. Victor ordered, the prettiest and most experienced, not, the most experienced, alone. Those two phrases meant two entirely different things in a place like this. She has messed up. Victor's reputation was beyond salvageable, she knew that quite well. Can she take her request back? Probably not. Victor asked her to be decisive. And she had no face to do that after all the uproar she caused outside. The damage was already done anyway. Victor would definitely punish her. She must make sure not to let him know. Young master, is everything okay? Another girl asked, drooling at Victor's handsome face and his young body. Quote. Alex grimaced, deciding to go on with her mission. Let's drink some wine first, she said. Hopefully, Margaret's toys will not be too rough for them. Chapter 240. Meeting Nova 1. It was about 7 p.m. when Victor said goodbye to Margaret and sneaked out of Mike's mansion heading to the Von Astrom villa in the city's suburbs. Nova's parents, despite belonging to the direct line, were not important members of the Von Astrom family. Her father, Sirius, lost the fight for the patriarch seat when he was young. That's why they were sent far away from their ancestral home to New Lure City, to run some family business. The current patriarch hates his guts. This data was provided by Kai, and it had one big problem. There was no more data. Only rudimentary things that anyone can fake. It was as if someone was erasing this family's history on purpose. Victor didn't like that, but his plan was essential for marrying Lily. And Victor had to make the Von Astrom family play his game, one way or another. That's why he prepared 2 contingency plans just in case something went wrong. This was related to his wedding after all. In his long life, he learned a very valuable lesson. Weddings were disaster magnets. They bring both gifts and disasters. Victor's ultimate goal was to execute the bride replacement plan flawlessly. As for Nova, Victor planned to return her to Tom. He has seen her photo, she was very pretty. But Victor was not missing pretty girls, and as a Scion's main lover, she was a hot potato that was not worth keeping. Victor reached the villa door, at 7:20, right on schedule. He took a deep breath, adjusted his white knockoff suit, then knocked on the door, which was opened a moment later by a blue-haired middle-aged man. According to the photos Kai provided, this man was Sirius Von Astrom, Nova's father. "Young Master Victor, we have been waiting for you," he greeted politely, recognizing Victor from the info provided by his family. "Sorry that I am late, Uncle, I had some errands to run," Victor said, scratching his head embarrassingly. He had to act as a wimp for his plan to work. "Come on in," Sirius said, nodding and inviting Victor to a cozy living room where a woman and a young man were sitting in formal clothing. "This is my wife, Luliana. And this is my son, Atlas," Sirius introduced. "Nice to meet you all," Victor bowed down in an aristocratic greeting. "Good, come sit down," Luliana said arrogantly as she checked Victor from head to toe. Victor frowned a little, then nodded and sat down. "I came here to propose to Miss Nova according to the family's agreement," he said meekly after some hesitation, acting like a shy young man. "We understand that," Luliana said, smiling like a tiger who found a tender calf. "What a promising young man," she said, making him blush a little. "As far as I know, young Victor is now living in Vane City, right?" she asked. "Yes, I am running some business for the family there," he said with a proud voice. He had to act like this. "I see," she said, "and from what I heard you have a mansion filled with girls." She got to the point. Yes, they are my employees," he stuttered. "You don't have to explain," she said, raising one hand. "Listen up, Nova is my precious pearl, I can't let her live with women of lower," she said. "Luliana," Sirius interrupted her angrily, but she shot him a stare. "Sirius, I can go along with your family's plan, but Nova must not suffer," she scolded, making him quickly shut up and retreat to his corner of shame. Victor quickly realized that Luliana was the man of the house. "I don't understand what aunt means," he said, acting a little fidgety. Luliana was acting according to his expectations, but something was bothering him. His intuition was warning him about danger, like how a rabbit's senses warn him about the approaching tiger. He quickly activated his appraisal skill, inspecting every person in the room. Name: Atlas Von Astrom. Level: 10. Class: Pyromancer. Authority: 2. Strength: 32. Agility: 35. Intelligence: 40. Luck: 26. Charm: 22. Order: 13. Skills: Fireball, A. Fire Whip, B. Ignite, B. Fire Resistance, C. Fist Arts, D. Endurance, D. Dagger Arts, E. Sword Arts, E. Quick Steps, E. Charm, E. Playboy, E. Boot Licking, F. Evade, F. Equipment: Defense Talisman, D. Fate Status: Fate's Power, D. Summery Stable. No defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Atlas was a typical, annoying teenager. Nothing dangerous here. Next. Name: Sirius Von Astrom. Level: 59. Class: Pyromancer. Authority: 5. Strength: 157. Agility: 165. Intelligence: 172. Luck: 25. Charm: 30. Order. 36. Skills. Firestorm, S. Fire Whip, A. Fire Resistance, A. Fist Arts, A. Endurance, B. Ignite, B. Fireball, B. Cleaning, C. Dagger Arts, C. Boot Licking, D. Spear Arts, E. Sword Arts, E. Evade, E. Damage Resistance, E. Stun Resistance, E. Cooking, D. Quick Steps, D. Charm, F. Playboy, F. Equipment. Defense Talisman, A. Storage Ring, E. Fate Status. Fate's Power, D. Summery Stable. No defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. This guy was not bad at all. Considering his age, he could have secured himself a good position in his family. It was either that the infighting in the von Astrom family was very intense, or this man was just a wimp who feared his wife. Victor was more inclined to believe the latter after looking at him acting like a good puppy and sitting to the side. Both Sirius and his son were pyromancers, which was the most common class in the von Astrom family. As far as Victor knows, about 50% of them had fire-related classes. For example, George, his father's butler, who himself was an exiled member of the von Astrom family, had a Fire Lord class, which was a very rare and strong fire class. But those two were not dangerous for him. He can kill both of them in seconds. That left one possibility. Name: Luliana Bluerose. Level: 79. Class: Amazon Warrior. Authority: 7. Strength: 232. Agility: 220. Intelligence: 204. Luck: 26. Charm: 32. Order: 40. Skills: Beheading Punch INSTADEATH 1% SS. Silver Lance, S. Killer Kiss, S. Fist Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Endurance, A. Breaking Bite, B. Dagger Arts, B. Music, B. Charm, B. Evade, C. Singing, C. Quick Steps, C. Camouflage, C. Poetry, C. Sword Arts, D. Painting, D. Fire Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, D. Damage Resistance, D. Stun Resistance, D. Sewing, E. Cooking, F. Cleaning, F. Knitting, F. Equipment. Heavenly Sect Inner Disciple Token, SCANCELED. Storage Ring, A. Defense Talisman, B. Bloodline Awakened. Question mark 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 question mark. Asterisk. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. Summery DECLINING. No defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor paused. He didn't anticipate something like this. Another hidden expert. This woman was simply scary, too scary. She was very strong, had an awakened bloodline, and on top of that was an inner disciple of the heavenly sect like his elder sister. No, she was a former disciple. Why would someone as important as her spend her days with a wimp husband? Victor was mistaken. He had to apologize to Sirius. This man was not a wimp at all. He had every right to fear his scary wife. Victor realized that he must be careful. This family was more dangerous than expected. Should he reconsider his plan? No, his marriage with Lily must not be delayed any longer, no matter what. The Von Krona might decide to pull her out at any moment. What do you think? Luliana asked as she relaxed in her seat after presenting Victor with a list of demands. About what? Victor wanted to ask, but looking at her eyes he chose to not tell her that he was completely spacing out. He thought for a moment. I will have to ask my father, he said. A very open answer. You are a man. You must make that decision, she told him angrily, ignoring her husband's glares. It is only some change money for someone like you, and a separate mansion doesn't need to be too big. She said. Oh, I understand. I will do my best to fulfill your requests. He hesitated and said, he will need to fulfill nothing as pretty soon she will be the one begging him. Atlas, who was sitting to the side, was nodding like an idiot. As if all of this money will end up in his pocket. Although this household belonged to the von Astrom family, they only had an average income. And Sirius was very strict with the allowance he gave his children. Good, now to my last condition. The family had told me that you were planning a double wedding, is that right? She asked a few moments later. Like a snake trapping the mouse when he was most vulnerable. Yes, it was my father's idea, he lied. If you want to marry my daughter, that can't happen. Even if you marry another woman, my daughter must have her own wedding. And as I said before, she will have to be the main wife. Or I swear that I will ruin this thing. She threatened. This was her bottom line. Although she left her sect to marry Sirius, she still had the pride of an inner heavenly sect disciple, and she will not let her daughter suffer. But, he stuttered nervously, wiping his sweaty hand with his white expensive jacket. Stop stuttering, why don't you go and see the bride first? She said. Atlas, take young Victor to your sister. She should have prepared, she added. She was sure that this little chick would do whatever she asked for after seeing her charming daughter. Hopefully, that girl would stop acting stubborn and give up on her fantasies. I understand, Atlas said, standing up abruptly. Follow me, he said, sneering at his new rich brother-in-law. His mother was trying to probe Victor's strength since the moment he stepped into the room, and according to his observation, this kid was a total fool. He seemed to have come straight out of his family's greenhouse, without any life experience. Victor bowed to his supposed future mother and father-in-law, then quickly followed after Atlas, nearly stumbling on the carpet on his way. Ellipsis. Honey, you should act more respectfully. The family is after us. F***ck the family, they are targeting you on purpose. Victor could hear Sirius arguing with his wife as soon as he left the room. Follow me, Atlas said with a smirk, guiding Victor down a flight of stairs into the basement. My sister was a little naughty, so the family ordered us to lock her up. I hope you don't mind, he added, opening a wooden door and walking into a room that, except for the fact that it was in the basement, looked like any little girl's room, where a passing unicorn defecated all of his rainbows and then exploded like a glitter bomb. A very pretty girl was sitting there on her colorful bed, dressed in a long dress, looking away, not intending to welcome her new husband, or even look at him. Nova von Astrum. Victor had already seen her photo, but to tell the truth, the real thing was way prettier. For a second there he was tempted to just go on with the wedding, but no, he will never give up on his wedding with Lily. This might be his only chance to pull something like this. Victor took a deep breath, calming himself as he appraised Nova. Name: Nova von Astrum. Level: 0. Abnormal state: locked. S. Class: Fire Starter. Authority: 5. Strength: 5/18. Agility: 5/17. Intelligence: 5/20. Luck: 22. Charm: 34. Order: 10. Skills: Fire Sign: S. Fire Resistance: S. Logical Analysis: A. Fireball: B. Ignite: C. Charm: C. Endurance: C. Fist Arts: D. Dagger Arts: D. Sword Arts: D. Quicksteps: E. Equipment: SMR's Prison Bracelet: S. Power Locking, Tracking. Fate Status: Fate's Power: SS Dark Scion. Summary: STABLE. Set Fate: Birth Fate, burn the world and feast on top of its ashes. Destiny list: less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor was flabbergasted. Why was everything going against his expectations? Was it Alex's fault? It was definitely her. That girl was a jinx. Another Dark Scion. Of all the available fates, she had to be another F***C King Dark Scion. And on top of that, one with a very clear goal: destroy the world. You look stunned. Do you like her? She is pretty cute, but you better be careful, she can bite. Atlas, who was standing behind Victor, said after noticing that Victor froze in his place. The poor lass did not realize that the little sister he looked down on was a disaster in the making. She might even be the real reason behind this household's shitty luck. Chapter 241. Meeting Nova 2. Victor took a deep breath, calming himself. Everything has a solution. He was able to tame Alex before, so he would definitely be able to handle this one too. He just had to make sure she was miserable enough for a few days, and as soon as he finished with the wedding, he would be shipping her to Tom. Express mail. Same-day delivery. Can I have a moment alone with your sister? Victor asked Atlas, readjusting his plan. No, that won't work. He decided to try his primary plan first. If it didn't work, he can always resort to his backup. Nope, only an idiot would leave a fox alone with a chicken. Atlas was not stupid, so he flatly refused, earning himself a punch in the stomach that shattered his lousy defense talisman and pushed him toward an inescapable needle in the butt. Moments later he was in a deep sleep. Nova, who was acting tough, heard the sound of her hateful brother hitting the ground, so she nervously turned to look, noticing the collapsed Atlas and Victor who were slowly approaching her. Don't worry, he is just asleep, he said. Don't come any closer, she wanted to say, but the moment she looked at his handsome face, the words were stuck in her throat. She was stunned. Can a man be this handsome? Do I look handsome? He asked as he sat next to her, making her flinch a little and move away, putting some distance between them. Nope, she looked away with a slight blush. I know that you don't want to marry me, he sighed, surprising her. And you are still here, what do you want? She asked as she kept pressing a hidden bell button next to her bed. I already disabled that, he lied, she was only pressing at the wood. The button was 3 inches to the left. Don't worry, I am here to talk, he said. I see, she didn't believe him. But being locked in here, she had no way to contact the outside world. The walls here were soundproofed like in every player's family basement. She knew that her best bet now was to just play along and hope that her parents might notice if something was wrong. 2 weeks ago, her mother told her that her engagement to young Master Wong of the Sword Sect was called off. She was jubilant and thought that the family would allow her to go free at last, but to her dismay, they didn't. They just sold her to another pervert. The chosen groom this time was none other than Victor von Weiss, the well-known pervert who attempted to rape his maid as a young man. Her father's enemies in the family were doing this on purpose to block any chance of him returning to power, and as she was his main heir with her high authority, they were targeting her. She knew that her family might really punish her father if this marriage was not carried on and that she had no choice in this matter. But despite that, she still refused to cooperate. She was hoping for her Prince Charming to come to save her. She had already sent him a letter. I just want to tell you that I don't want to marry you either, I was forced by my family. Victor explained in a melancholic voice. She nodded, but couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. No girl liked getting dumped so flatly. So what are you saying? She asked, hiding her annoyance. Isn't that what she wanted? How about we marry on paper only? This would satisfy both of our families, he said, I promise not to touch you. He lied. You are lying, do you think that I am a 5-year-old naive girl? She asked. To tell the truth, in Victor's eyes, she was no different from that, he was an old monster after all. I am telling the truth, he said, flashing a charming smile that made her look away again in distress. To her annoyance, she was now more at ease after realizing that he was not after her body. You have no incentive to do that. You are scamming me, she stated decisively, making Victor sigh. This girl was smarter than he had expected her to be. On top of that, her fate was seemingly protecting her from his charm. His first plan to lead her by the nose failed, he quickly switched to plan number 2. Led her by a rope. Well, he sounded nervous, truth to be told, I have a secret lover, and my family refuses to let me marry her. And I know you have a secret lover too, Victor quickly got to the point, making Nova gasp. How do you know that? Who told you? She glared at her fainted brother. He was the only one who knew that because he was with her back then, her scary mother who might have known would not tell anyone. I met that guy and heard him mentioning you, although he only met you that one time, he thinks about you all the time. Victor lied, making her brighten up. Really, are you telling the truth? She asked, looking him straight in the eye. Why did she look familiar? He had never met her before, it must have been a déjà vu. Yes, absolutely, how about we make a deal? He asked, opening a Soul perfume bottle behind his back. He didn't have much time and wanted to finish this quickly. What deal? She was interested. As I said before, we will marry on paper only. At the wedding, I will replace you with my beloved girl. Victor explained, no one will know a thing, and you will be with your loved one at that time. I will deliver you to him personally. He proposed, preparing to draft a blood contract for her to sign. That won't work. I need to be with him openly, standing by his side and helping him fight his enemies. She said with dreamy eyes, making Victor feel some nausea in his stomach imagining her with that peeping Tom. That can be fixed easily, I can divorce you in less than a year after we fake a fight. No one would stop you then. Not even our families. He explained nervously, why wasn't the perfume working? She was only a level 0, she was supposed to be less defensive and more gullible. Unless he was suggesting something that goes against her principles, she should accept his proposals after some persuasion. Absolutely not. I can't tarnish my name by marrying you, she said, making him a little angry. When did he become lesser than Tom? Why, am I that bad? He asked. She wanted to say, yes, but chose a more diplomatic answer. It's not that, it's just that I won't be able to be one of his official wives as a divorced woman. No matter how much he loves me, she explained, making Victor glare at her. What kind of logic is that? I am sure you will be his main wife, he loves you very much, Victor repeated. His family might not like that, she said quickly, shaking her pretty head. His family is a bunch of losers, you shouldn't care about them. Victor was losing his mind. How dare you say that about them? His father might kill you for saying such things. She said angrily, defending her loved one. The drug was affecting her. No, he won't. I don't know what he told you, but Tom's father is a salaryman. Victor shouted. What lies did Tom tell her about himself? Who cares about Tom? I meant young Master Caspian's father, Lord Silver. She said angrily. No, Victor paused. Quote. He wanted to say something else but could not find the right words. He just opened his mouth like a fish. It took his poor brain 53 seconds to replace the blown-up fuses and then reboot. Come again. You mean you don't like Tom? He asked carefully, hoping that he heard her wrong. His plan was crumbling in front of his eyes. Tom, do you mean that douchebag, Thomas Watson? She asked and watched Victor quickly nod like a chicken. Why would I like that piece of sh*t, damn him. That bastard raped me, she screamed, not aware of the sweet smell in the room. Didn't you stand in front of him to save him from your brother's attack? Victor asked. He was getting really mad now. This was going against his plans. Ah, who said that? I was not saving him because I love him. I didn't even sacrifice a thing. Fire attacks can't hurt me. I was acting and scamming that idiot with a useless escape talisman so that he can lure my useless brother away so that I can escape. She began shouting emotionally. I wanted him to die for what he did to me. Who would have expected that the talisman that was supposed to be garbage would work and send that pervert a few miles away instead of a few feet? Ah, I see, he said. Victor would have expected that. Tom was a scion after all. Even an abandoned pile of feces might turn out to be some dragon remains if he inspected it. Victor realized that he had made a mistake. A big mistake. It happened before. Nothing unsavable. He just needs to send her to the other guy. What was the name of her lover again? Caspian. HSSSSSSSSSS. Victor gasped as he stepped away from the bed, glaring at Nova. What? She asked angrily. The one you like. Does it happen to be young Master Caspian, the chosen of the heavenly sect? He had to make sure. Yes, she said proudly, not realizing that she was giving away one of her secrets. Did you happen to communicate with him? Victor asked nervously. I sent him letters, she said, making Victor's heart skip a beat. Did he ever reply? Victor asked, thinking wildly. His mind was about to blow up again. Not yet, she whispered, looking away again, making Victor sigh in relief again. If this was a one-sided love, things can still be managed. Many people like that dangerous guy after all. He could only glare down at Nova, who was sitting on the bed looking away in embarrassment. That's when he saw it, and what remained of his poor mind was blown away. HSSSSSSS. He gasped again, pushing Nova down and then ripping her dress collar. Let me go, she screamed and wanted to fight back, but due to the effect of the locking bracelet, she couldn't use any power at all. Victor completely ignored her fists that were trying hard to push him away as he glared at the flame-shaped birthmark above her collarbone. It was definitely the same. She stopped attacking as she watched his face turn white before he quickly lifted her skirt and looked down, inspecting her butt. What are you doing? She yelled, pulling her skirt back as she glared at him. She no longer found him charming at all. He was a hooligan, a sick bastard hooligan. Checking if you have a tail, he said, stepping back. She didn't have a tail, but it was definitely her. Her birthmark was famous after all. He should have known when he read that her fate spelled burn the world. He should have known when he felt that he had seen her face somewhere. It was hanging in the building he worked at for 60 years after all. The name he knew her by was not Nova von Astrum, but Blue Flame of the East. One of the 4 demonesses under the leadership of Demon Lord Caspian, who was nowadays being hailed as the noble chosen of the heavenly sect. That guy appeared to be human, but in truth, he was a demon in hiding. Biding his time, getting stronger and waiting for the reckoning. It happened after the reckoning. After the chaos subsided, Caspian convinced his father, the head of the heavenly sect, to lead a coup against the von Krona family, who had barely managed to secure the imperial throne at that time, uniting all humans. The battle lasted 20 years, engulfing most of the world in flames and misery. It only ended after the von Krona imperial family paid a great price, and with the help of a group of the most powerful scions in the world, led by none other than Victor's mortal enemy. They were able to kill the demon lord and his cronies, liberating the world and distributing the heads of the demons to be displayed around the world. They ended up as a decoration for the royal library after the public got bored with them. Nova's face back then didn't look like the current pretty one, it was all shivered up and had a lot of black marks due to the demonification process she underwent. But in some way, it held some resemblance. No wonder she was a dark scion. The world must hate her guts. She was destined to be one of its mortal enemies. And no wonder Tom didn't have her in his diaries as Nova, he was the one who cut her head after all. Destiny works in some weird ways after all. Why would I have a tail? She yelled at him, closing her ripped dress nervously as she watched his shocked expression change from fright to annoyance. He didn't answer. As far as he can tell, she was not acting as a demon, but he can't make sure without a demon detection artifact. She could be like Poe, a demon hiding in the public. A part of the Limbo Empire. His plan was a mess, a big mess. He didn't even know if his backup plan would work now. What if that bastard Caspian decided to break into the wedding? That would definitely ruin all his plans. Looking at his watch, Victor realized it was 7:57. He had no more time. He should make his choice now, either to kill her or to make use of her. Nova shivered as she watched him walk toward her again, his eyes had the word murder in them. I am really soft-hearted, do you know that? He asked, not expecting an answer as he knocked her out. This is going to be messy, he added, taking a talisman and putting it on the locking bracelet, taking control of it. Chapter 242. The News 1. Carrying the fainted Nova, Victor almost tripped over the soundly sleeping Atlas as he quickly climbed upstairs in a hurry while using his disguise skill. He had decided to carry on with his plan. Nova's trouble would have to wait until after his wedding. In the living room, the Von Astrom couple were still busy arguing, not aware that Victor was now beside them. Leave this to me, this would be better for Nova, Luliana was saying. I am worried that she might be mistreated, Sirius replied. Relax, she would be under your Uncle George's care. But, what if this guy took revenge on her because of your unreasonable demands? He won't. Didn't you see how I checked him? He is a wimp, just like you. Quote, oh now I am a wimp, he said, raising one eyebrow. He didn't seem offended. You could have become the patriarch of your rotten family, but gave it all up to marry me. She said, making him smile. It was your fault for being so lovely, making me fall in love with you. He said. Victor didn't care about the flirting couple at all. He was busy moving around them searching for the TV remote. It was already 8 p.m. and that damn thing was nowhere to be found. He finally found it after 2 minutes, Luliana was sitting on it. He quickly grabbed it and pulled it away. Ah, husband, we have guests, we will have time for that later tonight, she said, blushing. He didn't continue as the TV magically turned on. Warning, some of the following content might be disturbing for some portions of society, a reporter said. Now we will cut to some exclusive news from Vane City. The reporter introduced before they began playing Victor's interview from this morning. Victor sighed in relief as he had made it in time. After making sure that the couple was watching TV, he quickly stuck the remote back on the couch and swiftly escaped the villa carrying his trophy on his shoulder. Ellipsis. Luliana and Sirius watched the news report to the end when the reporter, Gloria, implored the public and the government to work on fixing the old unjust noble laws. Both of them looked at each other at the same time. They felt that something was very wrong. The way Victor was talking on TV was totally different from the feeble guy they met a moment ago. Let's go check on the kids, she said, jumping from the couch and dashing toward the basement. Sirius quickly followed. Downstairs their son was sleeping on the carpet with an exposed butt. I think we have a problem. She looked nervously around the room, then at her husband, who nodded and then activated a talisman. Found her? Luliana asked. Quote. No, the bracelet is not responding, he said as he began to sweat. I might need to inform the family, he pondered. No, last time they almost killed her if not for Atlas reaching her before them. Let's just wait for now. We need to make sure of some things first, Luliana said, taking her phone, then hesitating for a whole minute before sending a message. Hey, I need a favor. Ellipsis. Amelia was sitting in shock in front of the TV. She had just watched the news. This is beyond shamelessness. She didn't like it at all. This was humiliating. That bastard. Amelia yelled angrily, throwing the poor TV remote at the poor smart 50 inches TV, shattering both of them. She was very angry, suspecting that Victor was on purpose shaming her family in public. Now a swarm of annoying journalists would surround her house. Her husband's office would not be much better. Damn it. Thankfully Lynn was not at home. She was out, dungeon raiding with her friends. Ever since she met Victor in school, that girl was enchanted by him. It was to be expected though of a girl with her circumstances. Lin had the emotional intelligence of a 10-year-old girl after all. As a mother, she should be happy for her daughter who found love after getting cured. But she couldn't do that as a von Rosen. Victor was doomed to become a family puppet and die killing his own kin. At this moment, she was worried about how to teach her daughter about the parasite method. Her only option was to tell a little lie. She knew that this might hurt her relationship with Lin later, but this was for her own good. Ellipsis. Linda was sitting in Bill's embrace, enjoying a blissful moment as she watched the sea waves hit the yacht from the circular window. "Are you really pregnant?" he asked her, softly caressing her silky stomach. "Yes, you have to take care of us from now on," she cheekily stated. Thankfully she didn't leave this golden goose. His grandfather called a week ago telling him that he had fixed his position in the family and that he can return to his own mansion in the capital at any time. They decided to take the trip there on this yacht, enjoying their time. The only problem left was that the Von Weiss family might not accept her, but now that she had become pregnant, that can be easily fixed. She just had to make sure that the child had purple hair. One way or another. Suddenly her phone beeped a very stupid tone. It was a message from one of her trusted friends. "Cuckoo. Watch TV now. 14th channel. It is that pervert." Linda frowned but quickly switched on the satellite TV in the cabin. "This crazy report from Vane City has made the news all over the country in the last hour. Now we will broadcast it again due to our viewers' demand," a bald announcer said. Linda and Bill quickly sat up and watched as Victor's smug smile filled their 80 inches LED TV screen. Quote, "This young master will hold his wedding to two very pretty women at the same time. Lady Lynn Cross and Lady Nova von Astrom." Linda gasped as the reporter showed two images at the side of the screen. One of them was a girl she knew too well. The real Linda Cross. "The same surname as you, do you know her?" Bill, who watched her reaction, asked. "Ah, yes," she hesitated. "Why was that B*TCH fine? Wasn't she supposed to die?" "This is bad, super bad." "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing, that girl, she is my sister. The thing is, she is evil. She always hated me because she was jealous of my talent. She used to bully me as a kid. She must have taken the opportunity to jump into that pervert's embrace after I left, and I am afraid she might even fabricate some lie to make the family haunt me because I chose you," she said with tears filling her swollen eyes. "You don't have to fear her. I can call my grandfather and ask him to stop the wedding if you want." Bill said. "No, that would break my mother's heart," she said nervously. The only reason the Von Rosen family didn't tell the world about her was that they didn't want to antagonize the Von Weiss, who might get angry if they discovered that they were scammed in the beginning. If the families began to fight, some tongues might become loose. "I just don't want to meet her ever again." She can't let Bill know she was scamming him. "Don't worry, even if they invited me, I will never go to Mike's brother's wedding. Their branch of the family is just a joke. A group of weirdos," he said, remembering Alice. That slut dared to offer him a place in her harem in front of his friends, saying that he has some potential to be whipped into shape. "I need to go to the ladies' room," Linda suddenly said, not noticing the loathing look in his eyes. "Should I come with you?" he asked, raising one eyebrow. This girl was teaching him some interesting stuff. Much better than that Alice. "Ah, not this time," she said, making him a little disappointed. He frowned a little as she hurried to the toilet, where she began to text Cuckoo, instructing her to buy some things and send them to her. She didn't want to arouse suspicion by buying those things in the capital, and in Vane City, she knew a certain hidden expert who can get anything. She would not let that slut Lynn enjoy her wedding. And what better way to ruin a wedding than a curse? She still had a lock of Lynn's hair hidden away for such occasions. Ellipsis. After watching the shocking news, Lily sighed as all the assassin girls looked at her without saying anything because Malcolm and Yin were sitting with them. Despite that, she could really tell from the pity in their eyes what they meant. The girls did not know that Victor was intending to replace Nova with her. She had told no one. "I think this guy is a bastard," Malcolm said. "When I marry, I will only cherish one girl for the rest of my life," he said heroically, looking sideways at Lily. After staying with the girls for an entire day, he realized that although they were sadists, they were not bad at all. He was much more comfortable speaking around them, especially after seeing how Yin was talking a lot more. If this crazy girl can relax, he can do it too. "You have to grow up first," Nora told him with a smirk. "I think that guy is nice. I wouldn't mind if he married me with a few other girls. Look, he is both rich and super handsome," she said, winking at Lily. Yin, who looked at Victor's picture, nodded. "He is handsome. Too handsome," devilishly handsome. She shivered a little. I am already 14, he exclaimed. The girls ignored him. I don't even need to be his wife. I don't mind carrying his child, Ivy said, faking wiping her drool as she winked at Lily, who ignored her sister's teasing. I think that wedding will carry some surprises, Lily said, hiding her smile behind her veil. This announcement was not for the world, but for her. Ellipsis. After leaving the villa's neighborhood, Victor quickly bought a disposable phone and sent a message to Alpha, telling her to change the location of the dropout. If the heavenly sect was involved, he must be more cautious. The trip to the new location would take 2 hours, but he didn't care as his mind was busy thinking of a way to fix Nova's trouble. He was so disturbed by the things he found out that he totally forgot to check on Alex and even failed to notice the convoy of 15 ambulances that passed him heading downtown. His mind was occupied by Nova. She was a can of worms. A pretty can of worms that Victor didn't know how to handle. She was both a problem and a chance. First of all, he needed to make sure that she was not possessed by a demon, as that would mean she had to go, and he had no easy way of confirming that. He needed an artifact that was very troublesome to get. Maybe he should send Tom to get that artifact for him. Yes, that would be good. He would be able to get him away from the city at the same time. In his previous plan, Victor had a role for Tom to play at the wedding, but now he didn't want to risk it anymore. He could no longer give Nova to Tom, as this girl was destined to be that idiot's nemesis. She would definitely escape and go to Caspian, and that guy knew how to hold a grudge. Victor had read many books about him and knew of his despicable character quite well. Damn it, this is troublesome. If only he had another blood slave slot. He used the last one on that sick bastard Poe. He can always kill him and retrieve that spot though. Taking a deep breath, Victor reviewed his options. Use Nova, hide Nova, kill Nova. In the end, he decided to keep Nova for now and deal with her after the wedding. Maybe Poe would become dispensable at that time. Step 2. Victor quickly connected with Tom to send him away. WTF. That idiot was already raiding a dungeon. When did that guy find a dungeon? Wasn't he at the academy in the morning? Could it be? Victor checked on Lynn quickly. She was in the same dungeon fighting some iron skeletons. Damn it, this was the academy's dungeon raid. That slut Isabella must have found a dungeon and then hurried the students there without prior notice. *T, he must hurry back to Vane City as soon as he finishes with the trouble here in the morning. Chapter 243, The News 2. I just want to know what mistake I made in raising my children. Elena sighed after she finished watching the TV report. I think he is fine, Luna, who was sitting opposite her, said. Theodore had 3 wives after all, and she was number 4. She really liked Victor. He was really nice to her. Theodore had already told her that it was Victor's idea to make her move here with Elena so that they can get to know each other. You don't understand. Victor is my 3rd child. I should have had enough experience in education. I made sure to educate him to be a sensible and respectable man. He was supposed to refrain from such brazen behavior in public. She began to complain. Other than announcing to the world that he will marry 2 girls this brazenly, didn't you see how he molested that poor reporter? I just want him to be a little more sensible, not like his 2 older siblings who have already crossed the line of no return. Elena wanted to cry. Really? Luna asked. This sounded like an interesting story. I don't want to talk about it, Elena said. Talk about what? A voice made the 2 women smile as they looked at the door. It was none other than their husband, Theodore. Husband. Elena jumped into his embrace. You didn't tell me you were coming to Golden Waterfall Town. She has been staying here with Luna since last week, and the 2 have become good friends. I just had some time, he said, hugging Elena and Luna, who slowly stood up to greet her dear husband. Did you watch the announcement? Elena asked him. Yes, Victor asked me to make sure to push for it to be broadcasted globally. He said with an admiring smile. This son of his was very much to his liking. Isn't this too much? She asked. No, Victor is only acting. This is a show of power. It might even help Mike in his bid to be the next patriarch. Theodore said. What about Lara? She is staying with Victor. What if his actions influenced her to be like her elder sister? Elena said with a worried tone. She stopped mentioning Alice's name 3 years ago when Alice came home with a group of leashed semi-naked macho men crawling on all 4s. It nearly gave her a heart attack. Don't worry, Theodore pondered. I have been keeping a close eye on her. If she showed any signs of weird interests I would pull her away immediately, he said. Ellipsis. After a couple of detours, Victor reached his meeting point with Alpha at about 11 p.m. The black van was waiting for him. It was on a side dirt road surrounded by trees. Did you like the feeling of kidnapping girls so much that you made it a habit? Alpha rudely asked as Camellia, who was driving the car, bowed slightly to Victor. In a way, he sighed. He really didn't want to kidnap Nova, she was supposed to come with him willingly to meet her tom-tom. Who is this one? She asked as she watched him throw Nova in the van, then cover her. My supposed fiancé, Victor said, don't worry about it. I won't. Did you really have to change the meeting location at the last minute and then make me wait for you here in the wilderness? She asked again in annoyance. She was supposed to meet him in Nuller City, but he sent her new coordinates at the last moment. She was a busy girl. When dealing with people of the heavenly sect, we can't be too careful, Victor said. What? This girl is from the heavenly sect? She gasped nervously. Those were also her family's enemies. No, but her mother and loved one are, Victor said as he took out a talisman and began to add a set of strange symbols on it using his blood. What are you doing? Alpha asked. Enhancing this, Victor said, pasting the talisman on Nova's head where it burned, turning into an ashen symbol on her forehead. This should work for about a month. Even if they used a bloodline tracker, they won't be able to find her. Your base should have a secure cell or a hidden vault like the one in Golden Waterfall Town, right? He asked as he proceeded to take a sample of Nova's blood. Yes, there is a shielded prison. Her base used to belong to her family after all. Lock her in there. Don't treat her too badly though, and don't reveal any info, Victor said. She might have something to do with demons. Oh, Alpha inspected the fainted Nova. Is that all? She asked. Yes, you can go now, he said and turned to leave. I have some news for you, she said, making him halt. What? I was contacted by your grandfather. They want to cooperate with my organization. Didn't you already tell me that? Do it, ask for access to their database in exchange for info about players. I already did that. I was just informing you. She spat. We found that crazy reporter Jane too, and her boyfriend too. Keep them locked for now, and try to recruit her as an affiliate agent in exchange for protection. We might use them later, act as if we are her allies. I understand. That would be all. Where are you going now? Alpha asked. Downtown. Alex should have finished. With. Victor paused as he closed his eyes, focusing on Alex. She was in the police station, waiting like a good girl in an empty interrogation room. Victor almost stumbled and fell. What did that idiot do now? Anything wrong? Alpha didn't like the look on his face. I am not sure yet. But probably yes, he said, as he began to run heading back to Nuller City. Ellipsis. Alex was waiting in the interrogation room for 3 hours when some very rude young master smacked her head. Ah, young master, she said, noticing him. What happened? Why are you here? Victor asked as he began to take off his dirt-filled clothes and replace them with a purple suit, not caring about Alex, who was peeking at his well-built body with a slight blush. Ah, it all happened a few hours ago. Make it quick, he interrupted her. Ah, well, in the brothel, I met some nice ladies, she said. And, Victor wondered, what nice ladies go to brothels? Hookers. We chatted a little. Then, I don't have all day. Victor scolded again. They told me their story. Long story short, they were very pitiful, being forced to sell their bodies for money in order to pay off a loan shark and feed their children, she quickly said. Ah, okay, every business has its dark side. He didn't notice that Alex was withholding some vital information here. So, I had to help them. They were really pitiful, she repeated, watching as Victor said nothing. I went with them to that evil loan shark and offered to buy their loans, but he refused to let them go. Then he insulted me. Then things got out of hand. He asked. Yes, they tried to use guns. .15 gangsters are now missing their hands. Someone called the police, and I ended up here, she said. You should have shown them my family badge to avoid an arrest, Victor said. Ah, I was not arrested. They just needed my statement. This was self-defense after all. I wanted to finish this case so that those women can move on with their lives, she said, earning herself another smack to the back of the head. You idiot. They are going to charge then arrest you. Victor said, I am 99% sure that they are cooking up a solid case against you at this very moment. He added. Ah, Alex didn't know what to say. She had no experience dealing with the corrupt police system in this world. She was only arrested once before after all, and it was for a crime she committed. From now on I will be acting as myself. You will be invisible to others, Victor said as flicked his fingers, making the astonished Alex return to her original form. Let's go, he said, heading to the door. Follow me silently, and make sure to touch nothing. Young master, the women. I will fix their troubles. Victor sighed. Although Alex was a dark scion, she was still a scion after all, and couldn't help herself getting involved in all kinds of trouble. He was not really angry about her getting arrested, this was an even better alibi than going to the brothel. From now on, the one who went to the Von Astrom house and kidnapped Nova was a fake Victor. They can investigate to their heart's content. Ellipsis. When Victor stepped out of the locked interrogation room, he was faced with the shocked faces of two police officers who were coming to arrest him, as he predicted. I will give you my statement later, he said, this young master is busy. Shut up, you piece of sh*t. You are under arrest. Ah, he didn't continue, but fell to the ground and began to scream like a bitch. His friend quickly took out his gun but didn't have a chance to aim it as he was also grabbing his balls moments later. The Nutcracker attacked again. His aim was flawless, and the damage he caused was eternal. May all the world praise and yell. His name, the Nutcracker. Victor was composing some stupid poetry as he sat down patiently, watching as the police station come on high alert with cops entering the hallway and aiming their guns at him while screaming some very incomprehensible words with letters made out of spit. He ignored them, and waited. If any of them even dared to think of shooting, he would introduce him to the Nutcracker. Drop your guns, an authoritative voice ordered, making the cops slowly drop their weapons. The police chief ignored his cautious men and ran to Victor's side, kowtowing and rubbing his face into the floor as soon as he reached his side. That's what the men saw, but the truth was that the chief had tripped on Alex's foot, causing him to slip and fall. You recognize me? Victor asked, glaring angrily at the chief who slowly stood up wiping his bloodied nose with his sleeve. Young Master Victor, you are a celebrity today, the chief said. He was in trouble, deep trouble. His dirty men were bullying the wrong guy. He had just got the news from one of his men. The guy whom they were planning to frame was not only a celebrity that was on national TV tonight, he was Master Mike's little brother. Hearing that, the chief ran here as fast as he could, but it seemed like he was a little late. It is all because of his belly, he should go on a diet. Then do you know why I am getting arrested? Victor asked him slowly, each letter felt like a dagger going into the poor chief's heart. I don't know, he lied as he looked at the two wailing men. Why are you arresting Master Victor? He asked rightly. Chief, why, you told. The man didn't continue, as the chief kicked his mouth knocking a few teeth out. Lies. He couldn't let them say that he was paid by that loan shark to take revenge on Victor and the elderly women. Those two cops were not clean at all though. They were the dirtiest and the most corrupt two in this station. Men, arrest those two guys. They were cooperating with criminals. He told his other men, then turned to Victor and smiled nervously like a wimpy guy pleasing his angry girlfriend. Master Victor, I will handle this perfectly, don't worry, he said as his men began dragging the two poor guys away. No, they wanted to speak, but the kicks of their colleagues silenced them. Wait, Victor said, I want those two to be castrated. He demanded unreasonably. This was one of the family rules. No offense should go unpunished. This is related to the family's overbearing image after all. And those two had just called him a piece of sh*t. If he was a piece of sh*t, then what was his father? What about his grandmother? Was his ancestor an ass? They dared to insult the family, and they should be punished. Young master, this is. You do it or I will ask my brother to do it. And it will not be only them, Victor said. Men, take those two offenders to cell 4. He said. But chief, the man there is. I know, do you want to join them? Quote. Let's go. What filthy criminals. How dare they use the badge to commit crimes? Disgusting. Can I take the desk by the window now? Is that all you care about? No, not that maniac. The two men were dragged to their sorry destiny as the police chief looked at Victor. Good, now, the one who paid those two, make sure that his destiny is no better than theirs. Victor said. Of course, young master, the chief said. He will lose a lot of income from this, but it's better than losing his balls. And the girls? Victor asked. Girls? Oh, they are already out waiting for you, men drop any charges on them. The chief ordered. Victor nodded feeling a little strange. When he hurried here he didn't notice any girls outside, just some noisy grannies and middle-aged women. The girls must have come after he went in. Then we are finished here, I hope nothing like this ever happens again. Victor said as walked out, making the chief sigh in relief. The disaster had left at last. Who was that guy, Chief? One cop asked. Master Mike's brother, the chief said, turning to leave. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS was close. Too close. They almost lost their heads, and maybe more. Ellipsis. Victor, who walked out of the police station, didn't have a chance to look around as he was quickly surrounded by a group of very happy elderly women. Thank you, young master. You are our hero. They quickly hugged him and filled his handsome face with kisses. Victor, as a gentleman, said nothing. First, he wondered why they were thanking him. Could it be that those were the ones Alex helped, he wondered. But that would also mean Victor didn't have to reach that conclusion, as a very considerate and charming granny helped spell it out for him. Shall we return to the brothel, young master? She asked while blushing. We can't let you leave without paying you back. You were the one who asked for us after all, she added, making Victor freeze. Wait. No, please no. Damn it. He slowly turned and glared at a certain guilty girl who was quietly sneaking away. Alex, you piece of sh*t. Victor should have known better. Alex was a jinx who was going to get her ass spanked into oblivion tonight. Chapter 244, Some different news. In a house at the center of the capital, a man was kneeling in front of an old mirror. Fourth master, please avenge my son, Tobias said. Your son, didn't Colmere promise to take care of this through your family's channels? He was ordered by my grandfather to step down. Oh, wait, isn't Harvey your father? Clint also called him grandfather. No, he is my grandfather. Uncle Colmere is his son, but he doesn't like to feel too old, so the younger generation only calls him grandfather, Tobias explained while wondering why the fourth master was asking about this. Oh, I see. That kept me wondering all night yesterday. The fourth master nodded. Tobias could only see a shadow through the mirror, but for a second there he could swear that the fourth master was a woman. Fourth master, about Clint, didn't you already find out who killed him? That Dave. Master, I believe that it was definitely Theodore von Weiss's son, Victor. He was at the mansion at that time and he is now taking care of that B*tch Monica. Oh, the one with the wedding. Yes, then you will have to wait. We need this wedding to happen, and we are not yet sure what happened at Dave's mansion. But Master Ahmm will be there anyway. He will check on everything. Don't worry, we will get you your revenge. But not yet. With that, the connection was severed. And the mirror returned to normal. The fourth master relaxed in her seat, looking at a hexagonal chessboard that had pieces of different colors. This Victor's position is very strong, he can both attack and defend. Is he doing that on purpose or is this just a coincidence? Anyway, let's see if he can live after this, she pondered. She quickly opened her phone and searched for his name out of curiosity. WTF. Ellipsis. It was 3 a.m. when Victor returned to Mike's mansion, followed by Alex who was nervously anticipating her punishment. You were late, young master, Margaret, who was trying really hard to keep a straight face, said. You don't have to tell me, he said, angrily glaring at Alex. Did you get the girl? She asked. Yes, but there were some complications, so I had to readjust my plan. Victor sighed. Did that include painting your cheeks with lipstick? She asked. Victor quickly used his sleeve to wipe his face. He was sure that he wiped all the lip marks earlier. He froze and put down his hand as he glared angrily at Margaret who was giggling. I just had to make sure it was you, she said, sticking her tongue out. It's all over the internet, isn't it? He asked with a smile that was not really a smile. Alex shivered a little. He had been shooting her that same smile on their way back. Margaret was definitely a goner. Check it for yourself. I sent them to your phone, Margaret said, giving him his phone back. He had left it in her possession so that he couldn't be tracked. He couldn't give it to the jinx Alex after all. He quickly grabbed it, ignoring the missed phone calls from Hilda, and opened Margaret's series of very ominous messages. The first one was of a young master in a brothel, making a specific request. It was shot from a strange angle, so it was definitely some pervert with a hidden camera. The second video was shot in the street. It was of the same young master leaving the brothel with a group of elderly women in some very revealing dresses. The third one was in the business district. The young master was using an iron pipe to fight swarms of armed men as he protected the old ladies. It was better than any action movie. He looked heroic. The fourth one was when the police arrived and escorted everyone as a crowd of nosy people cheered for the brave young master. The last video was taken by some nosy girl in front of the police station. It was of a group of grannies surrounding a very handsome young master. The words, "Let's go back to the brothel," could be heard perfectly. I can't wait for someone to montage those into one documentary and publish it, Margaret said, unaware that Victor was in a really bad mood ever since he encountered Nova. Is that all? He asked. Yes, there are some random comments here and there, but nothing major. She said. Good, just when I thought I couldn't get my reputation any lower, I just hope that my mother doesn't get a heart attack this time. He sighed, glaring at Margaret. You should be worried about Lily instead. I am sure she will be going after old women for the next couple of days, she said as she began to chuckle again. Alex wanted to laugh too but didn't dare to. You think this is very funny, don't you? Victor asked. Yes, why? She asked then stopped. She didn't like the way he was looking at her. Her instincts were telling her to run. Run, Margaret, run. Did you think that you could get away with laughing at me without a punishment? Ah, your hands on the wall, he ordered the flabbergasted Margaret, then looked at the smug Alex. You do it, Alex, he said. Do what? Alex asked. Does he want to punish them both together? Wasn't it supposed to be her who was getting spanked? She was looking forward. No, what was she thinking? You deliver the punishment. Spank Margaret's naughty butt. This young master is too tired to do this today. I just want to watch a good show. Victor said. He was really too tired, both physically and emotionally. He just sat down and gestured to the two girls, making them look at him and then at each other. This was not according to the script. Come on, this young master doesn't have all day. Oh, and use this, he said as he took out a very unique black bamboo stick that he got from that elder of the Flying Myth sect. The tutor's punishment rod, D. Physical damage 0.001%. Pain 200%. This was a real treasure. He was planning to give it to Alice, but as of today, he had other uses for it. He got another dark scion after all. Ellipsis. Elena woke up with a frown and quickly turned off her ringing phone while looking nervously at her husband who was sleeping next to her. Hopefully it didn't wake him up. He was awake and ready for round 2. Damn him, how does he have all of this energy? Did he take some medicine before coming here? Is it important? Theodore asked. It is my father, he sent me some videos. Let's see, she said, opening one of them and watching it. Isn't that her son? For the next 5 minutes she said nothing, her husband said nothing. Luna, who was supposed to be asleep on Theodore's other side, said nothing. They just watched. Wah, my sweet Victor is gone. Elena wailed as soon as the video finished. Don't worry, this must be a misunderstanding. Theodore hugged her as he lied. He always thought that Victor was a lolicon with all the little girls around him. He was wrong. His son was hiding his fetish as well. No wonder those girls were always looking at Victor with frustration. That kid had different hobbies. No wonder that Anne likes him. Ellipsis. The butler Oran knelt in front of his master Mike. I didn't think that he liked them this old, Mike said as he watched the videos. Master, I think he likes them in all shapes and colors. Oran said. Why do you say that? Mike asked. I just went to his room to check on him. There were some very unique sounds. That poor girl must be having a hard time handling his strength, he said after some hesitation. Oh, as expected of my brother. Mike smiled and nodded. A child should not be picky about his food. Ellipsis. Margaret grabbed her butt and glared hatefully at both Victor and Alex, who couldn't hide the stupid smile on her face. She got her revenge at last. She was hesitant at first, but when she heard Margaret's moans, she decided to do her best. And man, that felt good. Margaret had been bullying her a lot lately, and for the first time in a while, she managed to get back at her. Did that feel good? Victor asked Alex. Yes, she nodded. Good, it's your turn then, Victor said, throwing the rod to Margaret, who was waiting for this. Ah, wait, what? No, Alex was shocked as she quickly realized what was going on. Did you really think that you could ruin this young master's reputation without punishment? Victor said. No. Alex, who noticed the way Margaret was smiling at this moment, was regretting going hard on her. Damn it, she thought that Victor forgave her. Dear Margaret, use your full strength. Alex is a guy and has some thick butt skin, Victor said. No, I don't, Alex involuntarily said. Her butt was very tender. We will see about that, Margaret said after popping a healing pill that she didn't need in her mouth, then flexed her muscles. Time for revenge. That night, Alex lost her butt. Ellipsis. Zoe slowly stood up, wiping the blood from her mouth. She looked at her feet where heaps of damaged bones were scattered. She finally got rid of those nasty skeletons. Damn it, wasn't this dungeon supposed to be an easy one? An F-ranked dungeon for the noobs. That's what teacher Isabella told the class before entering. She even gave them monster-repelling spray that didn't work at all on the skeletons. For the last 3 hours, she had been getting chased around by those damn skeletons with their bone weapons. It was like some horror movie, and she was really going to die if she didn't find this narrow cavern where she can fight those one at a time. Damn it, she looked at her chipped sword. It was a freaking ranked artifact. This weapon was not suitable to fight those things. Not only were their bones rock hard, but they were also immortal. When a skeleton falls, it can use the bones of its dead fellows to repair itself. She was almost killed by one of them at first, as the ones she defeated reassembled themselves behind her when she moved on to fight the others. She sighed and wondered if she had to resort to using that rusty sword she got at the family vault. Maybe those guys had some good things. Looking around, making sure that no bone was whole, she began to check their weapons until she found one that she really liked. It was a club made of a huge silver-colored bone. Was this really a bone? She didn't notice it before, but the skeleton who was holding it was also silver-colored. It was not normal. She hesitated, then began to put those bones in her storage ring. They might be useful later. After that she stood and began to swing her new weapon around, crushing the hard bone fragments on the ground to powder. It took her 10 minutes to get proficient with it. This was one of the perks of her hero class. She can perfectly use any weapon after some training. Now, she should probably go to find and save her pitiful classmates. Her stomach growled. She should probably eat something first. She should try those mushroom energy bars Uncle Falcon gave her. He said that they were a new experimental family product. Chapter 245, Alice. Having gotten a few hours of good sleep after having the entire bed for himself, Victor woke up refreshed in the morning. After a quick shower, the first thing he did was call Hilda. He was not in the mood to talk to her last night. He already knew what she was calling about after all. Young master, where were you yesterday? Busy, he stated. School called yesterday. They were going to raid a dungeon. I already sent the twins, she said. Noted. Anything else? He asked. No, was that really you yesterday? She sounded worried. It was Alex. He hung up and glared at the poor Alex who could only sleep on her stomach last night, and was having difficulty sitting down at the moment. Even after taking a healing pill, she didn't feel better. The damage was not physical after all. Alex, I will be counting on you today. Victor said, you better not do anything stupid like yesterday. Ah, isn't my role over? Would it be a different brothel? Alex asked, earning herself a spank on her already swollen butt. Why would I send you to a brothel in the morning? Is that the only thing you can think about now? Victor scolded. Something happened yesterday, so I might need you to act as a kidnapper. Then while you two boys are having fun, I will use the morning to go meet some old friends. Margaret said, ignoring the embarrassed Alex. Be sure to finish quickly. We will be heading back to Vane City to join the dungeon raid in the afternoon. He said as he sent a message to Lily. He wanted her to attend this dungeon raid too. What dungeon raid? I still haven't finished my investigation here. Margaret asked, raising her head from her notebook on which she was plotting her revenge. She was still holding a grudge over yesterday. You can return here later. The academy had finally found an F-ranked dungeon to train the students, so naturally, we can't waste this chance, and we will have to sneak Alex with us, Victor said. Why? Both Margaret and Alex asked at the same time. This dungeon will definitely turn up to be at least C-ranked. If not more. It will definitely contain many treasures to hunt and strong monsters to farm, Victor said. I will need Alex by my side to feel safe, he said, making her heart skip a beat. She was not aware he was bringing her along because he didn't dare to leave her unsupervised in the mansion, especially at such a sensitive time. Lately, she was in her full-throttle dark cyan mode. Damn it, she was definitely enjoying her time. You sound sure? Margaret asked. Do you know anything about it? He was a time traveler after all. No, but think about it, this raid involves two Cyans at the very least. Tom and Zoe. Cyans usually attract trouble, this time it's double trouble. Oh, she nodded, he had a point there. Ellipsis. Going downstairs with the two girls, Victor was welcomed by a grand table full of food. Good morning, little brother. Mike, who was already seated with his wives and having his breakfast, said, come on, sit down and have a bite. Good morning, Victor greeted everyone as he sat down with Margaret at his side. Poor Alex, who was dressed as a maid, had to stand behind him and serve him. Do you plan on going to propose now or in the afternoon? Mike asked with a chuckle, giving Victor some approving looks. He suddenly noticed something. That maid. She was definitely a man. His brother was really amazing. He would not waste any food at all. Right after breakfast, Victor said, feeling his brother's strange gaze. Damn you, Alex. Oh good, be sure to leave a good impression, Mike warned. Brother, I need you to come with me. I am a little nervous, Victor said after some hesitation. Just in case Liliana lost her nerves and wanted to hit someone, Mike would be a good shield. He had to act really shameless today after all. Oh, I don't mind, Mike said with a smile. It is natural to be nervous. Victor was still a teenager after all. Mike really liked being the eldest brother. Ah, and by the way, do you have Alice's phone number? Victor asked suddenly. You can ask your butler for that, Mike said as one of his girls cut down his bacon for him. Do you want to ask her to come too? No, it's something else. I want her private phone, Victor said in a low voice. Oh, Mike didn't ask why. He just took a notebook from his pocket and wrote a number on it, then gave it to Victor. Make sure to ask her nicely if you need anything, he said. I would, Victor said, taking a look at the paper. Ellipsis. In a wooden gazebo in the middle of a training field covered with sand, a very pretty girl was relaxing on her reclaimed chair as two maids fed her some grapes. No, those two were macho men in maid clothes. She was busy watching naked men covered in oil wrestling with each other. This is where the men in her fighting arena train. She likes to watch. Her phone rang. This one was her private phone. Alice frowned, looking at the caller's ID that she didn't recognize, then answered, yes. Hi sis, it's me, Victor. Mike gave me your number. Little Victor, I haven't heard your voice in a long time, she said as she texted Mike using her other phone, making sure that this was really Victor. It was. Yeah, I miss you too sis. Mother misses you too, he said. Last time I saw her, she kicked me out of the house. Alice said with a smile as that incident was part of her plan. Yeah, she was a little shocked. Victor said, next time try going to meet her without your entourage. That would not be any fun, she said as she glanced at her two maids. I am not asking you to go there for fun, Victor sighed. His mother really missed Alice. So, why are you calling me on this secure line? I heard that you became a big shot after passing the ceremony, she asked. Yeah, that's the problem. You might not have heard, but the family found me a few fiancés, he explained. Typical, she spat coldly. They come with a load of trouble. Naturally. And, one of them seems to have a crush on someone else. Oh, also typical, she said. Nothing about her shameless family surprised her anymore. Even if her father one day told her that he was not the patriarch's son but one of her grandmother's lover's bastards, she would totally believe him. That someone whom she likes, is someone you might know. Victor hesitated. Don't tell me, Alice shouted as she sat up. Yes, it is. Your formal fiancé, young Master Caspian. Victor said. Caspian was Alice's fiancé. No, former fiancé. Quote. Alice pondered for a few minutes, in which Victor said nothing. Does Caspian know about the girl's feelings? She finally asked. I don't know yet. He might have only met the girl once or twice, Victor said. Then he knows. Is that girl pretty? Alice asked. Yes, as pretty as you are. Then you are as good as dead. Don't propose. Caspian is a guy that you should never make your enemy, she said, not aware that her brother knew much more than she did. That's not an option. Both of the families want this marriage, Victor said. It doesn't matter. Caspian is like a mad dog. Once something enters his mouth he will not let it go. She said, you will have to try very hard to cancel that wedding, or Caspian will definitely come crashing in. He will even choose the moment when she is about to say her vows. Alice said. Ah, are you sure? Wouldn't he try to stop the wedding a little earlier? Victor asked. Nope, that guy would definitely break into the wedding, and if the girl really likes him she would jump into his embrace. She spat angrily, frightening the two maids, as she took out her whip and began to wave it around in anger. Caspian held a grudge against her and the Von Weiss family ever since the proposal party he prepared for her 3 years ago. She arrived on the shoulder of two macho men. Oh, Victor's plans changed again. He knew that Caspian held a grudge against Alice and his family for humiliating him. You should try asking the family. If they heard Caspian's name they might cancel the wedding, she hesitated. They won't. Father is getting targeted. Oh, I have some other plans, so don't worry, he said. He can't stop the wedding. Victor, Don't try to provoke Caspian, that guy is really dangerous. Alice warned. You did it before and succeeded, I can do it too. He said, making her pause. Did her brother realize her plan? If he did, then he was smarter than she expected. She must go check on him personally. Just to make sure. The truth was that Alice was not a pervert at all. She might have some unique hobbies, but she was just a nice girl. She was also still a virgin. All of those macho men were in fact impotent. She found them broken and damaged, fixed them up, and offered them a chance for revenge in exchange for their life, and they accepted. She was giving them a unique drug that she found in a dungeon and kept a secret. This drug massively enhances someone's strength and stamina in exchange for their manhood. That's why she built her arena, both to train those men and get rid of the spies who might try to enter her service. The truth was something that no one knew. Victor only discovered it ages later when he inspected the Heavenly Sect's archives. It was all part of her plan to get rid of Caspian, whom she loathed ever since she was a child and had to play with him at the sect. She couldn't stand his smell. It was rotten. The more she interacted with him, the more she also realized that even his personality was rotten. He always acted like a gentleman, a noble prince. But when she investigated him behind the scenes actions, she found horrifying things. That man was a monster, a sick monster. Despite knowing many things, she didn't reveal a thing, as Caspian was the son of the Heavenly Sect Patriarch. She knew perfectly that no one would believe her, and even if they did. So what? It all didn't mean a thing to her until the day her family told her that Caspian was interested in her and that she should marry him. She had no other choice. Caspian was destined to be the next patriarch of the Heavenly Sect, and the family was not going to let go of such a big fish. Alice, having no other choice, decided to do the only possible thing to get rid of her troubles. Make Caspian back off by himself. That's why she began her plan to appear as a pervert. A big pervert whom Caspian would never risk his well-crafted image to marry. Her plan surprisingly worked. She could still remember how nervous she was when she rode those macho men around the streets. Acting as if this was all normal, how desperate she was when she revealed many rumors damaging her own reputation. She still remembers Caspian's angry eyes when she sat on the two men who formed a chair with their latex-covered bodies. She told him directly that she didn't mind marrying him, but he must let her enjoy her hobbies, and that he should also fight for her in the arena. She also asked him if he was willing to try on some new clothes. Caspian could say nothing but turn around and leave in anger. He would never marry someone like her who would damage his reputation. He had bigger plans for his life. Ever since that day, Alice's position in the sect was no longer stable. She was getting marginalized and outcasted bit by bit. If it were not for her master, who was one of the sect's grand elders, Caspian would have definitely killed her long ago. Still, she didn't dare to drop her act. If Caspian knew that she was fooling him and was not really a pervert, he would definitely attack her and her family without caring about the consequences. After the reckoning, Caspian used the chance when the Von Weiss family fell to rape then kill Alice in anger when he discovered that she was still a virgin. He hated being made a fool. This was all recorded by an elder of the sects in his memoirs that was uncovered after the war. In fact, Alice had no idea that Victor, ever since his return in time, was using her exact method. He learned from the best after all. He was acting as a pervert to fool his enemies. He didn't have to work for a notorious reputation since he already had one thanks to Linda and her mother. I have the protection of my master. Caspian might really kill you, Alice told him with a worried after pondering for a few minutes. I have my ways. I want you to attend my wedding. He said. To use me as a shield? She asked. She was planning to go anyway. No, as a distraction. I have a way to let the bride scold Caspian in public for being a pervert, he said with an evil smile. A new plan was getting formulated in his mind. Oh, what? Didn't you say she likes him? She asked. Don't try to use any hypnosis methods. Caspian has the S-ranked skill. True word, people can only speak the truth in his presence, she added. I can't tell you now, but I have more than one way to fool him, Victor said. You have to be 100% sure, Alice warned again. I am, Victor said. With his authority, Caspian's skills were useless. Then I will come. Reserve 10 seats for me and my entourage, she said, then hung up. Chapter 246. The wedding must go on. Exactly at noon, when Victor left the mansion with his brother Mike in a grand convoy, heading to the Von Astrom villa in style. When they arrived there, the street was jam-packed with journalists who began to heat up as soon as they saw the groom's convoy, which began to slow down to a stop. Ever since the news yesterday, all of the major news agencies in town was on high alert. They are all here because of you, Mike told Victor as he signaled his guards to clear a road for them. I know, right, Victor said with an evil smile that Mike didn't really get it. It reminded him of his father's mischievous smile. Did you really have to wear that striped tiger suit? Mike asked as he stepped out of the car, wondering if his brother had any decent clothes. He looked like a pimp. Yes, it was chosen for me by one of my girls, Victor replied as he followed his brother. Theta got him this one. She thought he would look dangerous and cool like a tiger. She was right that it made him look dangerous, but wrong about the cool part. He liked it nevertheless. Ah, as long as you are cool with it, Mike said as he walked next to Victor on the red carpet that was laid from the car to the villa's door. That's how Yvonne Weiser proposed. Ignoring the photographers and journalists who were screaming out some very disturbing questions, the two brothers quickly headed to the door. No, not completely ignoring them. Two paparazzi were asking some very inappropriate questions about Victor's mother. He heard them clearly. The nutcracker got to them from an impossible angle. The villa's door was opened quickly as soon as they reached it. Behind it was a very troubled man who invited the two brothers in before shutting the door, totally ignoring the ruckus outside. Young Master Mike. Young Master Victor. I am Sirius von Astrom. This way please, Sirius greeted nervously as he gestured for them to enter the living room. Luliana was waiting there, sitting in anger. She barely glanced at them. Please sit down, this is my wife Luliana, Sirius said. Victor and Mike quickly took their seats after greeting Luliana with a courteous nod. Where is the bride? Victor asked directly as he licked his lips and looked around, making both Sirius and Luliana cringe. Now they were sure the one yesterday was definitely a fake. They could tell immediately from that pimp jacket he was wearing. She is not here, Luliana said as she glared at Victor. She had seen the recordings from yesterday. This guy was a pervert. And where is she? Victor asked as he frowned, making Sirius hesitate as his wife shot him a warning glare. She went with her friends somewhere to relax. She will return in a few days. Luliana answered, you don't have to worry, the engagement will go on as planned, she spat. This is the only way they can protect her daughter for now. Oh, that's good, Victor answered as he secretly signaled Alex by ripping a talisman in his pocket. Now, let's make things clear, I will not let my daughter marry in a double wedding. Luliana began to list her demands. That's not negotiable, Victor interrupted, standing up angrily, just when something suddenly broke the window and hit Victor on the back of his head and sent him wailing onto the ground. Ah, he wailed. Guards, Mike alerted, as he saw Victor slowly stand up while holding a stone in his hand. Are you okay? Sirius asked as he watched his wife swiftly jump out of the broken window and glare at the journalists outside who were now kneeling as Mike's guards swiftly took out the big guns and ordered everyone to lie down on the ground with their hands behind their heads. It was a mess. Luliana returned 2 minutes later having found nothing. She saw the shadow of someone running away toward a nearby building, but when she reached there that guy had already disappeared as if he had evaporated in thin air. Entering the house, she found that her husband and the guests had moved to the dining room where they were standing silently. Sorry about that, the journalists. Luliana paused as she noticed that the men were reading a bloodied piece of paper. She could easily tell that it was wrapped around the stone as the purplish stains on it matched the blood dripping from Victor's forehead right onto her wool carpet. She froze for a few seconds, before running to the kitchen and grabbing a towel to wipe the blood quickly. The moment she entered the room again, her husband gave her that paper as he took the towel and gave it to Victor, who put it on his head as he angrily glared at the couple, not aware that the towel was meant for the carpet. I need an explanation, Victor said very coldly while wiping his blood. He would definitely punish that B*TCH, Alex, later. Did she have to throw it using all of her strength? It was like a freaking bullet. Mike said nothing and just watched in silence. He didn't like being made a fool. Luliana frowned as grabbed the paper and began to read it. Nova is fine, she is in good hands. She will never marry that pervert. That's why I helped her to run away. She didn't want me to tell you anything, but this is my duty as her friend. She will change her name and disappear forever. Don't look for her. Nova's friend. Young master, we better sit down first, Sirius said as he glanced at his wife, who forgot about her carpet as she began to shake a little. Her face was turning ghastly white. What is the meaning of this? Were you fooling me? Victor, who began to appear angry, didn't sit down, he just glared at the couple. Let's take it easy. Sit down. Luliana interrupted her husband as she sat down on a random chair and rested her hands on the dinner table, hiding her shake. Seeing that Victor and Mike were ignoring her, She released her aura as a player as she ordered again after a deep breath, "Sit down." Mike grabbed Victor's arm and pushed him to one chair, then sat at the one next to him. "Speak," he said nervously. "No one told him that there was a tigress in this house." "Let's come clean then. My daughter was kidnapped yesterday," Luliana said after weighing his options. Her husband was activating an isolation talisman as she spoke. "What? The message clearly says that she ran away," Mike asked as he glanced at Sirius and then back at Luliana. "How could you let that happen?" "We are not sure about that. Yesterday, a man who looks exactly like Master Victor came to propose. We were fooled. He wanted to speak with her alone, then they vanished." Sirius spoke this time, flipping his phone to show Victor and Mike a recording of Victor when he came in yesterday. It was shot from the house's security camera outside. "There is no recording of him leaving," Sirius explained. "Oh," Mike was surprised. He watched the video to its end. That guy really looked like Victor. No, not exactly, that guy was dressed in a white suit like a real gentleman. "Who else knew that you would come to propose?" Mike asked Victor. He seemed to have believed them. "Everyone. This young master does not keep secrets," Victor said as he glared angrily at the couple. "I see." Mike looked back at the couple. "Can you find her?" he asked. "Many families have ways to trace their descendants. That guy must be using some talisman to cut us out, but we are doing our best," Sirius said, looking at his wife who kept glancing at her phone as if she was expecting a call. The room went silent for the next 5 minutes. No one knew what to say. "So now what?" Victor asked at last. "I have already told the world about this wedding. Do you want me to appear like a fool?" he asked. No one answered. Luliana was about to tell him that he already looked like a fool with that striped tiger jacket, but her husband's glare made her hold her tongue. "We will have to wait. My wife will definitely be able to locate her," Sirius said. "The wedding will definitely go as planned. If the wedding failed, his future would be very grim as his enemies in the family would definitely use this against him." And although his wife wanted to change the wedding plan, this was not an option anymore. And, what if she was never found? Victor began to lose his nerves again. "I am planning the wedding of the century here," he declared. "Calm down." Mike nudged him and then looked at the couple. His brother was right, this would not look good. The family might even punish them for being incompetent. "Did you check her friends? Do you know if she has a secret lover?" Mike, who seemed to notice that something was wrong with Luliana, asked. None of her friends knew a thing. "But, when Nova ran away before, she met a guy. We can't be sure it was him though as she never revealed his name to us," Sirius said as he pondered. Victor frowned as he watched the couple. The way they were acting was as if those two didn't know that their daughter was already a full woman. That would be the only reason why Nova would not tell them about Tom, fearing that he might spill the beans. But didn't they tell the world that she was no longer a virgin? This didn't make any sense. Unless, they were lying. But why would they do that? Victor frowned. "It's not him," Luliana said. "Nova swore to me that she would never go near that guy again. And whoever helped her, she must have had a chance to ask him for help recently. We only knew that you were coming a few days ago, and she didn't communicate with anyone at that time," she explained. "Ah, that's not entirely accurate," Sirius said after some hesitation. "He really screwed up this time." "What did you do?" his wife, who knew him well, asked. "A few days ago I helped her send a letter to that gay friend of hers," Sirius said, not daring to look at his wife. "Which gay friend?" Luliana asked as she squeezed her fist. "Caspian or something," Sirius said after a sigh, not realizing that his wife was looking at him with her mouth wide open. "Which Caspian? Why don't we go get that bastard and ask him then?" Victor asked, hiding his shaking hand. "Shit, that guy would definitely be at his wedding now. Plan B, no plan C." "I don't know." Sirius was interrupted by his wife. "Quote. It might be the young master of the heavenly sect, Caspian Drake," she said as she grabbed her phone and began sending some messages to her friends. She began to totally ignore her poor husband who would sleep on the floor tonight. "Oh," everyone in the room went silent until Mike exploded. "What?" he asked as he stood up, pushing the chair behind him to the ground. If this did involve the heavenly sect, then they were in trouble. "Why are you saying that?" Sirius asked. He never knew that there was a relationship between his daughter and that big shot. Luliana ignored him. "Please explain," Mike said. "Nova met him once at a martial arts exhibition in Red Sand City and she was writing letters to him lately. I intercepted all of them. That's what I thought anyway," she said, glaring at her husband who nodded first, then slowly his expression changed from remorse to joy. "Oh," Sirius said as he turned to Victor and Mike. It seems like we can't go on with this wedding, he said. Isn't this better for him? Caspian is a big shot, and his position in the family would definitely soar. He didn't need to fear his brother anymore. If it were Caspian, he would not need to sneak in the night like a rat, Mike interjected, making Sirius pause and think. That's right, someone like Caspian would surely drag her from the front door. Caspian might not really care about her. It was a one-sided fascination as Nova only saw him one time, Luliana lied after a few minutes of silence, in which she checked her phone a couple of times. I called a friend at the sect, and young Master Caspian didn't leave the sect last week. It's definitely not him, she told the truth this time, sighing in relief. The only reason she approved her daughter's disadvantageous marriage was to make sure that she could never marry Caspian. This was related to a secret that she discovered and led to her finding her wimp husband as an excuse to run away from the sect. Why? Her husband asked, then quickly shut his mouth after a murderous glare from his wife. Victor, who was watching silently, realized that Luliana didn't want Nova to marry Caspian for some reason. She was a member of the heavenly sect too after all. She must have knew about some secrets. Mike looked at Victor. What do you want to do? This is your wedding, he asked. I will talk to father if you want to cancel it. Even if Caspian was not involved here, the fact that the girl was already sending him letters was a good excuse to cancel this wedding. Cancel? That's not an option, Victor exclaimed. We will go on with the wedding, even if it is a Caspian or something. I don't care, this young master wants his bride, he added, watching Luliana's reactions. But, what if they didn't get her back? Mike asked, glaring at the couple. I don't care, Victor said. Don't you have a son? Let him wear a skirt and marry me. I was promised a bride from this household and I will get it one way or another, Victor demanded unreasonably. Ah, my son is a man. Sirius, who was distressed, said after taking a few seconds to fully comprehend what Victor meant. Thankfully his son was out looking for Nova. This young master doesn't discriminate. I will just have to turn him into a woman, Victor said decisively, as if this was not the first time he did that. Ah, I don't think that would be feasible, Sirius said as he wondered if this guy was serious or was joking. Then, Mistress Luliana is still very charming, we can, Victor said, looking at Luliana, then quickly dodging as she, feeling a shiver run through her spine, instinctively threw her slipper at him. She was not that old to be a granny yet. Victor, calm down, Mike said. He had the strangest feeling that his brother was acting. It was as if he knew that something like this would happen. No, that's impossible. I am calm. Do you guys want me to lose my reputation then? I already declared my wedding date to the world. Victor sighed and asked in great distress, as if he still had any reputation after yesterday's events. Relax, we will get her in time. This wedding will go on as planned, just don't tell anyone about Nova's disappearance. Luliana said she really didn't like Victor at all, but if the wedding was really cancelled, the Von Astrom family would surely use this against her husband and her son. Maybe even her daughter. Are you sure? Victor asked. Luliana didn't respond. The one she was tasked with locating her daughter didn't find her yet, so she wasn't sure. Why was that woman taking so long? Wasn't using fate to locate someone an easy task? It took everyone a few minutes to calm down. We can help you keep this a secret, Victor said, but... What? Luliana asked. We have to make a contingency plan. Listen, Victor said as he calmly sat down again. If by the time of the wedding you couldn't find the bride, we will find some other girl to take her place. You will attend and act as if she was Nova. The wedding will go on as planned no matter what, he said, crossing his fingers behind his back. Like we would ever. Sirius got angry but was interrupted again by his wife. It's a deal. We will play along. She said this was the best outcome. If Nova married Victor, Caspian would not be able to marry her, as the heavenly sect places a great emphasis on purity. Hearing her, Victor, who was acting like a thug, was smiled in his heart. His guess was correct. He must find an opportunity to ask her about this. What if Nova appeared with a new lover after that? Mike interrupted. He didn't like this at all. It was all messed up. Didn't you hear? Nova likes that Caspian guy. She even sent him a letter a week ago. This letter must be fake to cancel the wedding, Victor said. This young master would not be fooled this easily. What if she ran to Caspian's side? Mike asked. This would be a big problem for his family. He didn't know a lot about Caspian, but he knew enough. The heavenly sect would never approve of such a relationship with an engaged woman, Luliana said. Young Master Victor is right, this is our best course. Luliana nodded. Unknowingly both Victor and Luliana had exactly the same goals. Oh, Mike, who was not entirely convinced, nodded. His brother was pinching his arm. On the other hand, Sirius, who wanted to ask his wife why she was against his daughter marrying Caspian, instead remained silent after getting his foot squished into the ground under the table. Victor sighed in relief. Luliana was definitely helping him. She must have been the one who started the rumors about her daughter. His excuses here were very weak. His plan was put in a hurry as Nova left him no other choice as she would never cooperate easily. Then it's a deal. Now let's go give those reporters outside a statement. Victor said with a proud smile. Chapter 247, Harem King. A young woman was playing with the curls of her crimson hair as she sat comfortably on a leather chair while a ugly fat man squatted at the floor near her feet looking at her with awe. Mistress, Margaret, will you really help bail my company? He asked, earning another slap at his ugly face with her black horsewhip. As I said, I want 51% of the shares. Your company is drowning anyway, the bank will take everything in a few weeks, she said coldly. This is too much. How about 30%? He asked, trying hard to appear as docile as possible. If this B*TCH was not supported by that young Master Mike, he would have F*CKED her ages ago. But her background was very strong, and he really needed the money. Although no one believed him, after years of trying and failing he was sure that his company was about to discover a new energy generation method. Too bad that his loans were about to expire. He needed some extra funds straight away to finalize the research. He was sure that they were very close to a breakthrough. 51%. And that's final, she said. Look here little piggy, this young mistress is still giving you face. If you don't want that, we can always establish a new company, buy out all of your employees then send you to the bottom of the ocean, she threatened coldly as she used her whip to strike at him again. Ah, but, you will still be the head of the company, and I will even give you a salary, she said, looking at the golden watch on her wrist. You have 30 seconds to consider, she said, crossing her legs and making him swallow his saliva that was about to dribble on the floor. Damn, this chick was hot. Maybe he would have a chance to get to know her more if she became his boss, and he really needs the money. His wife was about to divorce him because he could no longer afford her expenses. I approve, but, said after some hesitation. No, buts, sign, she said, pushing a stack of papers to him. He hesitated, but the sound of her whip hitting the table quickly reminded him that he should never hesitate. So he quickly signed the papers with great remorse. Good, from now on I will be your mistress, the money will be transferred in an hour, she said coldly as she stood up and quickly left the meeting room ignoring the inappropriate looks in his eyes. This bastard wasted a lot of her time. If she was not in a hurry, she would have taken her time and used the soul wine to convince him, but she had to visit many companies in a very small time frame. So she resorted to using a mix of her charm, soul-numbing perfume, and a trusty horsewhip. This piggy was her most crucial target as his company will soon discover how to extract energy from some kind of rare rocks. It made the news in her past life, then no one heard about them again. After talking to Victor in the last couple of days, she realized that what he used as fuel were the most common rocks in dungeons. Those rocks were the waste left after mining dungeons. The families were distributing them to research facilities around the world to see if someone can develop a good method of using them. That's why when this company's discovery was announced, the company was silently bought and the technology was monopolized by some families. Now it was all hers. It technically belonged to Victor, but the name on the paper was hers. As for that pig, she met him in her past life. He was one of her uncle's clients. In this life, she was going to take her revenge on him very slowly. She liked being the dominating one. But that was something she could only do when Victor was not around. She had discovered it long ago. Victor's weakness was that he always likes to be on top. One day she might use this to tame him. She was smirking like a goblin when Victor sent her a message. Time's up, meet me at the airport. She could only sigh and get into the car. Thankfully she finished buying the really important companies that would turn a profit very soon. Finished already? Ron, who was tasked with driving her around today, asked with some admiration in his eyes. This girl whom he didn't put in his eyes yesterday, had already caused 5 businessmen to sell their life work in the span of a few hours. Even if his cousin was willing to pay a lot, it can't happen this fast unless he was using the family resources, which he clearly wasn't. Yup, another success. Where to now? Ron asked. He really wanted to ask if she was single, but after remembering that she came here with his perverted cousin, he knew the answer to that. But his cousin seemed to like older women. To the airport. Our little date is over. She said with a sigh, totally ignoring his flirting looks. Ellipsis. When Margaret reached the airport with Ron, Mike was there talking to Victor. They seemed to be disagreeing about something. I will keep this a secret, but promise me to be more careful. Mike finally said, before turning to leave. He gave Margaret a nod on his way out with Ron, who quickly followed him after greeting Victor. Did anything wrong happen? Margaret asked. Mike's expression earlier was strange. Some unexpected variables, he said cryptically. I will just have to be extra careful for the next 3 weeks, he added as he climbed into the plane. Margaret frowned a little, then quickly followed him, noticing that Alex, who was still in her maid uniform, was standing behind with a smug smile as if she had completed her task. It was just her intuition, but Alex's smirk was always the prelude to a spanking. What did this idiot do again? She didn't have to wonder for long as she suddenly noticed the bandage on the back of Victor's head. She could easily connect some dots. Ellipsis. Do we really have to hurry to that dungeon? It could have already been conquered by the time we reach there, Margaret asked as soon as they relaxed in their adjacent seats on the private jet. This is a chance for you girls to level up, and dungeon conquering time grows exponentially with its level. If my guess is correct, this one might take a week. They were totally ignoring Alex, who was getting some nasty looks from a poor flight attendant who realized that the Alex was in fact a male dressed as a maid. She was also feeling jealous because of Alex's beauty and smooth tender skin. She began questioning her existence. But what if it took longer? Margaret asked. The wedding might be delayed. Don't worry, according to my estimation, it's not that dangerous. He was saying that because he knew well about that dungeon after watching Tom's and Lynn's actions inside. He was the keeper of the Royal Library after all, and it included the dungeon archives. Although it was not even 70% complete, it had most of the big dungeons that involved the great powers. The Skeleton King dungeon was one of them. It was a C-ranked dungeon. Conquering it would normally take about 5 weeks, but if he was there the time frame would be reduced to just 1 as he knew how to kill the boss. He was just wondering why this dungeon got mistaken for an F rank. Nothing like this happened in his previous life. Deciding to investigate this once they got there, Victor looked back at Margaret, who, like all the other girls, was getting prettier every day. This was the effect of being a player. How did the deals go? Victor asked, changing the subject. I finished 3 emerging social media websites, 1 food processing factory, and the Rock Energy Company. She said, I also bought a small stock trading firm to act as a front for future operations, she added. All that in 1 morning? He asked in surprise. No wonder Ron was looking at her with admiration. Aha, she nodded proudly. Not bad, he was very impressed. Margaret, despite her image, had some real gifts in the business sector. Will I get a reward tonight? She asked mischievously. She also had some real gifts and accomplishments in other venues. I don't mind, that's if you can find me in the dungeon before Lily does, he said mischievously, making her pout a little as she looked out of the window. Lily was getting very possessive around Victor lately, like a fat kid in his candy bar. Thankfully she was sent away recently and Margaret finally got some time to spend with Victor alone. Alex was not counted. Where is Lily anyway? She asked. As far as Margaret knew, Lily was supposed to be doing some heist. We will pick her up shortly. Victor stopped talking as his face changed color, making Margaret frown but say nothing as she watched him look in midair. He was manipulating his system menu. Warning. Artifact 15E224FF is attempting to a read operation on the following privileged properties. Fate power, birth destiny. Insufficient authority for direct access. Permission requested, allow, less than YES greater than less than NO greater than. Victor frowned. Who the hell was accessing his fate? And why now? The only power with the means to know about fates was probably the Fate sect. He was not sure though, but how are they doing this? There was no one else on the plane. Unless, today he was sure to neutralize all the bloodstains in the Von Astrom villa, but if he missed one, it might be able to be used against him. *T. Damn you, Alex. Victor quickly began to use the disguise skill on his fate. He had no access to the birth destiny property, but he can easily fake one. He pressed less than yes greater than. Fate power B. Birth destiny. A harem king with 99,999 wives. After that he quickly took out a talisman and lit its corner. A voice came out of the talisman as the smoke began to approximate the shapes of 2 women who were forming in the air between Victor and Margaret. One was Liliana, the other was a young woman that he didn't know. She was wearing long robes, and despite the smoke having no colors, he could vaguely guess what color it was. Bronze, the color of the Fate sect's robes. What? Did it work at last? This is the final sample I got. It was Luliana's voice. Yes, this time it did, the other woman's answered. He didn't recognize her voice. What is his destiny then? Luliana Aked. A harem king with a B-rated fate, the woman answered. Hiding the number of wives. She was probably wondering how many of his wives were grannies. Oh, Luliana seemed deflated. Isn't that what you wanted? With him, Nova will be safe. I just want her to be happy. You know that's not possible. Nova is a dark scion, her happiness would lead to trouble. You have already tested that, you just have to protect her from the shadows. She said, Victor is the perfect groom, he is a pervert and his family is on the verge of collapse. Yeah, did you find her? Luliana asked as if she wanted to change the subject. No, something strange is blocking me. At first, I felt some sort of talisman, but since this morning, it is as if she is not in this world anymore, she said. She could be in a dungeon or a ruin, I can't really tell. Could it be Caspian? No, that guy is under our surveillance, he hasn't shown his true colors yet. Then what to do? Luliana asked. Just do what Master told you to do, follow destiny and... The talisman was fully burnt. What was that? Margaret asked as the smoke dissipated. Thankfully they were on a private jet where smoking was allowed. A listening talisman I planted today, he said. Victor had planted this in the rock Alex used to hit him today. It had to be small though, so he couldn't listen for more dialogue. Thankfully it wasn't damaged. He had anticipated that they would take the rock to a tracker, the same one they were using to find Nova. However, he had never expected the tracker to be a Fate sect seer. And, Margaret asked as she watched him frown deeply. Trouble, big trouble, Victor replied. He didn't expect that Luliana knew someone of the Fate sect. But this made many things make sense. Luliana probably had some profound relation with the Fate sect. And those bastards apparently knew all along of Caspian's plot, and let it happen. Too bad that Victor had no real interactions with them in his previous life and couldn't tell what was their plot. However, the thing that was bothering him since this morning was cleared. The real reason Luliana approved of this stupid marriage was that she wanted to make Nova miserable but safe. The same technique Victor was using on Alex. That reminded him, Alex, get your sorry ass here. It is time for your punishment. Victor yelled as he touched the back of his head, startling not only poor Alex but also the flight attendants who would soon be witnessing a live spanking event for the first time in their lives. Chapter 248. What did I do now? Yin watched nervously as the plane landed. Although it was her first time at an airport, she knew enough to realize that her mistress Lily was some real big shot as they didn't have to pass through security and directly headed to the airway where a private jet had just landed. They left the newly established Assassins Guild this morning and took a roundabout way until they reached here. Yin could still freshly remember Malcolm's face as he begged Lily to take him with her too. He only got his ass kicked as an answer. Serves him right, what a pervert. Although she couldn't tell why, Yin really didn't like that guy. Let's go, Lily told her as he hurried inside the plane as soon as its air stair was lowered. Yin hesitated for a second then quickly followed Lily inside where to her surprise, her usually cold mistress jumped into the embrace of a young man and started hugging him like an octopus. She didn't even give him the chance to stand up from his seat as she pushed him down and kissed his lips like a drowning man gasping for air. This way please, a smiling flight attendant kindly told Yin as she gestured to her to sit in a nearby seat. She was obviously trying her best to ignore the mating ritual happening behind her. Yin nodded in thanks, then took a reversed seat, one from which she would be able to survey the entire plane. The flight attendant quickly helped her tie her safety belt. If you need anything just call for me, she said nicely then left. Yin nodded, she relaxed in the comfy leather seat and began to inspect the plane's passenger carefully, trying to ignore her mistress's actions. Firstly there was that sorry maid who was definitely a guy. He was sitting in a weird way at the back of the cabinet with tears in his eyes. He was slowly rubbing his butt while silently cursing. Next was a red-haired girl who was pouting as she watched the couples making out to her side. Strangely, she reminded Yin of one of her classmates. A slut. Finally, a handsome young man. He was busy being hugged and kissed by Mistress Lily. He was seemingly enjoying his time, she could tell from the perverted smile on his handsome face. Wait, wasn't that guy the same pervert who was on TV yesterday declaring that he would marry 2 wives? Wasn't he the same guy her mistress was cursing at this morning as she watched the video of him saving those old ladies? Her mistress was whispering something in his ear. Thankfully the plane was silent enough that Yin could make out some words. Quote, I will try hard to keep my beauty when I grow old. Apparently, those words really ruined that young master's good mood. Yin could tell that from the way he pinched her mistress's butt, that made her hug him tighter. Was this the same mistress who was acting all cold and mighty for the last couple of days? She was no different from AB*TCH in heat. Ellipsis. Miss, can you take a seat? The jet will take off in a few minutes, a flight attendant suddenly asked Lily politely after clearing her throat. She was trying hard to appear as serious as possible. She was really wondering what was wrong with this batch of passengers. She had seen a lot of maniacs, but those were on a totally different level. She shouldn't have accepted the job offer to work on this private jet. She should have known that a high salary could not be earned easily. No, I am fine here, Lily said, continuing to hug Victor. She really missed him, and he smelled like grannies. She needed to erase that smell. Go to your seat, we have to discuss some things, Victor finally ordered, making the annoyed Lily obey reluctantly. She slowly stepped away from him and then sat on the opposite seat. The flight attendant finally sighed in relief and quickly went to her seat as the jet began to take off. Who is this? Victor firstly asked, carefully inspecting the nervous Yin who turned to look out of the window to hide her blush. She didn't like him, but he was too damn hot. This is Yin, she works for me, Lily said. She was pouting now. She has an interesting story that I thought you might want to hear, she added. Victor nodded and activated his inspection skill. Yin Artis. STR 17. Int 25. Luck 21. Charm 25. Fate. C. No defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Good, not another Cyan. We will talk about her later, Victor said as he looked back at Lily. Why did you use the explosion array? He had to ask. The families were surely beginning to investigate that nuclear explosion. Although they would find nothing, he didn't want to be under suspicion. Ah, it's like this. Lily, who was nervously playing with her slender finger, quickly began to tell him what happened at Troy's mansion. Yin tried to listen into their conversation, but strangely enough, she could hear nothing. It was as if they were reading each other's lips. She could understand some words, like demons and explosions. Oh, demonification. You did the right thing, Victor said at last. If demons really escaped that place, the wedding would definitely be delayed. Did you get the data? He asked. Yup, Lily said, giving him a flash drive which he quickly stored in his ring as if this was something he really wanted. This made him get a better understanding of the relationship between the Von Sway family and Troy. In his past life, Troy must have been one of their pieces. Now with Archie becoming the main heir of the Wyron family, this chess piece has changed hands, and the demonification data was really precious. If he combined it with the knowledge he had from the future, he might be able to do something cool. He had that dragon egg after all. I will review this after we finish with the dungeon. What dungeon? The Academy went dungeon hunting without us. We will discuss it on our way there. Now, about this girl, Victor asked, looking at Yin, who got a little nervous. Well, this is her file. Lily gave Yin's data to Victor, who slowly skimmed through it. Interesting, he said after finishing, inspecting Yin again from head to toe. Yin, come tell the young master the story you told me, Lily said while putting her hand on the seat next to her, ordering Yin to come to sit beside her. Yin slowly obeyed. Although she was nervous, she was able to calmly sit down and then tell Victor what she told Lily that day. About how her parents were demons and how she burnt them. She kept nervously looking at her feet though. Victor's charm was too much for this little girl. She was wondering if he would believe her. Her thoughts were all over the place. I see, Victor said as he relaxed in his seat. Do you know where your family went on vacation? He asked. Ah, Summer Dream Island, she answered, raising her head slowly to look him in the eye. She can at least look at him now. Summer Dream, in the Southern Sea, I see, he pondered as he looked out of the jet's window. This island was a part of a group of separated islands that acted as one country. It was a known tourist attraction. Those islands were also the location of one of the demon's bases that appeared straight after the reckoning. He didn't expect that place to be infested this early. That reminded him of some things too. There is a ruin near there, not a big one, but it had a few skeletal jade keys. Maybe he should take the girls there to play a little and exterminate some demons. Were they really demons? Did they kill Yin's parents and take their place? Lily suddenly asked as Margaret, who was also listening with interest, squinted her eyes. No, they just possessed them and devoured their souls, like that thing that tried to attack Theta before, he said. Oh, Lily nodded, he reminded her of the incident when he went into a coma. Victor sighed again as he looked back at Yin. You did good, very good. From what you told me, I can infer that the only reason they kept you alive was that one of them had problems with his body, maybe the possession was not performed correctly. They needed a replacement body, they probably also didn't want to attract unwanted attention by killing you, I can't really tell, Victor said. Then, they were my real parents. Yin opened her eyes wide and asked as she shook. She always thought that they were imposters. They were the corpses of your parents, the real ones were already long dead, he said softly as he left his seat then kneeled in front of her. Looking deeply into her eyes, you did well by giving them a funeral. Her eyes began to well with tears. She was a little girl after all. Do you want a chance for revenge? He suddenly asked her after a few minutes. Yes, she said directly, looking him straight in the eye without flinching. You will not regret it? He asked. Never, she didn't waver. Do you know what a player is? He asked, intending to begin a lengthy explanation. I have already briefed her, Lily said as Yin nodded. Good, then I will make you a player. He said, watching her hesitate for a second and then nod. She also wanted to be as strong as that spider boy who fought the mantis on TV. Lily had told her that he was a player. Alex, get your sorry ass here. Victor suddenly turned to the back and yelled, making Alex who was relaxing at the back of the cabinet flinch. What did I do now? She wailed in a miserable tone. Victor didn't keep his hand earlier. It was as if he had some grudge against her but. What did it ever do to him? Just come here, it's a reward this time, he said, smirking like an old man fooling a little girl. What if I don't want it? That's not an option. Oh, Alex said as she stood up slowly, she had a feeling that he was fooling her. But she didn't dare to disobey. Victor chuckled before looking at the nervous flight attendant. Go out and lock the cabin's door. You can only return after 60 minutes, he ordered. The flight attendant who was expecting an orgy to happen an hour ago quickly nodded and escaped after throwing Yin a pitiful look. They didn't even spare this little girl. She would definitely report them after they have landed, even if this would get her fired. As soon as the cabin's door was closed, Victor looked at the girls and Alex who was now standing nervously next to Victor's seat. Listen, I will now turn Yin into a player using a talisman. He explained taking out one of the 2 awakening talismans he was left with. Would this affect us? We are already players, Margaret asked. This would only turn one person into a player, but if you are close enough it would upgrade your system to be better, he said, like what happened to me and Theta. Why the hurry? We could wait, Lily asked. They could wait until they get into the mansion where all of the girls could benefit. No, the talisman's effect is less than 1 foot, so the 3 of you will really have to hug Yin really tight, Victor, who knew what she was thinking about, explained. Oh, come on now, time is important here, classes are usually granted depending on people's experiences. The older the incident, the exponentially weaker its effect on the player's class would be. He said looking at Yin who didn't understand. I want you to get a demon exterminating power, so listen up. Whatever you feel in the next few minutes I want you to think of only one thing. How you killed those demons in your house, your unwavering will to exterminate them. He said. He was really hoping that she would get some demon extermination class. Those were very rare and only began to appear after 1 generation of the reckoning when demons were infesting the world. Hopefully, her latest experience as an assassin under Lily's hands would not ruin her chances. Yin nodded nervously as she felt the girls and Alex hug her. She watched as Victor held her finger and then pricked it with a needle before putting it on the golden talisman which shone in white light that entered her body. Her world turned black and a blue shimmering screen welcomed her. Welcome, player. Chapter 249, Devil's Fork. The awakening process took more than an hour for Yin, but only a few seconds passed in reality, in which Victor was watching nervously with crossed fingers. If this succeeded, this little girl would be a treasure. A deadly treasure. No matter what though, he had already decided to take this girl from Lily. She would be a good companion for Lara who was getting slowly corrupted by Elle. This stoic strong girl would be a perfect counterbalance. He could also tell that she would turn into a great beauty in a few years, then. Damn it, control your desires. Little Victor, control your desires, only for the next 3 weeks until the bloodline can be awakened. This youthful body of his was really annoying. Damn this Alex, did she have to prick her swollen butt in his direction like that? He took a deep breath, calming himself as he watched the girls slowly open their pretty eyes, then let go of Yin, who took a few more seconds to open her eyes and looked around at the strange world around her. Yin Artis. Level 0. Class Demon Hunter SU. Authority 5. Health 300. Stamina 310. Mana 300. Strength 30. Intelligence 30. Agility 31. Luck 26. Charm 30. Order 10. Recognized skills: Pain Tolerance D. Stun Resistance D. Inspection E. Studying E. Cooking F. Swimming F. Cleaning F. Fire Arts F. System Skills: Soul Vision SSS. Hide Breath A. Fireball E. Class Skills: Demon Sense S. Exorcism B. Slayer Strike C. Banishing Light E. Tracking Seed F. Fate Status: Fate's Power C. No defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than HSSS's. Victor gasped as he looked at Yin, who was looking back at him and the girls. This girl was more than a treasure. He really hit that jackpot here. You don't have to reveal anything, he said. You should never reveal your class or skills to others, he warned. She nodded. I have a skill that allows me to figure out what you got, he said, and it is a very rare, but very dangerous class at the same time. Isn't that what you wanted? He explained. She nodded with a serious face. Lily and Margaret frowned, wanting to ask what it was, but decided to say nothing. Both of them had the same idea. They would ask him privately later. Now, do you see anything strange? Victor asked as he smiled at her. A lot, she said nervously. Don't be afraid, those are our souls. Take a breath, and adjust yourself. Try to turn your skill on and off a couple of times. I will need you to tell us what you are seeing, but we will talk when you are ready. Victor said as he relaxed in his seat. She said, closing her eyes and adjusting her body. You too, he told the others, check your new systems. The three girls nodded and closed their eyes and began to explore their upgraded systems. Two of them now had titles. The first one has 2 titles. It was none other than Alex. Greater than Dungeon Sneaker, entered and exited a dungeon without clearing it. Closing parenthesis. All creatures within a dungeon have 200% approximately 300% aggro against you. Greater than Survivor, survived a certain death encounter. Health plus 15%. A scion was a scion no matter what. Victor sighed. The first title must have been obtained for the Thunder Sect's sneaky awakening method. As for the second one, Victor had no idea when Alex got it, before or after meeting him. Margaret was the second one. Greater than Love Me Not, killed your lover in a dungeon while looking them in the eye. X31. Critical hit chance against lovers 50%. Critical hit damage against lovers plus 1% greater than plus 31%. Victor was stunned. This title was amazing. No, super amazing with an overlord potential. Didn't Margaret charm more than 31 enemies? This must have been only counting the ones she personally killed while glaring them in the eye. Do they have to be truly in love with her though? He will tell her to test it later. Anyway, this title had the potential to be very overpowered, but it required breaking a lot of hearts. Disgusting slimy goblins' hearts, but they were still hearts. Too bad that Lily didn't have any real chance to perform in a dungeon, so she had no titles. It took Yin 15 minutes to fully relax and then open her eyes again. They were shining with a new profound hope. Ready? Victor asked her as Margaret and Lily inspected her closely. Yes. She seemed more confident. Good. Tell us what you see. Let's start with me, he asked as he activated 3 talismans. Some secrets needed that level of protection. She nervously nodded as she looked at Lily, who also nodded encouragingly. You have a big purplish shining copy of you on top of your head. It's not exactly you, it has strange shimmering scales and 2 horns. It seems to be a little injured, as if someone cut it with a knife, she said as she shrank a little in her seat. That's my soul. It looks like a dragon because of my bloodline, he explained. If I were a demon you would have felt it with your demon sense. She seemed to have figured some things out and relaxed a little. It has strange lines connecting you to a lot of places, and to that guy, she said, pointing at Alex, whom she could see a pretty winged girl in his soul. Is that what being transgender meant? Being a boy on the outside and a girl inside? Yes, Victor nodded. Those lines were his blood slave connections. Is that all? He asked. Your soul also has a fork imprint on its shoulder, as if it were burnt, no, branded. She said, finding the right word. A fork? He quickly asked, closing his eyes and inspecting his soul. He saw no forks. There was nothing there. Was she scamming him? Yes, it's a round fork like the one they use in old movies, like a devil's fork, she said nervously, taking the pen and paper he presented her and drawing an psi symbol on it. Ah, okay, try to look at Lily then now, he said with a frown as he took the paper and looked at it. He had no idea what this meant. He didn't like it at all but hid it well as he didn't like to freak the girls out. Soul brands were some really bad things. I am not finished with you yet, she said as if she began enjoying this. Your soul also has a strange shining scribble in between your eyes, she said, making him scratch in between his eyebrows. This was way more than what he had expected to find. What was wrong with his world? It is like a strange circle. No, it's a snake eating its own tail, she said after squinting a little. Victor gasped. He knew what this was. The Ouroboros symbol was printed on the cover of the Book of Time. She couldn't have possibly fabricated that. She was definitely telling the truth. Did the Book of Time travel with him? It made sense, but he had no idea how to access it. Is that all? He asked, nervously this time. She lied as she looked at him. She was hiding one thing though, his soul was so damn hot. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, after Lily that is. Good, Lily next, he said as if reading her mind. Ah, Mistress Lily, Yin looked at Lily for permission which was swiftly granted. Well, your soul looks similar to you but with an extra, vertical eye in her forehead and big black wings on your back. You are also wearing a silver crown on your head, Yin described. Does she have anything strange? Victor asked. A very faint crest shadow on her neck, nothing more, she said. Victor knew that this was the family slave tattoo. Lily seemed to have realized that too as she touched her neck. Good, next is this girl. Her name is Margaret, she will be your big sister from now on. Victor said, introducing Margaret who smiled at Yin who nodded in response. Sister, Margaret, your soul is bigger than the others, much bigger, it has many strange marks all over it, most of them are faded, but the one on the forehead is very prominent, she said, drawing a strange complex symbol on a piece of paper. Victor nodded and took it away. This was the talisman control symbol he used back then. Margaret who also realized that sighed and wondered whether this would have any effect on her. Anything else? Margaret asked nervously. No, she shook her head, not hiding anything for the first time. Then that leaves us with Alex the maid, Victor said, making Alex, who was sitting to the side still exploring her new system, tense up. I see a pretty girl with wings of fire, she said, making Alex shrink a little as she looked at Victor nervously. He didn't even flinch, he was pondering about Alex's hidden bloodline. She also has a strange rope around her neck. She wanted to say that it was connected to Victor but she held her tongue when he winked at her, a smart girl. Anything strange? Victor asked as Alex nervously listened. Her wings have strange wiggly lines like chains as if someone had drawn on them with black ink. She added, and she has this. I don't know, a gloomy aura around her, like some foul smoke, that's all. Oh, good, our little Alex has become a little girl inside. Victor chuckled, looks like my attempts to turn you into a girl are working. No, they are not. I am a real girl. Alex wanted to scream but didn't dare to. Victor looked at Yin with admiration as he watched her deactivate her skill and then rub her eyes. Using this skill must be very tiring. From now on you will no longer be an assassin, but will work for me, he said, winking at Lily who nodded. What will you make me do? Yin asked nervously. Nothing much. Until you grow up and become strong enough to fight demons, I will let you work as a bodyguard, he asked. A bodyguard? She asked. She was not that strong. As a player, you are much stronger than normal people. You will be protecting my little sister and attending school with her. Don't you want to go to school? She nodded. I also want to learn how to fight, she said. This was a chance for her. Good, I will arrange things for you when we return to my mansion. It will be your new home, and we will be your new family, he declared. And Lara will have a new friend, he thought. Chapter 250, The Toys. After the jet landed in Vane City, Victor and the girls quickly disembarked except for Yin who was called by the nice flight attendant who kept asking her if she needed any help. Yin assured her that she was fine for the 100th time before running after Victor. The group was welcomed by Leo who was tasked to drive them to the mansion. When manager Arya asked if any of the company's drivers was free to drive the CEO around he quickly volunteered. Although he didn't get any benefits yet, he was sure to be rewarded one day. Welcome back young master, he said as he opened the door for Victor while secretly checking the girls. There is a new young one, a loli. And why was that guy in maid clothes now? Stop glaring, and drive, this young master is on a tight schedule. Take me to the mansion, Victor scolded as he got in the car, ignoring the swarm of the Von Krona spies disguised as normal workers. They were busy informing their masters after finding the lost princess. Straight away, young master, Leo replied as he got into the driver's seat and tried his best to ignore the perverted way the young master was getting pampered in the back, and ignore the male maid who was sitting beside him in a strange way. Ellipsis. The trip was pretty much uneventful. Other than the couple of paparazzi and spy cars that were chasing them, there was nothing important. They reached the mansion 1 hour later. It was already dusk by then. Yin was still in shock from Victor's wealth when she was introduced to Hilda. This is Yin, she will be attending school with Lara and acting as her bodyguard, Victor said, looking around and searching for his little sister. Lady Lara is having a sleeping party at her new friend's house, Hilda said. Oh, that's good, did you check that friend's background? Victor asked as he squinted his eyes. It's clean, Hilda replied. Good, make sure to make Lara do her scheduled training when she returns, he said. Where are Hannah and the girls? He asked. They went shopping, Hannah needed some things. Good, did you find a good contractor for the basement? Yes, the construction will start tomorrow morning. Perfect, I will need you to supervise it all. Oh, and teach Yin the family rules and regulations. Victor said, giving Hilda Yin's file. Understood. You are going to the dungeon? She asked him after noticing that he didn't walk inside the mansion. They should have already finished though. I will go try my luck, he said turning around. If I guessed correctly I might be away for 1 week or so. Quote, something wrong in the dungeon? Hilda asked worriedly. The twins have already gone there. And Victor didn't seem to be joking. Yes, don't worry, I will take care of the girls. You have an important task though, you have to take care of the wedding preparation. Call George if you need anything, and make sure that the cages in the basement are ready by that time too. He said as he walked out followed by Margaret and Lily. Alex had already gone to get a car to drive them there as the dungeon was in a player-only zone. What are the cages for? Hilda asked, but Victor ignored her as he left with the girls. Would he put grannies in these cages? She quickly shook her head. That was a disturbing image. She could only sigh and look at Yin who was nervously standing in the hallway. Did you have dinner yet? Hilda asked as she petted the little girl's head. Ellipsis. Master, we found the young lady. A female spy suddenly broke into James Trove III's office and startled him. What? He said as he lifted his head from the document in his hand. Where was she? He asked as he swiftly hid the magazine under his desk. We don't know, she is now with that pervert Victor. Thankfully he is not into young girls, the spy said, acting as if she had seen nothing. Did you find out when she joined him? In Termea City's airport, that would be the only place possible. We have no idea what she was doing there though. She said, it doesn't matter, only a few months left until we bring her home. James said as he looked at the date on his phone. A new notification popped into the lock screen. He sweated a little then opened it. He gasped. WTF, was that bastard intending to use those on the grannies? Is there anything wrong? The spy asked. Quote. No, he said. Thankfully that Victor had no eyes for his young mistress, or things would have been very ugly. Ellipsis. In a mountainous region near the edge of Vane City's administrative zone, a car slowed down as it approached a wired fence where a few men in black suits were standing guard. This is a restricted area, one guard hurried to the car and said politely. Those guards worked exclusively for the Players' Council, so naturally, they knew how to recognize their masters. Victor, who had already rolled down his window, nodded to the guard and flashed both his family token and Academy ID. The raid had already started yesterday, young master, the guard said politely. They might go out at any moment now. I was delayed due to family business. This young master just wants to try his luck, he said lazily. I understand, this area is now under the supervision of the Academy. Only those with Academy ID can enter the dungeon, the guard said as he gestured to the other men to open the gate. Victor nodded and thanked the guard as Alex, who was dressed as a normal driver, once drove the car in, then parked it in the parking area next to the grand inflated tent that housed the dungeon. Let's go in, Alex, drive the car out, park it somewhere nearby then sneak back in after us, Victor said as he stepped down. I will use my power to hide you on your way back in. This dungeon will be dangerous. Your mission is to use a disguise talisman to hide your looks and look for any jade keys you find inside. Jade keys? Alex asked. Yes, I have a feeling that we might find some of those here. You have to get them even if you need to steal them from the participants inside. Victor said. Hopefully, Alex's cyan luck would help him get those. No, he needed to give him more incentive. If you find any, I will forgive you and no longer carry on with your punishment. There might even be more rewards. There was more punishment. Wasn't it finished? Alex asked, touching her butt. Of course not. Do you think you can ruin my reputation without consequences? I was planning to try the new toys in the basement on you. Victor said. Understood, I will try my best. Alex said as he shivered a little and got back in the driver's seat and started the car. She was wondering if she should escape the country. No way, Victor would surely find her and spank her butt again. Damn it. Oh, wait a moment. Margaret suddenly said as if she remembered something. The toys you got from me, I want them back. She said. Ah, about those. Ah. Alex paused, then sweated, then closed the car window acting as if she heard nothing. Hey, Margaret yelled, but it was too late. Alex had already started the car and driven away, leaving the dungeon complex in seconds. He nearly drove over one of the guards. That car is really fast, Victor said with a smirk. Oh, you think that's funny? Margaret smeared back at him. I bet you that Alex forgot the toys at the brothel. I wonder what people would say when they find those, she said as she turned around and quickly moved to the tent. It took a few seconds for Victor to realize what she meant. What kind of toys were those? He asked after her suddenly. He didn't care about normal things. The type that you wouldn't even dare to show to a prostitute, the type that should have stayed as a concept art, she answered with a blush. She got those on a whim to scare Alex. She was not planning to use them, maybe a little. Oh, sh*t. Victor cursed and then quickly called Kai. By that fucking brothel. He didn't need to continue. Young master, it is too late, my condolences. Kai answered in a tired, serene voice. He didn't even need to ask what brothel. Speak, Victor asked. Was he too late? This morning, some pervert journalists began to follow your trail. They found the room you were in yesterday. There, they discovered some, very disturbing, toys, if they can be called that. The journalist thought they were just some regular art installations and power tools at first, but a granny who was there helped clarify things out. I am sorry, young master, I was too late. Although I stopped the official news outlets, it's already all over the web. Kai pleaded. Victor could imagine him bowing deeply. How bad is it? Young master, after today, please avoid appearing in public. Your reputation had become worse than that spider boy. Some are calling you names like Grandma's boy and Giant D****** oh boy. Victor gasped and glared at Margaret, who blushed and looked away. Lily, who was listening to Victor's conversation, quickly searched the term and gasped. Just make sure to remove all the traces online one by one. Victor said after 1 whole minute. Mistress Anne had already ordered that. But things like this can't be erased. People would remember, Kai said. Kill anyone who dares to remember or call me names. Victor yelled. Call Master Alfred and ask him to help. And just make sure that my mother does not see those. Victor yelled again before hanging up. Thankfully, his mother was not too tech-savvy, and some things could still be hidden from her. Hopefully, the family censorship machine would be able to fix things to some extent before the wedding. Damn you, Alex. Ellipsis. After 3 rounds of some very vulgar cursing that the guards around the area tactfully agreed to ignore, Victor stormed the dungeon tent, followed by Margaret and Lily, who was glaring daggers into her. I better not meet you at the dungeon, slut. That was what she meant. Victor, who seemingly forcefully erased what happened earlier from his core brain, smiled as soon as he entered the tents inside. There the dungeon gate was. A cyan-colored revolving vortex inside an iron structure that was built around the gate to absorb its energy. Gates generated some unique energy that was still under study. After the reckoning, people would learn how to harvest this energy wand and put it to good use. Young Master Victor the First, presume? A very normal-looking girl with short hair asked. She was standing guard next to the gate, leaning her perfect body against one of the iron frames. Naomi Chill. Level 40. Class Imperial Jester, S. Authority 6. Strength 115. Intelligence 130. Agility 120. Luck 20. Charm 34. Order 25. Skills Appraisal, S. Killer Joke, S. Survival, A. Cooking, A. Bartering, A. Quick Steps, A. Laughing Ray, A. Charm, A. Disguise, B. Search Area, B. Dagger Arts, B. Self-Defense Arts, F. Shield Arts, F. Poison resistance, E. Map drawing, F. Equipment, demon slaying dagger, A. Defense talisman, B. Storage ring, D. Fate status, fate's power, A. Defined fate, Thomas Watson's left hand, and concubine. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. *T, he knew this Tom lover too. She was his assistant with teacher Isabella and an active agent for the Free Players Association. He remembers her giving stupid speeches in his previous life. He didn't expect to see her here. Thankfully, he was always disguising his status, so when the being apprised window appeared to ask for his permission, he just pressed less than yes greater than. The one and the only, he said proudly as he began to boldly check her out. She was using her disguise skill to make her look normal, but Victor could easily see through that and check her body. This pervert was moving around naked while using the disguise skill to wear some clothes. He was not really interested in her, but, "Your class has been in there since yesterday. You were late," she said as she felt a chill up her spine. Why does she have the feeling that he was checking her? No, her disguise skill was perfect. He would only see through her if he had authority over 60, which was impossible. Wouldn't it be exciting if he could really see her? What was she thinking? Yes, he is handsome and younger than her, but she was not into men. She already had her Bella whom she was cooking slowly. "I am always on time. They are the ones who got in early," he explained. "Can I go in?" He asked casually before winking at her. "Those girls are with you?" She asked coldly after noticing Margaret and Lily who were behind him. "Men are all like that." "Yes," Victor said. "Show me your academy ID cards," she said, stretching her hand. Victor nodded, taking the cards from Lily and Margaret and handing them to her, making two of them fall to the ground behind her. "Let me," he quickly wanted to kneel and get them but she stopped him after realizing what he was after. "No need," she spat coldly, before glaring at him and then doing what he wanted her to do, turning around then bending down to get the cards. Giving him a wonderful 360-degree view of her amazing body. He had seen better, but this chick was not bad at all. Maybe he could achieve with this one what he failed to do with Isabella. Hopefully, he would be able to harvest enough order points in the dungeon so that he would be able to see her full destiny list when they leave. "You can go in," she said after abruptly standing up, glancing at the cards then returning them to him. Why was her survival skill warning her against Victor? Victor just nodded in thanks. Although Naomi didn't know what he was thanking her about, she nodded in return and watched as Victor walked toward the dungeon's gate. The skeleton dungeon F. Victor paused. This dungeon was clearly F ranked. Why did it feel like a higher ranked one through Lynn's and Tom's eyes? Victor had multiple theories, but he can only confirm them inside. "Be careful. If you encounter trouble, hide and wait for me," Victor told Lily and Margaret then stepped into the vortex. Chapter 251. The Skeleton Dungeon. Welcome to the Skeleton Dungeon, F. Warning. The Lich King had been resurrected, and all the Guardians have been activated. Target. Kill the Lich King. Kill the Skeleton Queen. Victor slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the area around him. It was very dark without any source of light, so he quickly took a flashlight from his ring and activated it, illuminating the ancient room he was in. It was a dusty old empty room, built of gray stone. It looked like the insides of a medieval castle. The room had 3 slim windows, embrasures they called them. They were filled with dirt though, as if this entire place was a castle that sunk into the ground. "Good," he said. Constructed dungeons were very dangerous but also very rewarding. Although they might contain deadly traps, they had big opportunities and treasures. This dungeon was not only part of a different world in the past, it was a part of a developed world. Victor quickly made sure that the room around him was safe before activating his dungeon map. He got this thanks to his Dungeon Explorer title. Wow, he was a little shocked. This place was a big spiraling maze expanding in all directions. It even had 10 levels that grew larger toward the bottom. He was currently on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, unlike the map he got for being the first one to enter the dungeon, this map was static. It didn't show any player locations. Never mind that, he spotted 2 grand rooms that could be the boss's room. One of them was close, 2 floors below him on the 5th floor. The other one was on the 9th. This might take more time than anticipated, but he could do it if he hurried. The wedding must not be delayed. Firstly, he looked at the wooden door separating him from the corridor next to the room. How old was this door? Very old. Why was the wood still intact? It must be some very precious wood. He nodded, then carefully unlocked the bolt locking the door from the inside, then pushed it open. It was very heavy, and he could only open it after pushing with all of his strength. There was nothing behind it. So Victor paused a second, then took an E-rank sword and hacked at the door. It didn't even leave a mark on it. The sword was chipped instead. Good wood, he said as he began to find a way to take the door apart. Good materials are rare and should not be wasted, as this dungeon would not be his after conquering it. He saw the emblems outside the tent. This dungeon should belong to the Free Players Association. That organization should have been formed about 50 years ago and has been slowly gaining momentum ever since. That Naomi outside was surely waiting to scout the best students. He didn't care about that for now and focused on disassembling the door by lifting it from its hinges. Unfortunately for him, this thing was stuck hard. Even after trying for a couple of minutes, it didn't budge. The hinges were all rusted inside. And it was some kind of super otherworldly rust. He tried to spread some soul poison on it, but it didn't work as the hinges were metallic after all, and the soul poison needed organic matter to work. After some thinking, Victor took some of the green goo he was accumulating in his ring and spread it on the thing that began to hiss. As expected, he had seen this thing affect the ground after killing some targets. It's slow but working. Apparently, after coming into contact with living matter, the soul poison turns into some sort of super corrosive substance. After 10 minutes or so, whatever super rust was in there all melted, so Victor could easily unhinge the door, which he lifted from its place with great difficulty and then leaned it to the wall as he felt someone approaching. Seemingly as he was working he caused some noise, so a curious skeleton suddenly appeared behind him. Looking behind in a hurry, Victor quickly appraised it. Skeleton soldier. STR. 31 AGI. 21. Strong. Novice players would surely have trouble with it. It was dressed in a rusting metal chain mail and a metal helmet like an ancient soldier. As soon as the skeleton saw Victor, its eyes shone with an ominous green light as it lurched at him with its rusty sword, which shattered like glass as it hit the wooden door which Victor used as a shield. Victor was surprised. What kind of garbage weapons were those? What kind of castle was this where the doors were tougher than the weapons? Unless... Victor quickly put the door in his ring and began to inspect the skeleton, who seemed to feel his existence but was not able to locate him. Interesting. Victor said this thing was able to sense life, but not enough to find him because of his disguise. Victor quickly tried to disguise his life force too, but it didn't seem to work. The skeleton was actively looking for him. Then after finding him, it began hitting the walls with its bony hands until they shattered. Even the skeleton was fragile. Victor said as he watched it bash itself to death trying to conquer the imaginary Victor she was attacking. It was a she, he could tell from her lousy breastplate. After making sure that the skeleton was dead, Victor started dissecting it. It had nothing of value. But he could easily notice that the sigils on its armor were different from those engraved on the wall. *T, he cursed. He felt that something was wrong when he read that this dungeon was F rank despite the strength of its monsters. He had heard of those before. Dungeons that existed for so long that even in its previous world it was also a dungeon. These kinds would have been S or SS ranked before, but after eons of existence in isolation, their level dropped and the world could only assign an F rank to it by measuring the level of the strongest sentient creature. That thing might be weak, but its subordinates would definitely be very strong. Victor had no idea if the weak one was the Lich King or the Skeleton Queen though. This poor skeleton must have been also a dead dungeon raider from another world. She must have lost her life here and turned into a skeleton monster. He could tell from the sword stab in her breastplate that was cut like paper. This dungeon was more dangerous than he anticipated. The hardness of the doors and walls indicated that it was a part of a higher world and that he had no way of digging tunnels to reach the boss room. The pickaxes he brought were useless. Taking a deep breath, Victor decided to continue his exploration, heading to the closest boss room as in his original plan. On the way, he encountered no less than 30 skeletons, but they were also the weak kind that had lousy weapons and no artifacts or treasures at all. Only one lousy gem would drop every time he shattered one of their skulls with his mace. He tried using the soul poison on a couple of them, but it only made them a little confused. They had no souls. The green goo on the other hand was super effective at melting bones like acid. Unfortunately, the skeletons could casually discard any bone that got on it, so it was not usable in battle, and this stuff was very precious. He was not going to squander it on lousy skeletons. He could only console himself by getting the empty room's doors one by one. Unlike the room he started in, all of the others had their doors wide open or even broken. It was as if this place was ransacked once before ages ago. Strangely enough, he didn't encounter any living beings inside after walking for more than 2 hours. Die! A scream startled him. Victor frowned and quickly hurried toward the voice that he recognized. It was none other than Teacher Isabella, who had seemingly attracted more than 10 skeletons that kept hacking at her with all kinds of lousy swords and hatchets. She was using a bright sword to hack at the skeleton while holding a great shield with her other hand, protecting 2 terrified girls behind her. They were his classmates, and they were holding some kind of blue-colored torches in their hands, illuminating the room's surroundings. Miracle Torch, F. Light Source. Needs 1 gem every 30 minutes. Demon Slaying Sword, A. 200% damage against demons and the undead. 0.5% death chance against the undead. Shield of the Cinders, A. Deflects 10% of the damage at the attacker. Not bad. After some thinking, Victor decided to help. So he took a great mace from his ring and began hacking at the skeletons. Yesterday, when he realized that this was a skeleton dungeon, he made sure to get suitable blunt weapons and teach the girls some skeleton and undead killing methods. Although he didn't have any S-rank maces, he had a couple of A-rank ones that he got from his ancestors' vault. Teacher Isabella was startled at first when one of the skeletons shattered, but she quickly noticed Victor, who was moving in a strange way between the skeletons. He was shattering their skulls one by one. "Victor, when did you get here?" she shouted in shock as she decapitated a skeleton who ignored Victor as they attacked her. "An hour ago. What's wrong with this place?" he asked casually as he killed the last skeleton, that until the last moment didn't notice him. Seemingly his disguise was working somehow, but it was not strong. No, he realized something. Someone else must be the one who was feeling life and guiding the skeletons here. Something far away who could not precisely read life signs. Like maybe a Lich King. That's why those skeletons didn't notice him when he was near the 3 girls. "I don't know," she said awkwardly. She was not used to speaking politely with Victor. He was the last person on Earth she expected to save her. "Thank you for helping us," one of the girls said just as came out from her hiding place and bowed politely. Victor remembers her. Her name was Andrea. She sat in front of the twins and was very polite. "It's my duty," he said with a charming smile. "Did you locate the boss's dungeon?" he asked as he watched the other girl searching the skeleton corpses. She found only a few gems. Only one skeleton had a silver ring on his finger, which Victor had already confiscated. "No, something is wrong here," Isabella said as she sat near a wall catching her breath. "There might have been a mutation in the dungeon." "Ah, what? Did anyone get hurt?" he asked as if he was really concerned. Mark and Lucinda are dead," Andrea answered him, this time with a sad tone. There were tears in her eyes. Lucinda was her friend. "Oh," he sighed as if he cared. He couldn't even remember who those 2 were. "So what's the plan? Where are the other students? Are there any good proficient players other than Teacher Isabella here?" Victor asked as he checked the hallways. Seemingly every skeleton around had already been drawn to the noise here and was killed. "We haven't decided yet. The group originally had 30 students, 3 teachers, and 2 FPA mercenaries. Most are missing now," Isabella said. "We are regrouping on the upper floor. It's safe there as we killed all the skeletons and barricaded the only stairway reaching it. We will wait for a week. By that time the academy should have realized that we are in trouble and they would surely send help," she added as she stood up again. She couldn't afford to rest. Tom had not been found yet. "Oh, how many floors does this dungeon have?" he asked. "I don't know yet. I have been going around saving your classmates. I have only reached the 4th floor, she said. "Did you meet Mean Hermana?" he asked worriedly. "Not yet. I only found students until now," she said. "You are the 9th. Now come, we must hurry back to the 1st floor with the girls. It is safe there. Hopefully Mr. Gold has found some other students." "No, I plan to go down. I came here with Lily and Margaret, so if you meet them tell them that I will be heading to the boss's room," he said as he turned around. "Wait," Isabella suddenly said. "Be careful, we are not the only ones here." "What?" he asked. "Seemingly this dungeon is not new as we had been assuming. It might have been open for a few years. Presumably, some profiteering player found it and had been selling its info in secret. There was more than one group of rogue players who had been trying to conquer it," she explained. "What? How long have they been here?" he asked. He heard of those before. Players can only level up once they leave a dungeon, so if a weak player enters a high-ranking one, he can only hide around and survive waiting for help. Some of those players might not be good. "I have no idea. We only met one guy," he said. His group had 5 players left. "They came here 3 months ago, just before the Free Players Association found this place. They were hiding on the 5th floor, which is a little safer and has some edible things," He told us that there were others though, some were not that friendly, so be careful, and tell any students that you find, to find me on the upper floor, she said. Teacher, aren't you going to tell him to come with us? It's dangerous. Andrea was shocked by her teacher's irresponsible behavior. He is a member of a noble family, they had their ways. Isabella said. In truth, she didn't want Victor anywhere near her or her students. Sure, he was strong, but he was also a big bad wolf. He should go fight with the other bad wolves, leaving them alone. Don't worry about me, Victor said with a smile as he patted Andrea's head. This girl was not bad. Her class was a scout, which was very good for surviving such dungeons, but she was still too immature. Ah, the girl blushed, then felt Victor stuff something into her hand. It was a storage ring. Was he proposing? Even her father, the patriarch of her family, didn't have any of those rings. Keep it, he said, it only has a few cubic feet of volume, but it is filled with my new family energy bars, he explained. The new super energy bars? Isabella asked as she looked at the ring. It's not like she was jealous, she had a ring, a better one. But the energy bars were a treasure. They had just been released a week ago, and she didn't have a chance to try them. According to the rumors, you can fight for an entire day without feeling hungry after eating one of them. Yes, they taste like shit, so I don't want them anymore, he said, making Isabella curse at him for being a spoiled brat. They will help you survive for the next few days, Victor added in a soft voice, ignoring his teacher's glares. Thank you, Andrea said as she held the ring tightly in her fingers and watched him walk away. I will definitely pay you back, she yelled behind him with a blush. Chapter 252, The Skeleton Dungeon 2. Victor looked around and sighed. After separating from Isabella and the girls, he had finally reached one of the stairways connecting the third floor to the fourth. 2 hours later, he was delayed because on the way he found quite a few lonely doors that begged him to take them along. He had a total of 21 doors now. He killed a total of 57 skeletons on this floor. Although he didn't manage to level up due to his high level, he earned himself 57 order points. After getting out of here, he might be able to reveal many secrets. Name: Victor von Weiss. Level: 119. Titles: Greater than Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Greater than Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Greater than Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Greater than Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Greater than Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Status: Authority: Infinity. Health 4645, 4645. Stamina 3499, 3570. Mana 3331, 3915. Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370. Luck 46. Charm 55. Order points 65. Class: Fate Weaver. Subclass: None. Class skills: Eyes of Destiny, X+2. Destiny Shield, SSS +1. Fate Tracker, X+1. Fate Instinct, X+1. Recognized skills: Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sword Arts, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E. Self-healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. System Skills: Admin Appraisal, SSS +3. Admin Merchant, SSS +2. Master Seal, SS +3, 5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS +3. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, None. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA, 3% Awakening. Fate Strength, A. Less than unaffected by outside fates greater than. Equipment: Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Shadow Shifter Ring, SS. Area Inspect Ring, C. Levitation Necklace, A. Hidden Armor, B. Skull Crushing Mace, A. He got 2 rings from the skeletons, but they were just normal F-ranked strength and speed enhancing rings that he had no interest in. A player can only equip up to 1 extra ring every 50 levels after all, and his fingers were already occupied by a storage ring, the shadow shifting ring, and a C-ranked rare area inspect ring that he got from his ancestor's stash. It protected him from traps and attacks from the back. He could only use those later to scam some little girl. But that's for later. Unfortunately, this floor was seemingly scrubbed clean by other pillagers before he came here. What a bunch of sick bastards, leaving nothing for this young master, he cursed. He didn't expect things to be this messy, that's why he gave Andrea those energy bars. He didn't want his classmates to go out searching for food in this dangerous place. As this might cause the wedding to get delayed, it would not be appropriate to hold a wedding when all of your classmates were killed after all. Looking at the stairway, he hesitated for a second, checking his remaining mana and stamina. He can carry on for another 7 hours without any problems. But he better take a rest whenever he can. Earlier, he expected all the levels in this dungeon to be the same and just get wider as he descended, but according to teacher Isabella, they might be different, so he needed to be ready for contingencies. He quickly decided to check on his slaves as he caught his breath. Alex had already sneaked into the dungeon, and she was in some kind of a dark, ominous place fighting ominous-looking black skeletons. Victor had no idea where she was, but he was sure that she wouldn't die easily. Tom had teamed up with 2 girl players whom he had never seen before. They were hiding in a small room warming each other with their bodies. Oh, Peter was there too, but he was getting excluded. Poor guy. It seemed like the temperature changed from one level to another. Lynn had seemingly teamed up with 2 classmates, a male and a female. Accompanying them was Mr. Gold, who seemed to have been injured. They were making their way across a jungle of dead trees with strange-looking fruits. They were getting chased by some other guys who were getting delayed by the gargoyles Lynn kept summoning. "Lynn, where are you?" Victor quickly asked her using his blood slave communication power. "The 5th floor," she quickly answered. "Some group of rogue players is chasing us. Why aren't you killing them?" he asked. Lynn was very strong after all. Lynn Cross von Rosen. Level 0. Class Ace Summoner AAA. Authority 5. Abnormal state. Corpse Poison S. Strength 5980ths. Intelligence 3997ths. Agility 4983rds. Luck 1. Charm 37. Order 10. Skills: Devouring S. Deathblade A. Self-Heal A. Poison Resistance A. Drug Resistance A. Death Shrill B. Summoning Art B. Resistance Building D. Enhanced Senses D. Demonic Command D. Drug Brewing D. Staff Arts D. Alchemy E. Charm F. Sleeping F. Equipment: Summoner Staff A. Protection Talisman S. Storage Ring A. Fate Status: Fate's Power F. Summary RISING. Less than NO active fate greater than. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Those evil men poisoned me so I can't use my full strength. They have 2 high-level warriors. She said, I already took an antidote, but it's working very slowly. Victor shook his head. Despite having attributes that can rival a player with a level 400. Lynn was in a pinch. Her luck and fate were just that bad. Thankfully, her fate of death had been cancelled. Use some cheap talisman and claim that it is a rare disguise talisman. I will use my power to hide you in your group for 15 minutes, use it to escape. He said, using his skill through Lynn would cause his mana to drain fast, and he couldn't risk this while being alone in the dungeon. I understand, she said as she quickly told Mr. Gold to prepare, then activated a cheap defense talisman while guiding her group to hide behind the trunk of a giant dead tree. Her pursuers were fooled and passed them without noticing a thing. Guide Mr. Gold to the 1st floor and stay there. For now, the poison you are suffering from is corpse poison. It is very tricky to cure, but thanks to your resistance it will not hurt you badly, just be careful not to be poisoned again. I am on my way down to the 4th now, he instructed, deciding to hurry up. Lynn was of no use, curing the corpse position will take the time that he didn't have. Be careful, she told him as she squeezed her little hand. That's what she gets for being reckless and overconfident in her power. She should have been more careful. Sister Lynn, you are amazing. What is your class? Wasn't it a summoner? The male classmate accompanying Lynn said suddenly as he secretly checked her out. This girl is very pretty and strong. She was also pure and lovely. Maybe he can woo her and join the Von Rosen family as a son-in-law. He heard that they only had women players there. Hey. Tristan, That's rude, you should never ask about other people's classes. Mr. Gold scolded him before coughing some blood. The other classmate, a nice girl, quickly helped wipe her teacher's mouth. Most of the girls in the academy were from minor aristocratic families. They were well-mannered and knew how to respect their elders. I just want to get to know her better. Tristan complained. He was from a normal family and was lucky that he got a chance to awaken because he stumbled upon a ritual being conducted while sneaking to look at the neighbor's girl Andrea, whom he followed as she undressed and entered a strange lake with another girl from her family. He didn't have time to wonder what they were doing as he got struck by lightning and awakened as a player. Thankfully, due to fire suddenly breaking everywhere on the lake, no one saw him after that and he managed to escape and began to use his hypnosis ability to have some fun. He eventually managed to enter the academy after some people from the Free Players Association caught him trying to rob a bank and taught him an unforgettable lesson. Remembering it made him shiver a little. Lin is engaged to the Von Weiss family, Mr. Gold warned him. As an experienced man, he knew how to read the stupid mind of some horny teenager. I know, I just want to be friends, he lied. He liked stealing girls from others, that's the thing that got him his wicked barred class. Lin said nothing, she just ignored him, making him smile and shake his head while adjusting his plan, totally unaware that Lin's super spiteful fiancé, Victor, had already added him to his very naughty list, the list that the Nutcracker would visit sooner than later. Ellipsis. Another metallic skeleton broke into pieces as Zoe hammered it with her new great bone club. What kind of bone was this? It was stronger than steel. Taking a deep breath, she quickly collected the skeleton's shattered metal bones and gem. It had already been a full day, and she only managed to find one of her classmates. It was too late for him though, as he had already turned into a zombie and attacked her. This dungeon was so evil. She was beginning to feel tired after an entire day of fighting. So she decided to find a place to hide. The area she was in was different from where she started. She must have crossed to another place when she was being chased around earlier. This zone looked like an ancient temple with all kinds of washed-out drawings and symbols on the walls. She quickly managed to find a place at one end of the tunnel she was in. It was not really a room, just a corridor ending, but it was a perfect resting place as attacks would come from one direction and the tunnel had many intersections, so she would be able to fend them off or run away as long they didn't come from the closest one or attacked in a swarm. Don't jinx it, she mumbled as she sat down on the brown tiled floor to catch her breath. At least, she was not hungry. She couldn't even think about food after trying that disgusting energy bar. If Uncle Falcon didn't warn her about its taste earlier, she would have spat it out. Track, track, track. The sound of moving bones startled her and made her quickly open her eyes and jerk to her feet. She must have slept due to exhaustion. Readying her club, she quickly realized that her worst fears had come true. There was a patrol of 10 skeletons approaching. They had just turned the corner and made her realize that she was in trouble. Those were not like the earlier ones. They were dressed in ceremonial garbs and their bones were made of gold. She should run. That's what her intuition told her. Thankfully the skeletons were at the end of the tunnel and didn't reach the intersection yet, which was closer to her, so she quickly ran as fast as she could. Intending to escape for now, it was a bad decision because as soon as she reached the intersection and attempted to enter the side tunnel, she realized that another group of those golden skeletons was there. She almost ran into their sharp ceremonial sickles. She quickly swung her club at one of them, intending to shatter its skull, but it didn't work as she could only hear the sound of metal hitting metal and her hand felt numb. She was about to let go of her club, but she quickly held it firmly and used the recoil of the hit to spin her body around. Zoe hurried back to the end she was in where she prepared herself for a fight. She would be cornered, but she couldn't afford being surrounded from two sides. Damn it, she cursed as the two groups of skeletons merged into one and approached her in a synchronous march. She could only back away until her back touched the wall behind her, making her feel how wet and sweaty her shirt had become. Was she going to die here? That was what she was thinking when she heard the sound of rocks sliding. It was a secret door behind her. She wanted to escape quickly, but a scream made her stop. Make way. Coming through. A pretty blonde guy who was wearing a tattered driver's suit jumped out of the opening, then ran toward the skeletons. He didn't fight, but jumped using the side of the wall as leverage, then used the skeleton skulls as stepping stones to reach behind them and continued to escape without even looking behind. The skeletons, who now had step marks on their skulls, opened their skeletal mouths in shock for a few seconds before noticing what was approaching from the secret door. Their dead eyes shone with green flame as they unanimously decided to turn around and run for their life, or whatever was making them move. Zoe wondered if that guy was Victor's gay driver as she looked behind her. That's when she realized why they were running away. What kind of abomination is this? How can something like this exist? She didn't have time to ponder that. Damn it, she cursed as she ran after the skeletons. What the fuck is that? A message, that startled her and all the players in the dungeon, answered her question. Warning, Icevigar the Great had been awakened from his deep slumber. Warning, dungeon had reached S rank. Targets updated. Kill Icevigar the Great. Kill the Lich King. Kill the Skeleton Queen. Chapter 253. The Skeleton Dungeon 3. Outside the dungeon, Naomi was pondering about when Bella and those students would come out. Naomi had noticed that her best friend was looking strangely at one of the students earlier, and that made her a little annoyed. Bella was hers. She should never look at a boy like that. She suddenly remembered Victor's hot and domineering eyes when he looked at her. It was as if he saw everything. No, that's impossible. But what if? Could it be that he dropped those papers on purpose? She felt nothing before, but now that she was thinking about it, she felt that it was a little unnatural. Could it be that he was checking her? She quickly bent down and tried to imitate grabbing the papers from the ground, just to see what he could have seen. Damn it, he had seen it all. Wait, what is that? She noticed something covered by dirt right under the dungeon gate. Forgetting what she was thinking about, or maybe trying to escape reality, she quickly knelt and carefully reached under the dungeon gate that was hovering only a couple of inches above the ground. It was a piece of paper, and was stuck as if it was nailed there. She pulled harder, tearing it, and then stepping back and carefully inspected it. It was a talisman that she didn't see anything like before. What is this for? She didn't have to ask that as seconds later the vortex at the dungeon gate began to grow bigger and turn from cyan to dark blue. It took her a few minutes to realize what this was. *T, this was a C rank gate, not an F rank one. It must be this talisman's fault. Someone must have placed it here and hidden it carefully so that everyone would think this was a low-ranking dungeon. She had no idea what this talisman is and how it worked, as it even managed to screw her appraisal skill. But who would do this? That's not the important thing. The kids were in danger. C-rank dungeons were not for noobs. Just as she was about to stand up and then run to sound the alarm, a strange thing happened as the gate slowly turned. From blue to purple, from purple to red, then to gold. *T, ANS rank, she yelled as she fell on her butt while opening her eyes wide. *. Margaret cursed as she kicked the door for the 100th time. Why wouldn't it budge? No swords or spears seemed to be working on it. She even tried to seduce it, but it turned out to be a gay door, standing firmly, totally unaffected. Earlier she heard the familiar sound of someone screaming. No, Margaret wanted to yell for help, but the ominous shrills that came right after made her change her mind. It sent shivers up her spine. Shivers that she hadn't felt anything like them yet in this life. Those things were definitely chasing after Alex. Victor was right, Alex is a jinx. Those things seemingly felt her. They knocked a couple of times on the door separating them from her, but it didn't budge at all. This fucking golden door was super sturdy and didn't even have cracks. Of course, it wouldn't have cracks. It was a fucking vault door after all. Yes, the poor girl was locked inside a vault without her toys. A super grand palace vault. It was earlier full of strange treasures and gold coins that made their way into Margaret's little ring. Thankfully Victor was wise enough to give her one with extra storage space after she told him her secret. It was supposed to store their dirty cash. Those things retreated moments later just as the message of the dungeon's rank increase appeared, making Margaret affirm her decision to stay here. Like she had any choice, she liked to believe she had one. Margaret could only sigh and look at the piles of strange bricks left behind her. She left them earlier because they were super heavy. Storing a thing in the ring took time proportional to its mass, and it should be able to be moved freely. So storing those bricks in her ring would take more than a few days of hard work. That's what she had discovered earlier when it took her 5 minutes to take one of them. Could those be some kind of treasure? Duh, of course, they were. She was in a hurry to go level up earlier, but now she had all the time in the world. After some thinking, she decided to begin working. If no one came to her rescue, she would have to spend this raid in here, moving bricks and eating sweet *T. Did they really think that adding sugar to their energy bar would improve its taste? Alex ran. She knew that she should not have returned to this dungeon. She should have run away while Victor was in here. But somewhere in her heart, she didn't really want to do that. She didn't dare to. Earlier, when she sneaked into the dungeon, she woke up and found herself in a dark room, so she did the natural thing to turn on her flashlight. That's when she discovered that she was in a large Gothic-style hall with heaps of black bones and skulls all around her. Seemingly, feeling the light, some bones slowly assembled as Alex, who knew that she shouldn't stay here, frantically began looking for an exit in a hurry. She kept shedding more and more light on scattered bones and causing them to start trembling. She finally found an exit a minute later behind one large heap of broken bones. Without thinking, she jumped over it, collapsing it to the ground as she ran to the exit. It was too late. %who %shsa saw %ah. A skeleton that had fully assembled behind her screamed something incomprehensible as red light flickered in its eye sockets, causing all dormant bones to start assembling in a hurry. Alex knew that she had to run, but bad luck struck again as a few skeletons seemed to have already assembled next to the hall's exit. They jumped at her with their sharp black bony spears that materialized out of thin air. Alex quickly took out her own spear and began fighting them. Strangely enough, no matter how much she hacked at them, they didn't seem to be affected. Their bones seemed to be extra hard as her spear didn't even leave a scratch. Thankfully their rib cages were exposed, so Alex quickly thrust her spear forward into the biggest and meanest looking skeleton's rib cage, then rotated the tip to act as a hook, creating a skeleton hammer that she began to swing around, cleaning the entrance in seconds. Finishing, she quickly swung her spear as she rotated it again, causing the stuck skeleton who was about to throw his spear at her to be flung away, crashing a few of his colleagues who had just assembled. Alex didn't have time to celebrate her victory as she ran. She ran and ran as the sounds of screeches and bone cracking followed her. That was until she reached another circular hall that was a close end, *T. She could only turn around and pray that those skeletons from earlier didn't follow her. They were there. Strange enough, they didn't dare to enter the hall and just stood right outside the arching doorway glaring at her with their flickering evil eyes. Alex nervously looked at them as she relaxed her fighting stance. They couldn't enter here. She realized that when they began hissing at her from outside as if to tell her to leave there quickly. Could it be that something was scaring them here? Alex wondered as she looked around, using her flashlight to slowly inspect the hall. It is a circular hall with a single rusty sword that was struck with a black stone in its center. It seemed to form some kind of array. Other than that, the hall's walls were full of fading murals depicting a great black shadow demon being fought by armies of men who had pointy ears. There was another mural of a sword banishing the demon. Alex looked around and checked that the sword in the mural was the same one in the center of the hall. Those evil creatures must be scared of the sword. Alex smiled as she moved to the sword that seemed to be extra shabby. She thought for a second, then tried to pull it. It didn't budge. Alex frowned as the skeletons outside began to scream louder. *TCH. Get away from that ominous thing. They screamed, but she didn't understand them. Just you wait, she yelled as she used her entire strength to pull the sword out. Crack! The sword broke in half. Oops! Alex frowned as she inspected the flimsy hilt in her hand, before noticing that the sword's blade that remained stuck in the stone began to disintegrate slowly into a cloud of black smoke that began to slowly consolidate behind her. She slowly turned around and watched the smoke slowly forming a miasma that thickened by the second, turning into an oily substance that began to solidify into a slimy black matter where a group of ominous skulls began to emerge and then drown again as they howled and reformed. Alex stepped back and used her spear to hack at it. The spear melted as soon as it touched that thing. Damn, this was an A-ranked spear. It was Victor's first gift to her. Swallowing her saliva as she stepped back, Alex decided that she preferred to fight the skeletons behind her than that thing, so she quickly took another spear from her ring and turned around. She was preparing for a fight, but the skeletons were not. They had already begun to run away. She didn't need any thinking to run after them. While looking back at that thing completed its solidification into a giant amalgamation of skulls and bones that looked like a muddy giant frog that had hollow eye sockets that flickered with red flames seconds later. It opened its giant mouth and sprung a huge tongue made of slimy bones. Alex used her spear to hit the wall and push her moving body to the side as the tongue went past her and grabbed the group of coarse skeletons, then pulled them into that thing's mouth where they melted. *T. Alex shouted as she hurried through the now empty tunnel. Reaching the hall she was in before, she was confronted by a sea of skeletons that formed in her absence. They looked at her with surprise. Wasn't she dead already? She didn't pause. She just used her spear as a jumping pole to fly into the air and continued her run using the stunned skeletons' skulls as stepping stones. Thanks to their great numbers, they couldn't move their limbs or try to grab her. By the moment the skeletons realized what she was doing, and decided to form a plan and deal with her. It was too late, as they began feeling their bodies getting disintegrating as if something was sucking all of their energy. They looked to the back and realized that the thing they feared most had awakened. Alex, who was running like crazy, soon lost her footing and fell as the skeleton below her feet lost its energy and began to disintegrate. She quickly looked back to realize that the frog was sucking the entire sea of skeletons like soup. It was getting bigger and more ominous too. It finished quickly sucking the hall clean of skeletons as Alex slowly stood up. Now that the hall was clean, she realized that the hall had another smaller exit, just as that thing looked at her. No. Alex screamed as she began to run. She even activated a bunch of speed talismans. That thing followed. It didn't walk but floated like a ghost. It was not fast, just moving slowly like a lion that knew that nothing would escape it. Alex didn't know how much she ran. All she knew was that she passed from one hall to another and finally reached the end of the tunnel she was in. Damn it, a dead end. She shivered as she heard the ominous shrills of her pursuer who was just behind the corner. She quickly turned around and prepared to fight as she took out her spear, which coincidentally struck the side of the wall, activating a hidden mechanism. Alex only had to hear the sound of the wall sliding open behind her to turn and run through it. A girl that seemed familiar was fighting some golden skeletons behind that gate, but she didn't care. Make way, Alex yelled as she passed them. She was not going to die here today. Chapter 254, Fateful Trouble. Damn you, Alex, Victor cursed as he sat up. He was currently resting in a secured room after spending 5 hours on the 4th floor, which looked very similar to the 3rd with more skeletons and super doors. He had just finished a quick one-sided battle with a horde of skeletons when the dungeon update notification startled the sh*t out of him. He didn't expect that Alex would be able to make trouble here too. No, this was beyond trouble. That S-rank monster that was following her was bad news even for him. Although Victor had no idea what it was, he read about those kinds of creatures before. It was very similar to the demon that the Von Sway family injected into Rita. But this one had a physical body made out of miasma, which he was not sure if his soul poison would work on. Wasn't Alex too unlucky lately? She had been causing one problem after another without rest. Victor frowned as he suddenly thought about something, and opened Alex's status screen. What if there was something affecting her? Name: Alexis Donner. Level: 71. Class: Warrior. Abnormal status: Blood Slave SSS. Authority: 7. Strength: 165. Agility: 129. Intelligence: 127. Luck: 37. Charm: 50. Order: 29. Skills: Thunder Fist Arts, First Half A. Spear Arts A. Survival Instinct B. Spider Hater C. Equipment: Gender Swapping Ring, S. Storage Ring, A. Sigma Silver Spear, B. Black Leather Armor, C. Thunder Sect Disciple Token, cancelled. Fate Status: Fate's Power, S. Summery Dark Scion, Defined Fate. Dark Scion, Suffer in Misery. Live for Revenge. Die in Glory. Destiny List: less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor frowned. Her fate was affecting her again now that she was far from him. And other than the fact that Alex had very few skills and was still holding onto her stupid Thunder Sect token, there was nothing unusual here. Could it be a coincidence? Thinking for a moment, he pressed on the Destiny List and paid the price of 10 order points. Destiny List: greater than less than World Fate greater than Dark Scion, Suffer in Misery. Live for Revenge. Die in Glory. Less than active greater than SS greater than less than Birth Fate greater than Holy Princess of the Phoenix Clan. Less than SS greater than less than Self Set greater than Fall in Love and Build a Family less than S greater than less than Self Set greater than Revenge for Father's Death less than S greater than less than Self Set greater than Find Why Mother Left Me, Was I Not a Good Girl? Less than S greater than less than Self Set greater than Rebuild the Thunder Sect less than S greater than less than ID_X_147,337 greater than Great Misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than S greater than. Holy what? Phoenix Clan. That was her hidden bloodline. Ooh, many things began to fit in. No wonder the world hated her guts. The Phoenix Clan was one of the most powerful otherworldly races that appeared after the Reckoning and established gates to this world. Although he never met any one of them, he read about them. The Phoenix clan does not keep male descendants as they lack bloodline power. They only accept females. That would probably be the reason why Alex's father told her to act as a male, but that didn't explain why her bloodline was locked. This must have been done by her mother, but why? It was obvious. The word, princess, indicated royal struggles. It seemed like his bet to keep Alex was spot on. Although she was a little troublesome, if he could tame her, he would be able to control the Phoenix clan from the shadows using the same tactic he planned for the other great powers. Interesting. What is this? Victor still had many questions after reading the fate list, but what finally caught his eyes was the last entry. ID_X_147,337, great misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than less than S greater than. Wasn't this ID the same one he saw earlier in his fate log? The one that gave his grandmother and Harvey death fates? The one he suspected to belong to the fate sect? Why were they targeting Alex with misfortune? No. Victor quickly paid another 10 order points to look at Lin's destiny list. Destiny list. Greater than less than self set greater than. Marry Victor von Weiss less than F greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Give birth to a cute child for Victor von Weiss less than F greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Help mother less than F greater than. Greater than less than ID_X_147,337 greater than. Great misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than less than S greater than. The same fate existed. What about that idiot Tom? Destiny list. Greater than less than world fate greater than Cyan. Fulfill your destiny with the world's blessing. Less than SS greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than kill Nova von Astrum. Less than S greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than kill Esmeralda Swan. Less than S greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than kill Afir bin Asviral. Less than S greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than kill 1 million demons. Less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Marry 1,000 pretty wives less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Get reunited with Nova less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Be rich less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Be the strongest player less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Be very popular less than S greater than. Greater than less than ID_X_147,337 greater than 30 days great misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than less than S greater than. That was disgusting. It was like diving into the mind of a horny teenager. Tom was a horny teenager. Anyway, the same great misfortune fate excited here too. Was it applied to him and his followers? What about Rita? Destiny list. Greater than less than birth fate greater than miserable death less than A greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Marry a good husband less than E greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Make my family great again less than E greater than. It was not there. Who was left? Poe, or Paul, whatever that sick bastard called himself now. Destiny list. Greater than less than self set greater than. Live a happy life less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than. Find good partners less than S greater than. Those were interesting. Poe was definitely using some kind of technique to control his thoughts and disguise them so that the world would not go against him, and he didn't have a birth fate. Does this apply to all demons? What did he mean by a happy life and good partners? Victor knew perfectly. It was happy for him and good for him, not for the other party. Anyway, also Poe didn't have that bad fate. This means that it was not aimed at him. Victor frowned and sighed. He was sure that if he didn't have his Fate Weaver class, this effect would have been applied to him too. Lately, he had been wondering whether his actions had alerted the Fate sect. Now he had his answer. This misfortune curse was probably a local area effect, but he was not sure. 10 days ago when this fate was applied coincided with the time just before he left for the auction. It must be the reason why Alex was doing all that bad sh*t recently. This thing was making her bad fate go on steroids. Lin, who had an F fate rank, seemed to have been also badly affected. Why are they using it here? Did they find out about him? Probably not, but he was definitely on their suspects list. They were probably fishing out the variable that was affecting their plans. Anyone who was not affected would definitely be a major suspect. He must try to be more careful from now on. He might even be able to use those idiots at the wedding. He only needed a scapegoat, and he had one. No matter what, he must take care of this dungeon first. The wedding must not be delayed. Victor slowly stood up. He had just noticed that Lin and her group had reached the 4th floor where he was, and it was through a stairway near him. He noticed that because of the corridors she was passing, they didn't have any doors. He must have been there. Lin, I am near you, tell your group to take a rest. Victor sent her before quickly heading in her direction. It was easy to navigate this maze-like structure with his eidetic memory and the map. Ellipsis. Tristan causally pretended to be inspecting the murals on the wall as he secretly checked Lin's ass. She was bending down helping Mr. Gold lie next to a wall. His injury was very severe. This place is strange, look, there are metal hinges on those doorways, it is as if someone took away those doors. The smart girl who was with them said as she carefully inspected the room and then hung one of the torches she got from the lower floors on the wall. All dungeons have unreasonable things, we must be professional and not care about such trivial details, Tristan said, trying to act knowledgeable. This was his first dungeon raid though. Oh, the girl nodded as she continued to inspect the room. Her family was very conservative with their daughters. She was raised to be a good wife, and a good wife did not question things, she did not need trivial skills like critical thinking. Don't listen to him, you have to question everything. Mr. Gold, who was in pain, scolded. He couldn't take his students' bullshit. Dungeons have many mysteries, the more you uncover, the easier the boss battle would become. And the better player you would get. Question everything. Ah, he then began to cough blood, causing Lin to quickly hand him a healing pill as Tristan sneered. Don't waste those on me, those pills can't cure my injury, he said. He doesn't know where those men got that filthy sickle, but it was very poisonous. But, Lin was a little distressed. She knew that Mr. Gold's situation was very critical and he had to be saved fast or he would die. You heard the teacher, Lin, we must focus on clearing this place. Tristan said, earning himself a glare from his teacher. That was rude, that is rude, Lin said as she pouted. Why was Victor taking so long to get here? Ah, sorry, I am just telling the truth, Tristan said as he scratched his head. Damn, he needed to be more careful with his words. Those aristocratic B*TCHES were very sensitive, that wouldn't be bad in bed, hehehe. Forget about clearing this dungeon, Mr. Gold, who was not aware of his students' wild thoughts, said. Now that it has become an S rank, we must focus on survival until the outside assembles a raid. It might take months to get a group of high-leveled players together, Mr. Gold added. Would it take that long? Tristan asked. I heard that a B-ranked dungeon takes about a month to clear, so an S rank would take about 3 months. He was wondering if he stayed here for a couple of months, wouldn't those girls start to depend on him after this nosy teacher dies? Idiot, didn't you study? A B-ranked dungeon usually takes 3 months, an A rank takes about a year, an S rank might take a decade. Ah. Mr. Gold coughed again. Teacher. The girl hurried to his side. I am fine, he said as he relaxed. I can't understand how this dungeon changed rank though, Tristan said, totally unaware that a certain fate was making him show his real selfish persona. It happens, sometimes something evil in the dungeon awakens while the players are inside, or perhaps a seal became undone by some monster, Mr. Gold said. This might also happen after the dungeon had been cleared, creating another dungeon and trapping all the excavation workers on site. This happened at least 3 times before, he explained. WHO is there. The girl who was with them suddenly yelled, startling everyone as she raised her sword. She spotted a shadow walking through the dim doorway. It is this young master, Victor said as he walked out of the shadows. Lin didn't even blink as she threw herself into her fiancé's embrace and began to kiss his mouth, making her friend blush as Tristan cursed silently. Victor, I missed you, Lin whispered in his ear as she hugged him. I know, he said as he patted her silky hair while inspecting her group. It cost him 30 order points to discover that they had no interesting fates other than great misfortune. Toby Gold, Fate Power, B, Destiny List, greater than less than birth fate greater than be a good teacher. Less than A greater than less than SELFSET greater than, teach ANS ranked player less than B greater than less than SELFSET greater than, find good wife less than B greater than less than ID_X_147337 greater than Great misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than less than s greater than. Tristan Blake. Fate power. E. Destiny list. Greater than less than birth fate greater than rape 100 girls less than 1/100th greater than less than f greater than less than selfset greater than ntr 100 girls less than 4/100ths greater than less than e greater than less than selfset greater than become very rich less than e greater than less than id underscore x underscore 147,337 greater than great misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than less than s greater than. What a piece of sh*t. Elma Greentree. Fate power. D. Destiny list. Greater than less than birth fate greater than be a good wife. Less than c greater than less than selfset greater than live a happy life less than d greater than less than id underscore x underscore 147,337 greater than great misfortune less than 20/30 days greater than less than s greater than. What a good girl. Now he was sure. The misfortune was an area effect. Now, he needed to determine its diameter, that would have to wait until he exits the dungeon. We have things to do, he whispered in Lin's ear as he spanked her butt. She was still hugging him after all. She blushed as she reluctantly let go. Damn, I should be the one spanking her, I am the protagonist of this world. Tristan thought as he watched angrily as Lin began to rub her butt with a bashful smile. She obviously wanted more. Victor acted as if he didn't notice anything. He quickly went to check on Mr. Gold. He was suffering from the same poison affecting Lin, but due to his lower attributes, it was affecting him very badly. Was it the nutcracker? Victor asked as he checked Mr. Gold with a frown. The nutcracker? What's that? Mr. Gold asked as he felt gratified seeing the caring look in Victor's eyes. That's how students should be. It's a legendary monster. I found its traces in the dungeon. It attacks only men, but never kills them. Just plays with them. I have seen its victims. It's ugly, Victor said with a heavy voice making the girls shiver a little. Mr. Gold's face turned black. This dungeon was more dangerous than he anticipated. They must secure the students. It was not that nutcracker. It was a rogue player. He slashed at my chest with a poisoned sickle, Mr. Gold said. Oh, if it's just that, I have nothing to fear. Teacher Isabella warned me about those. Let me check, Victor said as if he was relieved it was not the nutcracker. He simply took out a small bottle and dripped a few drops from it on Mr. Gold's black festering wound. The drops changed color from clear to blackish purple and began to hiss. Corpse poison, Victor said with a frown, making Mr. Gold gasp. He suspected as much but didn't dare to confirm it. Check Lin, she was hit too, but she is hiding it, Mr. Gold quickly said. Unlike his stupid students, he knew that Lin was hiding her injured shoulder this entire time. Victor was her fiancé after all. Show me your injury, Victor ordered, turning to Lin, who blushed and exposed her jade-like shoulder, where a black cut a little smaller than the one on Mr. Gold appeared. Victor didn't care about Tristan who was licking his lips secretly. He just ran the test again, the result was the same. Corpse poison, quote. Mr. Gold sighed. If they didn't exit this dungeon fast and get help, their situation would be hopeless. Corpse poison was very tricky to remove, even in a player's hospital as its survival rate was 7%. Thankfully it's only a corpse poison, Victor said as he took out another bottle that he had just purchased from the system for a lot of coins. This is the brilliant dew pill, Mr. Gold said as he watched Victor take out 2 pills. He knew about those. They were the best medicine for corpse poison. Yes, I happen to have this, I found it in a dungeon a while ago. Victor lied as he gave Mr. Gold a pill, then popped one in Lin's small mouth with his finger which she made sure to lick and suck. What were they teaching this girl? You should heal in a few hours. I met teacher Isabella earlier today, she is barricading herself with a few students on the upper floor. Victor said. Oh, that's a relief. Where are you going, Mr. Gold asked as he began to feel better. From that moment on, he owed Victor his life. I need to go down and clear the dungeon, my cousin Zoe is down there. I must save her, Victor said chivalrously, making the girl who was sitting to the side and looking with envy at Lin blush. Why can't she get such a cool fiancé? It was her fault. She should have not refused when her father wanted to offer her as a concubine for Victor after hearing that he was in her class. Damn it, she thought he was some perverted young master. Now she knew better. Perverts could be cool. I want to go with you, Lin quickly demanded. Her wound was healing fast, very fast. No, First you have to help Mr. Gold reach the top floor. Victor scolded. But, no buts. You can come to find me after that. I will wait for you on the 5th floor. Victor said, making her reluctantly nod. He might need her powers. She was the strongest player in this dungeon after all. Victor, be careful there, Mr. Gold said, knowing perfectly that Victor, as an elite heir of the Von Weiss family, had many life-saving treasures. Those guys down there are dangerous, they seem to have been here for a long time. And now that this dungeon has become an S rank, things might get dicey at any moment. I understand, but this young master only fears the Nutcracker, Victor said as he slowly stood up. Teacher, do you know why don't those guys roam the upper floors? Could it be because they also feared the Nutcracker? He suddenly asked. He felt strange because he encountered none of those rogue players until now. From what he saw, the skeletons became stronger as you went down. Probably not. I am not sure, but if I had to guess, I would say it is because of the food. The upper floors have no food or light. The 5th floor has an artificial sun and some kinds of fruits and mushrooms that can be eaten. Mr. Gold said. He had never heard of the Nutcracker before, but he can't be more knowledgeable than a Von Weiss heir. I see, Victor said as he turned to leave, then stopped to give some parting words. I want to remind you, make sure to watch out for the Nutcracker. I think he is still around here somewhere, he said as he gave poor Tristan one last look, then walked out. Chapter 255, The Nutcracker and the Golden Egg. After Mr. Gold rested enough, he was healed enough to be able to walk by himself. Let's go, he told his students as Elma helped him stand up. He wanted to rest a bit more, but he could see the hurried look on Lin's face. He was sure that she couldn't wait to deliver him upstairs and then run back to her beloved. It's nice to be young. The group quickly began heading to Victor's instruction. He had told them the way he came through so that they could quickly reach the next stairway. The trip was uneventful for the first 15 minutes when the murals-filled walls around them became empty, containing strange glowing symbols. It was as if everything became dimmer. Mr. Gold quickly ordered them to prepare for an attack that never came. Only a strong wind blew, and strangely enough, turned off all of their torches. They drowned in darkness. What is going on? Elma asked. I don't know. Be careful, Mr. Gold said as he took out a glowing sword that shed enough light to barely illuminate a few feet around him. Come stand next to me, he said, making the two girls quickly hurry to his side. Tristan, you too, he said. No one replied. Tristan. A bone-chilling scream sounded as all the torches that had been off earlier sprung back to life. The corridors were normal again, but Tristan was missing. Stay vigilant and follow me, Mr. Gold said as he ran following the scream's direction. It was close and he found it a minute later. The scream came from behind a bloodied door. The only door in this entire corridor. He could hear the voice of someone wailing in pain from the room behind it. It was Tristan's voice. Hang on, Mr. Gold screamed as tried to open it, but it didn't budge. He quickly began hammering it with his sword that didn't even scratch the stubborn door. Lin, you try it. Mr. Gold said he had witnessed Lin's power before. Yes, she said as she used all of her strength to push against the door, but only managed to make it shake a little. Again, yes, Lin attacked the poor door again, this time with more resolve. It still refused to budge. Together, Mr. Gold said as he and Elma began to help Lin. The door began to move little by little as the voice from inside disappeared. The next moment the door swung open by itself, making them fall to the ground. Elma could only blush as she felt Mr. Gold's hand grab her from her waist and support her. Lin didn't need any help as she quickly adjusted her stance by herself. Inside there was no enemy. Just Tristan, who was hanging on the wall with a big splash of red on the wall behind him originating from the spot his crotch should have been. His blood was still dripping from the hole that was dug there and pooling on the ground. Tristan, Mr. Gold yelled, as he carefully inspected the room. It was empty, there was no trace of the assailant. Tristan, Mr. Gold yelled again without approaching Tristan, who was already dead. What kind of monster would do this? Elma shivered as she stepped back and carefully looked around as she held her mouth with her left hand. She was about to puke. The Nutcracker, Lin whispered as she hid her smile, acting as if she was feeling nausea too. Victor definitely did this because Tristan was looking at her improperly and this made her strangely pleased. It meant that Victor really considered her his own. Despite the fact that Joseph was one of the richest guys in town, he had never seen a treasure like this before. It was a perfect fist-sized golden egg without any imperfections or traces of machining. He completely ignored the baffled look of his stupid daughter and her friends as run to grab it from the hands of the little girl who was showing it around. "Where did you get this from?" he asked the shy girl who shrank back in fear. She didn't answer, but his spoiled daughter did. "Daddy, Lara was showing us this egg, saying that it was pure gold." "She is obviously lying," his daughter said. Joseph said nothing as he inspected the egg. It was as if a true egg turned to gold. He knocked on it twice to hear its ring. He frowned and looked at the girl, Lara. She was one of his stupid daughter's friends. She bought a home for a sleepover today under the pretense of getting to know each other. But he knew that she just wanted to show off her wealth. No, his wealth. It was not hers. This little brat was slowly growing up to be a slut like her snobbish mother. Finishing inspecting the egg, he looked at Lara who was about to cry. He realized that he acted a bit rashly earlier and that he might have scared the little girl. He could only sigh and kneel beside her. "Sorry, I was a little emotional," he said. "Where did you get this child?" Joseph asked softly. He had just finished inspecting the egg and it was really pure flawless gold. It was definitely the work of a master artisan. As a master antique dealer, he could tell. "Ah, my esteemed brother gave it to me," Lara said shyly after gathering up her courage, making Joseph sigh and ponder why couldn't he have a cute daughter like this. His wife only gave birth to 3 goblins. Of course, he was totally oblivious to the smaller girl standing behind observing him with an active mobile phone in her pocket. If he did do anything to Lara, a faithful group of 12 ferocious chickens would make sure that he would not live to know who he offended. "Oh, really? Do you know how much it is worth? Didn't your brother tell you to keep it safe?" he asked, wondering whether this girl had taken her family's heirloom to brag. He didn't suspect that she stole it from somewhere. His daughter's school was one of the best in the country and only elite students could get admission. He had to bribe half of the city to get his stupid daughter in. "Ah, not really. Isn't it just gold? It shouldn't be that expensive," she asked as she cutely tilted her head. She had a lot of golden toys at her home in the family archipelago. Even the dogs there had golden chewing bones. "My brother just said that he didn't like it because it didn't vibrate and that I should take it and play with it," she added, defending herself. "Stop lying," Joseph's daughter exclaimed. She heard Lara at school brag about her super big brother and his mansion, so she invited her here to show her what real wealth meant. She didn't expect this girl to be so shameless and show off with a golden egg. "Eggs don't vibrate," she added as she crossed her arms knowingly. Her friends nodded as she glared at Lara who was now pouting. Quote. Joseph really wanted to correct his daughter that her sentence was not entirely correct and that vibrating eggs do exist. In fact, her mother had a couple of pink ones in her secret drawer. In the end, he chose to remain silent. He didn't want to corrupt those noble little girls who were waiting for his answer. "Ah, Stephanie, don't be rude," he finally scolded before turning back to Lara. "Did she just say that this was just gold? How fucking rich was she? What does your brother do for a living?" he quickly asked Lara, changing the awkward subject. "Ah," Lara thought for a second, "I don't really know. Esteemed brother is always out of the house bringing new girls every now and then," she pondered, making Joseph frown. "Oh, Miss Arya did say that he has this company, Horizons Media. She wanted me to appear in the new movie they were doing." "What, Horizons Media?" He frowned. He was not knowledgeable about media companies but he heard about Horizons Media before. He was invited to a party that they sponsored a while ago, but didn't go because he didn't think it was worth it. Maybe that was a mistake. "What about your father?" he asked. "Esteemed father is always busy. I don't really know but he travels a lot and has a lot of wives," she said. She really had no idea what Theodore did. "Wives? What is your father's name?" he finally asked. "Ah," Lara got nervous as she didn't dare to say it causally, but finally, under her classmates' questioning eyes she uttered it. "My esteemed father is called Theodore Vaughn." "No, Theodore White," she corrected herself after remembering that Victor told her to use the fake name outside. "HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssssssss. Joseph went to the window and looked outside. Sure, they were there, 3 black-white sted vans with burly men in them waiting. Damn, the girl whom his snobbish daughter was planning to bully was a princess from the White family. That was close. He almost lost his head. "Oh, I heard of your father. He is a great businessman," he said as he turned back while trying hard to calm his shaking legs. "But, "Little girl, you shouldn't go around showing off your wealth like this, there are bad people in this world," he calmly advised as he walked to Lara and gave her back her golden egg, then carefully patted her little head. His life was more important. Daddy. But Stephanie, who didn't anticipate her father to act like this, wanted to say something, but only got a smack to the back of her stupid head. "Stephanie, Lara is a really good girl, she would never lie," he scolded. "You will be good friends from now on. Now apologize to her," he ordered. If his stupid daughter really managed to befriend Lara, he would have struck gold. No, as Lara said, gold was not that precious. Then, what would have he struck? He quickly took out his phone and began to check precious metals prices as his daughter turned to face Lara. "I am sorry," Stephanie spat unwillingly. She didn't dare to disobey her snobbish father. "It's okay," Lara said with a sweet smile. She never held grudges, that's what her mother taught her to do. "Is your brother really the head of Horizons Media?" Another girl who was silent until now asked as stars twinkled in her eyes. She was knowledgeable about movies. "Yes. Last time he was with Miss Mira Elvin and he introduced her to esteemed mother as his girlfriend," she said, making the girls gasp. They finally realized that Lara's esteemed brother was a really big guy. They all knew and loved Mira. "Really? Are you telling the truth?" Stephanie asked skeptically. She didn't want to recognize her defeat. "Yes." Lara nodded and took out her phone and began to show her friends the selfies she got with Mira that day. Joseph silently nodded as he glanced at the phone casually. "Wait. HSSSSS's," he gasped. "Miss Lara, that purple-headed youth," he asked suddenly. "Ah, that's my esteemed brother. He is the coolest in the entire world," Lara said proudly, as Elle in the back nodded. "He is very handsome," Stephanie, who was completely entranced, said as she looked at Victor's photo. She finally conceded. That guy is too fucking hot. She had decided, from now on, Lara was her sister-in-law. Joseph just stood there in shock. Wasn't this guy the pervert grandma's boy who was in the news lately? Chapter 256. Soul Apples. Victor cursed as he hurried toward the 5th-floor stairway. He didn't intend to kill Tristan, he just wanted to castrate him. At first, he wanted Tristan to get a little excited so that the cutting would be swift. Victor, who disguised as a horned demon, threatened the terrified Tristan and then asked him about his thoughts on the girls he was with. He promised that he would let him go if he told the truth. That bastard's words were so twisted that Victor couldn't help but snap and shatter his entire crotch into oblivion. Damn it, Tristan must have also been affected by the misfortune fate. It seemed to be more dangerous than he had first anticipated. Victor was worried about Lily and the girls. They might be in some real danger. Ellipsis. Lily had already been in the dungeon for 4 hours. When she first entered here, she found herself thrown into a huge exotic garden with strange plants and trees. She quickly surveyed her perimeter as she used her skills to hide her presence as per her young master's instruction. She was to survey and plan before anything. After making sure that no enemies were in sight, she carefully climbed a tall tree and began to map her surroundings. This place was strange. It was as if a garden and a maze were merged together. It was full of trees and plants, yet it was indoors. She could easily see the high vaulted ceiling where giant hanging lanterns burnt, illuminating this entire space in the blue gloomy light. Looking around, she noticed other things, like how the trees that grew out of the gray dirt looked dead at first glance, but they were alive with purple and brown ominous-looking leaves. Some even bore some kind of black fruit that she didn't dare to taste. Victor had warned her to not put anything unknown in her pretty mouth. Still looking around, she kept feeling that something was missing. She quickly knew what. There were no insects, and there weren't even any scents. It was as if the entire forest was frozen in time. Other than some skeletons that sometimes wandered aimlessly, there were no living things. These skeletons seemed to hate the light here, and walked very sluggishly, struggling and tripping over the tree roots. Lily was watching one such skeleton when it suddenly lost its head to an arrow going through it and pinning it to a tree. A group of unknown players soon appeared below her, totally oblivious to the beauty hiding in the shadows watching them. They were dragging a chained group of other players whom she recognized as her classmates. The others seemed to be from the academy but probably belonged to another class. 2 of them were dead and were being carried by the rest, who were crying for their mommies. She decided to not interfere and remain hidden as she watched. That group had more than 20 players who were armed and dangerous. Lily frowned, wondering if she should follow them or not. After some pondering, she decided to follow as she had nothing better to do, but just as she began to do that, she noticed a certain mark on a nearby tree trunk. Victor taught those signs to the girls to use them in dungeons. After checking it, Lily stopped, then quickly changed her plans before she started heading at a different angle. The direction the mark was indicating. It was a distress mark. Lily quickly found a second mark, then a third. The marks were getting sloppier as she followed their trail. She kept jumping from one tree to the next while remaining hidden. This place might be more dangerous than she had first anticipated. 30 minutes later she reached the end of the trail, where she found a girl who was curling up hiding inside an elevated hollow tree trunk covered in her own blood. Mina, hearing the sound of someone landing beside her, Mina, who was vigilant, quickly raised a dagger defensively. Lily, seeing it was Lily, Mina smiled and then completely relaxed. She dropped her weapon as she lost consciousness. She was badly hurt and could only remain awake until now by sheer willpower. Why didn't she take a healing pill? Lily wondered, then realized that Mina not only didn't have her ring, but she was also missing her entire left arm. *T. Lily gasped as she quickly took a high-grade healing pill and fed it to Mina. Then, after placing a couple of isolation talismans around, she began to bandage the latter's wounds. She was now really angry, beyond angry. She considered the twins her sisters after all. Whoever did this shall be cut into pieces and then fed to the dogs. She sentenced them. When Victor landed on the 5th floor, he was shocked by this place. Not because of the exotic atmosphere, but because he recognized the fruits on a few of the trees. Miracle apples were one of the most addictive substances in the world. This thing was as delicious as it was dangerous. Once someone ate it, he would just be amazed by its taste, and feel like strange energy was making him stronger. Too bad that after a few days he would start to desire to eat it again. At first, it would be manageable, but after eating a few more of those, he would come to desire it more than anything else in the world. He would be ready to even sell his wife and children for another bite. So that's where those things were brought from. Victor pondered. In his past life, he never heard of this dungeon, but he had seen the fruits. They were controlled by some shadow organizations that were later discovered to be minions of the Von Sway family. They used them to control many of the world's elites and politicians before the reckoning. Although he didn't try it himself, he heard that it does have some benefits, like it increases metabolism and strengthens the body. He wanted to get one back then, but he didn't have the money to buy it. Those things sold for a lot. Victor carefully took one and inspected it. Soul apple, converts soul to energy. Oh, Victor frowned as he read the brief description, so that's how it works. No wonder it made people stronger, but that was in exchange for their soul energy. Compared to normal energy, soul energy was 10,000x denser, so if this apple only managed to dissolve 0.01% of someone's soul, it would be enough to grant them great power. However, that comes at a great price. Soul energy can't be generated easily, so slowly that person would become more ruthless and reckless until he turns into a complete animal. Victor quickly took a few soul apples and stored them in his ring. Victor had a crazy idea that he might be able to develop something interesting using them later. After that, he tried cutting one of the trees, but as he expected, his sword didn't even leave a mark. He really wanted to take one of those with him, but he knew that he would have to spend a few days cutting it. Sighing as he was thinking about what to do next, Victor suddenly heard a voice. It was of a woman screaming for help. Although he planned to stay near the stairs and wait for Lynn, he decided to see what was going on. Running in the sound's direction, Victor soon reached a clearing where he found an injured, bleeding woman laying on the grassless gray dirt with a little boy crying and shaking in fear beside her. No, this bastard was not a kid, but a midget. Those two were acting. Ivan Blackie, the woman. Level 54, Poisoner. Authority 6, Fate. B. Milo Moyer, the midget. Level 16, Warrior. Authority 2, Fate. E. Mommy, please someone. The midget cried in a fake voice. If Victor was a new player, he would have been fooled. This bastard had purposefully put dirt on his face to mask his age. Help! The midget began to yell again but stopped as the woman's head blew up. It took him a few seconds to realize that a handsome purple-haired guy that he had never seen before had somehow appeared on top of them and then shattered the skull of his colleague using a giant club. Don't worry, kid, my men will take care of you, Victor said as he searched the woman's corpse, totally ignoring the midget who began to look around. Where were those men? The woman didn't have anything important, just a few leather sachets, and a poisonous hairpin in her hair which Victor took. Poison pin, E. Inflict sleeping poison, itch poison, F. Mild aphrodisiac, E. Corpse melting poison, E. Black fever poison, D. 3 pains poison, B. She also had a few carefully wrapped packages that contained meat inside. Victor could easily tell that this was human meat. Cannibals. This practice, although uncommon, was not unheard of in dungeons if people got stuck. The apples, although they could sustain a person's life in exchange for their soul, they didn't fill the stomach. Why did you kill her? The midget finally asked as he couldn't believe what just happened. He was still searching for the imaginary men. She didn't vibrate, Victor said as he turned and looked at his new shaking prey after packing his loot. I like you more, he added, licking his lips. The reason he killed the woman first was that after inspecting her he realized that she was the most dangerous one. Poisoners were always tricky, especially if they were faced alone. They must be disposed of ASAP. This was written in Dungeonology 102, Chapter 3, Good PvP Practices. Oh, this course didn't exist, not yet anyway. I am just a kid. The midget continued his act as a kid while he crawled back, carefully grabbing the dagger hidden behind his back. Where was his dagger? Are you searching for this? Victor casually looked at the bone dagger in his hand. It was made out of bone, yet it was gold. Gold skeleton ceremonial dagger, A. Increases intelligence. Does not dull. You must have gotten this from some skeleton, right? Victor asked as he inspected the dagger. Have you been to the lower floors? Ah. When did you get it? How? The midget ignored Victor's question as he couldn't believe that his trusty weapon was taken from him like this. How many humans have you eaten until now? Victor asked again. He was sure this one was a cannibal too. No, I didn't. What? You don't eat men? Then what are you doing here near the stairs to the upper floor? No, blah. The midget, who was carefully stepping back while keeping his eyes on Victor, suddenly felt a strong hand catch his neck, forcing his jaw open and filling it with wine. Victor was no longer in front of him but beside him. He refused to drink, but a precise kick to his balls convinced him to swallow what was in his mouth. This technique always worked. The Nutcracker technique. Ah, the midget howled as he was thrown to the ground seconds later. He wanted to clutch his crotch but couldn't. His hands and feet were shackled with pink fuzzy cuffs. What the F***ck? Don't focus on the color. I brought those to use on a naughty girl a while back, but had no chance. Now answer truthfully, and I will let you go. Victor said with a blush as he took out a foldable chair from his ring and sat on it. Go to hell, the midget said, you bastard. You tricked me, you are here alone. He began to yell as he tried to break free, not realizing that Victor had already stuck a power-sealing talisman on his back. Yup, Victor said nothing else and just carefully sat and watched as the midget's eyes, which were glaring hatefully at him, changed to that of an idiot a few minutes later. The soul fruit was the only food source here. Those men who have been using it for a long time would very slowly weaken their souls. The soul wine, which usually had a weak effect on players, would be very effective here. Margaret should be having a blast. Chapter 257. Soul Apples 2. Achoo. Margaret sneezed. Someone was definitely thinking about her in a perverted way, as if anyone would think about her in any other way. She didn't care, she had better things to do. As she was busy moving the strange blocks in the vault to her ring, she discovered a trapdoor hidden carefully underneath a big stack. It took her 3 hours to finish clearing the blocks above and making room so that she would be able to open the door. Unlike that stupid vault door, this one was not gay, it was as straight as an arrow. Under her gentle touch, it shook and squealed with pleasure as she pulled it open. HSSSSSs. She gasped at what she saw inside. Although the cellar was small, it was filled with large carcasses of many exotic animals that had glowing metallic bones. There were even shiny golden human skeletons chained to the walls. What kind of place is this? What are those for? Like with the blocks, Margaret had no idea, but she knew that they were expensive. This slut was getting filthy rich. Ellipsis. Victor smiled as he looked at the chained-up midget, who began to have dreamy eyes. Now he could be interrogated easily. Now, what is your name? Victor asked as he relaxed in his foldable chair and took an energy bar to eat. Milo, the midget answered as he drooled. How old are you? 31. Bachelor. No. Yes, I just became one, he said, feeling absolutely no remorse for his dead evil girlfriend. Milo, what was your plan waiting here? Victor asked. Nothing, it was Ivan's plan, he said. Ivan was his now dead girlfriend. What was her plan then? Wait here, and trick those who descend the stairs. The other groups have been hunting a lot lately. There is a new group of idiots who entered the dungeon. We wanted to try our luck too. Typical. How many people are in your group? Just me and Ivan. The others didn't like her because she used poison. He said, "You two met here?" "Yes, she caught me stealing her food. She said that I was not worth eating as I didn't have a lot of meat. She poisoned me and then forced me to help her hunt, and maybe attend to her other needs. I am innocent here, we will see about that. How many men did you eat?" "None, Ivan eats the men, I eat the women," he said, licking his lips. The apples were causing the players here to have a degraded sense of values. Victor expected that. "How many did you eat? How long have you been here anyway?" Victor asked. 4 months. "I have eaten 3 girls," he said, licking his lips again as he remembered the taste. Victor frowned. Damn, this dungeon was dangerous. If this weak midget could eat 3, what about the others here? "How did you get to this dungeon?" Victor asked. "I paid a black market guide. He took $10 to tell me about this place. That bastard, he charged Ivan half of that." "Who was he?" Victor asked as he squinted his eyes. "I don't know, I found him through a dark web website. True Player Network." Victor knew of this. It was one of the unauthorized websites that players can use to subvert the Players' Council's supervision. Of course, that was a lie. The Player Council was the one behind it. It was built to scam and keep an eye on the rogue player who hated the current way things were done. "I see, didn't your mother teach you not to trust shady people online?" "No, my mother always went out with people she met online." "Oh, tell me what you know about this place." Victor finally said. "Why should I? I will let you eat this." Victor took out an energy bar from his ring and dangled it in front of the midget. One major sign of soul damage was craving sugar. "Okay." The midget quickly nodded as he drooled. Although the apples were delicious, he was craving some candy lately. This dungeon is very strange. It is composed of different levels. The upper 4 are dark and filled with skeletons, so no one really goes there except when we are hunting. Even then, it is not really feasible as we can be easily spotted when we use light and the skeletons would easily sneak up on us if we stayed in the dark," he said. "What about the lower floors?" Victor asked. "This 5th one is the only one that has food, the black apples." He licked his lips again. Going down, the dungeon changes and gets much bigger. Even the rocks change and become more sinister. Magic lights barely work down there, and it is very dim, so we can only crawl in the dark. We only reach the 7th floor. It is very dangerous there. Hearing that, Victor frowned. The places where Alex and Tom were in had strange wall lights, so they must be on the 8th, 9th, or 10th floors. No, the 10th floor was where that abomination appeared. "How about this floor? How many players are there here?" Victor asked again as he casually threw a dagger, shattering the skull of a curious skeleton that wondered what was those two talking about. Maybe he was interested in the handcuffs, who knows. "This floor is big. There are 3 main groups who hunt here. They founded their bases on the fringes of this floor. The rest are groups of stragglers who manage to survive alone," he said. "Does this floor has a boss room?" Victor had noticed a big hall on the map, right in the topmost section of this garden. It looked perfect to be a boss's room. "I have no idea. Wasn't the bosses on the lower floors?" The midget wondered, making Victor sigh. This idiot knew nothing. "There is a big round hall on this floor. What is it for?" Victor asked again. "I don't know. This hall was being used by one of the dangerous groups as their base ever since I came here." "I see. How many players are here exactly?" Ivan said that there are about 150 players, maybe more. **T, Victor cursed. He knew that something was very wrong here. Why was someone collecting players inside this dungeon? He didn't notice anything strange near the gate, but he couldn't really check carefully because that exhibitionist Naomi was eyeing him. Victor didn't like it. He had the feeling that he had stumbled upon some weird conspiracy. And maybe a trap. He was 99% that the Von Sway family was behind this because of the fruits, but he was not sure. But why would they give up this dungeon so that the Free Players Association could use it? It was either that they finished with it, or that they entered it and then the association just happened to find it later. Or maybe they wanted to scam the association too. Either way, whoever controlled this place before must have already entered here. Looking at the midget, Victor asked, "How long has it been since the last group of players entered here?" He asked. The last one was yesterday. The one before it was 3 months ago maybe. Those guys were very dangerous. They grouped themselves near the big tree." Oh, Victor frowned. He couldn't tell which group was the main perpetrator. If he guessed right, those people were collecting players in here to do something evil. They carefully disguised a C-rank dungeon as an F rank before luring weak players in. But why? He had no idea. No matter what, Now that this dungeon had become an S rank, things would change. Victor took out a piece of paper and began to draw the shape of this floor on it, then began to ask the midget to specify the places of every group with their description. It took him half an hour to collect all the information he needed. It took him a few minutes to formulate a plan and began preparing for it as the midget watched. Victor took a wooden door, then using some green gooey substance he was making a slit in it. After that he took a very fancy sword, and pushed it through the slit before clamping it from the back by two strange pieces of metal. They looked like damaged door hinges. "What is this?" the midget asked. "Watch and learn," Victor said, then ignored him as he continued to work. This floor was big and Victor didn't want to risk going around the bases of the three groups as that would take all day. He just needed to get those guys here. So he was setting a trap. For the next hour, the midget watched as Victor kept taking talismans from his ring and then burying them in the ground with loads of gems. So many gems that the midget's eyes popped open. Were there this many gems in the world? "What is this for?" the midget finally asked as he couldn't understand what Victor was doing. "Oh, something you will help me with," Victor said as he quickly adjusted a few things, then took an apple from a tree and gave it to the midget. "Eat this. You will need your energy," he told him. The midget wanted an energy bar, but he didn't refuse the apple. He was hungry. Although he ate those apples for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he still liked them. And it couldn't be poisoned since he saw Victor pick it up. Biting onto the juicy apple, he didn't notice that Victor was slowly stepping away until he disappeared. The midget frowned as he felt the energy draw from his body. Wasn't this more than usual? He began to feel pain as slowly his body puffed up, his muscles swelled and his bones creaked. "Ah!" he screamed in pain as he felt his body become like a balloon. Boom! The midget was blown into a ball of blue fire seconds later, and a shock wave blew everything around him. Even the vaulted ceiling of the dungeon shook because of the explosion. Thankfully, the indestructible trees that only shook a little absorbed most of it. **T. That was bigger than I expected," Victor, who stood up after getting blown away, said as he looked at the apple in his hand. He was correct. This thing turned souls into energy. Usually, the soul was in a solid state, like an egg. The apple could only affect its outer shell, turning just some wisps at a time into energy. But if combined with the soul wine that somehow liquidates the soul, it would cause an excessive amount of energy to be released as most of a person's soul turns into energy. Now, it was time for him to hunt some naughty players. Chapter 258, The Sword in the Stone. Banner ad. Blight Witch Haru Glitchy and Witchy Group Progression User ad. Mina woke up 3 hours later to see that Lily was sitting by her side, silently guarding her. She could smell the distinct scent of fresh blood on her. She must have killed more than one enemy while she was asleep. "Thank you," Mina said with difficulty, making Lily notice that she was awake, then quickly help her sit up. "It's my duty, you would have done the same," Lily said. "What happened? How did you end up like this?" she asked as she checked Mina's injuries. She was mostly healed, but her arm was still severed. Amputated parts can't be regrown by healing pills. Lily believed that her young master would definitely find a way though. "It is those bastards," Mina cursed and then began to tell Lily what happened to her. Yesterday, when she entered the dungeon, she appeared on a lower floor than this one. It was hell there with minimal lights and very strong silver skeletons everywhere. She fought her way and escaped until she reached a stairway that led her to this floor. Reaching the garden, she immediately encountered a group of players who were seemingly waiting near the stairway. They acted very nice, but being guided by both Hilda and Victor, she didn't trust them. She just feigned being a noob and managed to get some information from them about this place. According to them, this dungeon was very large, going more than 7 levels. They were now on the 5th floor, and no party ever succeeded in reaching the 8th floor where they were presuming the boss's chamber was located. The 7th floor was very hard as no light sources worked there at all. And players could only see a couple of feet around them. So naturally, players who entered this dungeon had no place to go, and they got stuck here and kept accumulating like mice in a forgotten trap. They were waiting and biding their time until enough powerful players entered the dungeon and formed a team to confront the boss. Apparently, this was not only the safest floor, but it was also the only place that had food and water, so the players who had been locked inside this dungeon for more than a year, had all survived here. They have split into different groups, some of which began to resort to cannibalism. According to those bastards, they were the good guys. Mina could easily tell that they were lying. Mina could easily tell from the way they were looking at her. She didn't expose their evil thoughts though but played along acting as a first-time dungeon raider asking about many stupid things to lower those guys' guard. By then, she had long noticed how they used a formation to close any escape routes she had. The only reason she didn't attack or escape at that time was that she felt that they were heading in the direction her sister Mana was in. After awakening their skill, the yin-yang sword, and training it, the twins gained the ability to feel each other's location. Thinking about what to do, Mina decided to risk it. She could always escape using one of the talismans Victor gave her. The more she walked with them, the more she became certain that they had her sister. Especially when one of them asked her if she had a twin sister. She answered with a no, but he was not convinced. Knowing that she would most likely get imprisoned, she quickly hid her storage ring in her mouth and replaced it with a normal one on her finger. She was right. As soon as they stepped inside the camp and the wooden gates were closed, those guys showed their true faces. They used the edges of their swords to help Mina strip her clothes. After that they took her possessions before throwing her in a cage where 10 girls were imprisoned. Mana was there in addition to one other girl from her class. The rest of the girls were rogue players who found themselves in deep shit after rushing into this F-ranked dungeon before the big forces monopolized it. They were imprisoned here and they have been through hell many times after being captured then raped. According to them, they were the lucky ones in their groups. Their captors would kill the men and eat them. As for the women, they would keep them as a strategic reserve and for entertainment. Thankfully, Mana and her classmate were fine. Although they had some very bad luck and got rendered unconscious and then imprisoned as soon as they entered the dungeon. The men didn't really touch them yet, not all the way. They seemed to have fed them some strange fruit though, it caused them to become very weak. Apparently, they were waiting for their big boss who went on a raid to the floor 2 days ago. He wanted to get a rare flower that bloomed on the 7th floor. And the men didn't dare to touch the goods in his absence. Knowing that they must act fast, Mina quickly took out a stack of clothes, vanishing talismans, and some weapons from her ring and gave them to the girls who waited until most of the men went to drink and eat then began to escape. They quickly used their weapons to cut holes in the makeshift cage and sneak out. Their plan was going perfectly until they reached the gate, where to their terrible luck, the boss who had just returned was unloading his trophies. He was standing there with his giant body and grand bastard sword overseeing his men as they unloaded the goods from their backs. They didn't have storage rings. The girls tried to sneak past them, but that man quickly noticed them and screamed for his men and activated some weird skill that burned all their talismans. The vanishing talisman had no effect against him, as he had some skill that allowed him to smell his enemies. That's why he was one of the few who could go raid in the darkness. Having no other choice, the twins screamed to the girls, telling them to escape in different directions, then used an explosion talisman to create chaos as the men quickly followed them. Mina, who ran alone, had the worst luck. The boss had chosen her as his pursuit target. That man had some very high level as he easily outpaced her and then, cutting her path off, he began attacking her ferociously. She tried to fight back, but she was quickly overpowered and disarmed. That man was a monster. Having no other choice, she decided to risk it all. First, she had to approach that man. Taking another sword from her ring, she quickly attacked again, waited for him to parry then locked her weapon to his. Using her sword as a guard, she used the momentum of that guy's strike to slide down to the ground and kick the man's crotch. This bastard had a really large body, and she was using it to her advantage. Too bad, he was an experienced fighter, as he quickly moved aside dodging her dagger, but that gave her the chance to stick the exploding talisman she had already prepared on the back of his leg where he won't be able to notice it. This was her plan from the beginning. Too bad that she had to sacrifice her arm for that. She had to choose between it and her head, as that man was able to move his sword at an impossible angle and slash again before she could jump away. Thankfully, she managed to ignore the pain as she rolled to the ground and activated the talisman just as that man moved his sword for a second strike. The explosion sent them both flying, but she was not affected much as she was closer to the ground. She didn't even look back as she quickly stood up and then ran using the dust as a cover. She was not stupid to think that the explosion was enough to kill that man as she could see the armor he was wearing, but at the very least he would never walk again. After she ran away for 5 minutes, she began feeling anemic and realized that she didn't have the ring that contained her healing pills. She was about to lose consciousness because of blood loss. Having no other choice, she firmly wrapped her wound with her clothes and then hid after leaving some markings. Ellipsis. Lily nodded after hearing Mina's story. What she did was correct. It was just that her luck was horrible. We should go and find Mana. She doesn't have her ring as those men took it away after capturing her. She might be in danger, Mina said. Can you feel her direction? Lily asked. No, I can feel that she is alive but something is blocking me from locating her. She explained, making Lily frown. Have you rested enough? Can you walk? Lily asked. Yes, Mina nodded. The healing pill that Lily gave her was a very high-grade one that Victor gave only one of to each girl. Naturally, Mina didn't know that Lily had 10. Let's go then, Lily said. Ellipsis. Victor casually collected some twigs that were broken after the explosion as he waited in the secure area he prepared. As he predicted, soon a few players one by one reached the area next to the explosion. They wanted to see what happened here. Those noobs didn't know that they should stay clear from areas of explosions. Before those guys could explore around, two groups that each had 15 players approached, making the ones who came earlier quickly step aside. There was a hierarchy in this place. They stood there and looked with greedy eyes at the ornate golden sword that was inserted into a rock. At first, they didn't dare to approach it, but then a brave man carefully decided to pull it out after making a bet with his colleagues. He failed, causing some of his friends to jeer at him. One by one, the top players tried to take it out to no avail. Even the other players who didn't belong to the two groups got a chance to try and fail. After all of them failed, no one left. Although they couldn't take it and couldn't even make it budge, they didn't lose hope. Maybe someone would be able to pull it out eventually. This was clearly an S-rank treasure after all. How would they know that Victor was evil enough to disguise the large wooden door under their feet to look like bedrock? It was physically impossible for them to lift the sword while standing on the door that weighed a few tons. *T, this thing is stuck. One of the men said as he looked at the other group who took out some digging tools. We were here first. The boss will be here soon, so don't even think of doing anything funny. Fuck you and your boss. A wild girl from the other group scolded as she pointed her shovel at the man. Don't even think that we fear him. This thing is ours, she said. Then she struck the rock under her feet with her shovel, making it break. Ha 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 ha, stupid slut. Don't you know that most things in here are indestructible? *CKU. Wait until the rest of our men come here and we will see. She barked back at him, feeling a little ashamed. What are you guys doing? What was that? A wicked voice that suddenly sounded from the woods startled them. A third group suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making the other two flinch and step back as a pale middle-aged man slowly made his way toward the sword. It was as if he was a living corpse. On the contrary, the four men around him although appeared to be alive, Victor knew that they were undead. This was Victor's target, a guy who surely knew what the hell was going on in this dungeon. Victor didn't even need to use his appraisal as he knew this bastard. Name: Gustav von Sway. Level: 129. Class: Necromancer. Authority: 12. Strength: 233. Agility: 280. Intelligence: 370. Luck: 21. Charm: 7. Order: 49. Skills: Raise Undead, S. Corpse Bomb, S. Animate Undead, S. Death Speech, A. Shadow Steps, A. Alchemy, A. Poison Resistance, A. Steal Life, B. Pain Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Energy Shield, C. Cleaning, C. Sword Art, D. Staff Art, D. Dagger Arts, D. Survival, D. Map Drawing, D. Cooking, F. Kissing, F. Equipment: Death Master Staff, S. Defense Talisman, S. Von Sway Family Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Necromancer's Pouch, B. Fate Status: Fate's Power, D. No defined fate. Destiny list: less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. This guy was one of the 5 nightmares of the Von Sway family, the Undead King. Victor didn't expect or like encountering this monster so soon. However, now he realized what was happening in this dungeon. No wonder he was locking people in here. This bastard must have known that its name was the Skeleton Dungeon, so he purposely lowered its grade and then used it as a honey trap to get the rogue players in here and then turn them into undead servants. As a necromancer, he should be able to control the skeletons here to some extent. The skeletons inside would be disintegrated once the dungeon was conquered, but the players who turned undead would not. Victor was pretty sure that this bastard had already filled his necromancer pouch with corpses and skeletons. He must have planned to conquer this dungeon and then leave with a new army. Or that's what he was supposed to do, but from the anxious look on his face, Victor realized that he was having some difficulty doing that. He must have been stuck here for a few months now. This probably meant that he was not able to wrestle control of the skeletons from their master. The dungeon's boss, the Lich King, who was probably a greater necromancer than he expected. Victor was not really sure, and he could only watch. He was wondering if activating his trap would be enough to kill this man. The one who killed this bastard in his past life was none other than Julian, who always bragged about it. According to him, this man was very tricky as he had a lot of corpses in his pouch and those corpse warriors were players who could use their skills. Victor casually looked at the 4 men around him and as he expected, they were corpse warriors. That's when he noticed in the back behind the necromancer and his men, 3 mud-covered girls in rags were being dragged in chains. One of them was a girl he knew, Mana. His Mana. Chapter 259, Explosions. Victor, who was hiding in the forest, didn't even bother to watch as Gustav coldly looked at the players from the other 2 groups then tried and failed to lift the sword in the stone. Although Victor was super angry, his mind was turning fast, searching for a method to save Mana. She was shackled to 2 other girls using collars that circled their necks. The chain binding them was held by an undead servant. Undead servant, A.Str. 147. Int. 1. AGI. 100. Although Mana appeared to be tired and there were a few red traces of whips on her body, she didn't seem to be in mortal danger. Damn it. How dare those piles of sh*t touch his things? Victor took a deep breath, calming his mind as he frowned. He really didn't want to confront Gustav, who probably had an entire army hidden in his pouch. He could only give up on his plan to collect most of the players here as only 46 players appeared. He wanted to wait for more players to come, maybe at least another 30 others, but Mana's safety was the top priority. First, he took out a voice transmission talisman and set Mana as its target. It's me, don't look around and act casual, I will pull you out in a few minutes, don't resist. And hug the 2 girls toward yourself when I give you a signal, oh, and make sure to take a deep breath. Mana was a little startled, but she quickly adjusted and slowly nodded, carefully grabbing the hands of the other 2 girls. Thankfully, they didn't resist. They seemed to have been domesticated thoroughly. First Victor waited until Gustav carefully touched the sword and made a series of ancient symbols appear briefly on the ground and then disappear. He made them so they appeared right below Mina and the girls. Step away, Gustav yelled at them as he controlled his undead to drag the girls further away just as Victor wanted. He wanted them away from the others. Making sure that everything was set, Victor quickly took out the fishing rod he got from Poe. Waiting for the moment when Gustav knelt to check the symbols, he aimed the hook at Mana and threw it. The hook quickly became like a living snake as it dived underground, making its way toward its target as if circling its prey. It went around the busy players in a wide circle and then approached the girls from the back. After that, it slowly moved until it reached right under Mana's feet, where it climbed up on her body and attached to the collar. Mana, who felt it, tried hard to act naturally. Although controlling the hook to make this big movement was a little difficult and exhausting for Victor, he was able to do it somehow by exhausting his mana. He quickly popped a mana replenishing pill in his mouth and prepared for the hard part. Victor decided to use his disguise through the fishing pole. It was one of its features. He quickly cast an illusion that mirrored reality, displaying an illusionary scene in front of the girls. He wanted to earn enough time to drag them out of the clearing so that he would be able to activate the trap he set. Now his problem was that undead servant who was holding them. Even if his vision was fooled, he would surely be dragged along with them. Gustav would feel it as if the undead was connected to him. He might even cause him to explode. The operation needed to be as swift as possible. Feeling that Gustav was about to finish his inspection, Victor knew he didn't have time. He had to risk it. Victor took out one of his best S-rank daggers that could easily cut steel. He aimed it at the chain connecting the girls to the undead. Now, he screamed to Mana as he threw the dagger after casting a disguise on it. His aim was to cut the chain. Mana quickly surprised the 2 girls by hugging them hard. They didn't have time to resist as the sharp sound of metal hitting metal rang, startling them and the undead. Especially after it noticed the dagger that flung away after hitting the chain. It landed next to Gustav. The chain was not broken. It seemed that Gustav got it from this place as Victor's dagger didn't even make a scratch on it. **T, bad luck. Victor cursed as he quickly pulled the fishing hook. Now he had no other choice but to risk it. Pulling with all his might, he watched as the girls and the undead who refused to let go of the chains were pulled underground by the fishing pole. Gustav, who was alert, looked back quickly and then frowned as he watched the girls standing there casually behind him. No enemy, he yelled as he noticed the disparity between what he saw and what his undead was seeing. This was an illusion. It was too late. Jumping to his feet, he activated his strongest protection talisman, just as an explosion rang in the clearing again. This time, it was 10 times stronger. Victor didn't have time to care about Gustav as hid behind a large tree and pulled the hook. He didn't care about the tree shaking behind him or the twigs that fell on him as a result of the explosion. He used all of his strength to quickly retract the hook. Although pulling 4 people was extra hard, Victor didn't spare any strength. He didn't want the girls to stay underground for long because they might suffocate or suffer a concussion because of the explosion. It took 30 seconds for the hook to reach Victor's position. He quickly pulled it out of the dirt, throwing the injured girls who were gasping for breath to the ground just as an undead hand reached out, still holding the chain. It was moving. Victor knew that this meant that Gustav was still alive. He quickly used a dagger to cut the hand. But it was too late. Boom! Another explosion blasted, sending Victor and the girls flying. The undead, who was ethereal until moments ago, solidified under the ground, as he lost his connection with the hook. 2 masses couldn't take out the same space, and the undead should have been squished, but Gustav had seemingly already given it the detonation command, so the undead blew up. Although the explosion was not as grand as the one Victor initiated, and the fact that the dirt absorbed most of the shockwave, it was enough to badly hurt Victor, who used his body to shield the girls who didn't have any protection. Although his protection talisman had absorbed most of the explosion, he was still badly hurt. He fell between and on top of the girls, startling them. They were closing their ears that had gone deaf due to the repeated explosions. Victor had no time to console them, so after making sure that they were alive, he quickly stood up, then threw them a bottle of healing pills. Ignoring the terrified girls and the blood that was dripping from his back and mouth, he hurried toward the explosion zone as he activated his disguise skill. He couldn't simply let Gustav escape and get a chance to release his undead army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of one of the Von Sway pillars. Ellipsis. The explosion rang again and a ball of fire lit the vaulted ceiling. Then another smaller one. It was a little far from Lily's location, but she could easily spot it. Again. What is going on? Mina, who was walking with difficulty, said, then paused as she watched Lily switch direction and began to head toward the explosion. Why are you going there? Didn't you say earlier that we must make use of the disturbance to check those guys' base? She asked with a frown as she hurried after Lily, who was speeding up. This explosion is the result of the young master's array. It must be him, she said. She knew better than anyone what this fireball signaled. Ah, really? Mina quickly hastened her steps, then paused. I can feel Mana again. She is in that direction, she said in a little cheerful voice. Mana was definitely with the young master. Ellipsis. Gustav cursed as he felt his bones crack. Damn it, who is that bastard who set a trap here? He wondered as the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a ground full of minced meat and the sword in the stone, that still stood tall despite the blood covering it. As expected of an S-ranked weapon, Gustav slowly stood up while being vigilant. He felt it when his undead servant who was getting dragged exploded, but he couldn't tell because he was preoccupied with the death sensations of the other 3. Damn it, those undead servants cost him a fortune. He had raised them from infancy as his own children, giving them a special diet of expensive herbs that not only poisoned them but also made them stronger. Then he had to kill them swiftly, making sure not to damage their bodies. They cost him a lot. He carefully looked around searching for his enemy but could find nothing. He quickly reached for his necromancer pouch tied to his belt. He was intending to take a new set of undead out, but to his surprise, the pouch was not there. Wait, no, it was on his other side. He switched it earlier so that he could kneel and inspect the sword easily. Sighing in relief, he reached for it just as a fine needle struck him on his neck, turning him into a green goo. Victor landed near him moments later. That was close. He sighed in relief as his disguise dissipated and he fell to the ground. He was completely out of mana and stamina. In fact, he could barely move a finger. Taking both healing and mana replenishing pills, he tried to stand up. His legs gave up as he had no energy. So he fell to the ground in shock. *T, what was wrong with him? Poisoned, corpse gas, A. Causes paralysis. Depletes mana. Damage to health. Damn it, it must be that bastard Gustav releasing it before he died. Victor wanted to quickly take an antidote pill, but his hand was moving very slow. It took him an entire minute to reach for his ring, then nothing. Ring activation required mana, and he had none. What to do now? Would the girls be able to come get him? Probably not. That bastard Gustav must have used the corpse poison on them too. No matter what, he had to get away from here. He was sure that many players would crowd this place again very soon. He didn't even have time to clean the green goo. Sadly, he could only wait for the mana pill he took earlier to fully activate and give him enough energy to take an antidote or an elixir. Suddenly a dashing female player landed beside him. He knew this one, it was none other than Margaret. "Oh, Margaret," he said with difficulty, then paused. No, this was not Margaret, but Rebecca, the slutty girl he turned down at the academy. She was disguised in Margaret's shape. Why? Victor frowned but said nothing as she glared at his sorry shape. "Oh, look who we have here," she said in a mocking voice, unlike the one she used in the academy. He heard her talk this way in his previous life when he confessed to her and got rejected like an insect. This B*TCH didn't have good intentions, she didn't even try to mimic Margaret's speech. No wait, Margaret did speak like that to the other male students who tried to court her. He suspected that Rebecca was part of the plan against him in his previous life as she was one of Linda's close friends, but had no evidence that he didn't really plan anything against her. Rebecca Owen, Level 5, Class, Mimic, Authority, 3, Strength, 23, Intelligence, 27, Agility, 20, Luck, 16, Charm, 22, Order, 11, Skills, Mimic, B, Quick Steps, C, Hide Presence, C, Self-Disguise, D, Untraceable, E, Sweet Talk, E, Search Area, E, Sword Arts, E, Dagger Arts, E, Self-Defense Arts, F, Map Drawing, F, Cooking, F, Equipment, Standard Lance, E, Defense Talisman, E, Storage Pouch, F, Fate Status, Fate's Power, C, No Defined Fate, Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor frowned, that's a lot of skills for someone with her level. Someone must have been sponsoring her. Margaret, help me, Victor ordered in a genuine tired voice. He was not sure what she wanted to do, so his only choice was to stall with a little speech until his healing and mana pills he took earlier fix him up a little. He might be able to throw a needle at this B*TCH then. "Oh, you know that you should ask nicely, right?" she said, testing him as she looked around without approaching Victor. "What happened here?" she asked. Some players were fighting over that golden sword, one of them, one on the verge of death, self-detonated. "I only managed to survive because of the high-ranking talisman my family gave me," he lied. "The only thing that remains of him is that green goo cool." He added, feeling a little sorry that he couldn't grab Gustav's pouch and storage ring that was probably getting dissolved slowly as they were covered with that green goo. "Oh," Rebecca nodded, giving the green goo a fleeting look, then heading slowly to the sword to try to pull it off. Carefully grabbing the handle, she used all of her strength and the sword was pulled off surprisingly easily. Seemingly the explosion had loosened up the joints clamping it from behind. "This thing is not bad," she said, inspecting it, not aware that Victor was carefully inspecting her. She should not have looked away from him. She was still a noob, too bad he couldn't use this opportunity as he couldn't move. "Margaret, come on, help me. I will let you ride on top next time, in bed," he asked in a pleading voice that made Rebecca turn to face him again with a disgusted expression that quickly turned into a smirk. "Really?" she asked as she approached him, then swung the golden sword aiming for his neck. No one had insulted her before. And this bastard dared to make fun of her in the academy. She was going to kill him and pin the blame on the slut Margaret. She could feel that some players had just arrived and were watching from afar. Chapter 260, First Quest. Margaret slowly descended into the cellar, using a torch she got from the vault as a light source. Standing a few steps above ground, she frowned as she looked at the alien monsters, carcasses thrown on the ground and the metallic skeletons pinned to the walls. What if they moved? She asked herself. If that happens, I will turn from a rich slut to a dead slut, she pondered. She didn't want to end up as a dead slut. Thinking for a while, she took 3 bottles of soul perfume from her ring and then began throwing them around the cellar, covering the entire place with it. She stepped up again, looked at her mechanical watch, timed 5 minutes, and waited. Victor told her that the soul wine weakened the soul, and those monsters were definitely undead. If they had any souls left, the perfume should weaken them, right? Of course, Margaret was wrong because those things didn't breathe. Finishing with that, she slowly took off her clothes, held the mace gave her before entering the dungeon in her hand, then slowly stepped down. Nothing happened. She activated her charm skill. Nothing happened. Still, she was not sure. What if those skeletons were females? What if they were gay? Thinking for a few moments, she poked one of the carcasses with her club, then stepped back. Nothing happened. Margaret frowned. Although there was nothing wrong here, her intuition was telling her to be careful, and the feeling that something was wrong was getting stronger. She always trusted her intuition. The last time she ignored it, she ended up with a swollen butt. She was unsure of what to do. Sure, she could leave all of this, but she was reluctant to do that. No, she better leave. Making up her mind, Margaret quickly stepped back. It was too late. From the 17 golden skeletons pinned to the walls, threads of black gas suddenly appeared, then in a flash surrounded her. They began to form strange shapes that quickly collapsed after mixing with the pink perfume floating around the room. Margaret could hear them curse as they collapsed into smoke again, then ignoring the protective talismans, the 17 entered her mind's soul space to seek shelter in there. Inside they began to fight. She didn't see them but heard their voices of angry shouts of murder. All of them had been here for ages and they wanted her body. Too bad that gas outside had made them weaker. Margaret quickly sat down in a meditative posture as blood seeped from her eyes. The pain was intolerable, but it was nothing compared to what she suffered in her past life. She quickly remembered what Victor told her about how to protect her soul. She firmly closed her eyes and began to dive into her soul space, where she began to build a defensive castle in her imagination. Margaret had no experience in this at all, but she tried her best. Slowly as they fought, all of the gas threads were devoured by the strongest one that made its way toward Margaret's soul, which was now surrounded by a flimsy cartoon castle that fell in seconds. And Margaret's soul froze in its place. She failed. The gas thread that showed its true form as a giant red-eyed demon made his way to Margaret's frozen soul and then tried to bite her off. It tickled. That thing had the teeth of a marshmallow monster. Vasatkal OPWS Tot W, the demon said. Strangely enough, Margaret understood what it said. It was cursing and saying that she should just die. That soul perfume she scattered had affected it, making it squishy. It couldn't affect Margaret's solid soul. Feeling that the demon was weak, Margaret decided to struggle again, but the demon simply stepped back away from her. Frowning a little, he began to slowly draw a symbol in midair. As he drew this symbol, his body began to become smaller and smaller, as if drawing this thing consumed tons of energy. Margaret tried to interfere, but she couldn't move her soul around here. Some strange suppressing force was affecting her. She could only watch as the demon finished his work. Although the demon shrunk so much that he was no larger than a small mouse, he wasn't bothered. He flicked his finger, making that symbol slowly hover over Margaret. He couldn't eat her, so he was taking ownership. Just when Margaret thought all was lost, a strange similar symbol flashed in a blue light behind her. It made the demon symbols shake, then pause. Margaret knew that it was the symbol Victor activated that day. The one that he told her he drew on her talisman. It was an ownership symbol. Car Vegar Terra. The demon mocked as he made a shape in his hand, forcing his symbol above the other one. He was going to write it. Margaret watched nervously as the two symbols overlapped. Then, the demon's symbol shattered. Less than insufficient authority, greater than. What? The demon asked just as the energy from the shattered symbol got absorbed by Margaret. This was her body after all. What does insufficient authority mean? The demon wondered. When he ate the other 17 demons, he also acquired all of their authority. All of them were once the grandest wizards in the world. He had an authority of 1,741,046. Although the demon didn't understand what just happened, he firmly decided to leave. He was now too weak to face another soul. Unfortunately, it was too late for him. Margaret's soul, which was now 100 times larger than him, had already set her angry eyes on him. All the shackles that stopped her suddenly vanished as she caught him and then slowly pushed him into her mouth. He tasted like sh*t. Old sh*t. Ellipsis. Rebecca's sword struck down swiftly, hitting nothing but dirt as Victor used all that was left of his strength to roll to the side. Bastard, stay still, she said as she prepared to strike again. Seemingly she wanted a clean cut. Before she could strike again, she felt a threat coming from behind, so she turned and swung her sword to parry the stone that was thrown at her. Margaret, you slut. Ellipsis. What are you doing? Mana, who was out of breath and in very bad shape, said as she entered the clearing, running toward Rebecca and then attacking her with a wooden stick. Rebecca easily parried, intending to cut the stick and Mana with it. Too bad the sword simply slid on the stick, earning Mana a hit on Rebecca's ribs. The stick was a branch that fell from one of the trees after the last explosion. It was tougher than steel. Rebecca growled in pain but didn't pause. The attack was not strong enough to really hurt her as Mana was simply very weak now. Rebecca, who noticing that, smiled then attacked back. This time she waited until Mana parried before using her iron-covered boot to kick Mana in the chest, sending her tumbling into the ground with a couple of broken ribs. Mana, who was already drained, didn't have the energy for a long fight. She just winced in pain as the two girls who were saved by Victor hurried to her side, giving her a healing pill. "Oh, do you think you can defeat me with your wimpy skills? You better stay in your place and be a good girl, or I swear your end would be crueler than his," Rebecca asked in a mocking voice, then swiftly looked back and pushed her sword down into Victor's thigh. He was trying to crawl away. What she didn't expect was that in the next moment, Victor, who was screaming in pain, moved in a flash and tried to prick her leg with a needle. It was the same one he used on Gustav and was still in his fist. Too bad, because of the paralysis, he was too slow and she managed to step away in time and then use her other leg to step on his fist hard, making him drop the needle. She wanted to break it, but she couldn't. "You sneaky bastard sure have some tough bones," she said. Can I tell you one thing first?" Victor said with difficulty as he watched her raise her sword. "What? Wanna beg for mercy?" she asked as she stayed vigilant. "I just want to know, how dare you to kill Yvonne Wissair?" he shouted, making Rebecca frown and then start cursing as she looked back. A few players entered the clearing. They seemed to have been hiding earlier and decided to enter when they heard his words. "You guys seem to be having fun," a skinny man suddenly said. He seemed to be the leader of this group. "Guys, save me and I will reward you handsomely," Victor suddenly shouted shamelessly. "I am Yvonne Wissair," he repeated. **T. Rebecca cursed inwardly. Why was her luck this bad? Now even if she killed Victor, those guys would surely grab her to claim a reward from the family. She was not sure that her disguise would last long enough until she exited the dungeon. "We heard you, young master. We are here to help," the skinny man said as he turned and looked at Mana, who was frowning, and the two girls, who were a little surprised. "Girl, let this little brother go," the man said as he turned back and looked at Rebecca. "Don't come any closer," Rebecca, who thought of something, suddenly said as she put the sword on Victor's neck. The men stopped. Shit, if she killed him now they would take a part of the blame, and now that he asked for their help they can't just walk away. What shit luck of this? They should have waited until she finished. "How about a deal?" she asked as she bit her lip. "What?" he asked. "Why don't you just ignore what is happening here? I will share the bounty with you," she said after some thinking. "You only have to eliminate the witnesses," she said, pointing to the girls with her eyes. "Bounty?" the man asked. "He has a $100 million bounty on his head. As long as no one knows, we all win," she said, slightly moving her sword and leaving a red mark on Victor's neck. Oh, the man was tempted, really tempted. He had no way to save Victor. And the reward was more tempting. He turned and looked at the three men who were with him. They met here, so he didn't really trust them. "What do you guys think?" he asked. If they said yes, they would be considered accomplices in the crime. And they would never rat out. Okay, yes, maybe. Oh, okay, I am in. The men didn't really have a choice, so they agreed. Little did they know that their boss had already planned their end. "Get the girls," the man said, making his men run and surround Mana and the two girls. "Kill him," he turned and told Rebecca, who cursed inwardly. This man was smarter than she thought. "I can't trust you. We do it together," she said to the man as she fixed the sword on Victor's neck. If the man tried anything funny, Victor would die and he would be the cause. The man frowned, then nodded, moving toward her. If he could, he would kill her, but he didn't know from where he could claim the bounty, so he had to listen to her for now. "How dare you?" Victor yelled angrily. "This is your last chance. Help me and this young master will spare you. Don't trust this B***tch. He added as he looked at his mana bar. It filled up slightly. He would be able to use his disguise to run if he rolled around, but attacking would be impossible. And Mana would surely be in danger. "Come on," Victor cursed inwardly. Why was it taking so long? Damn it, this was what he gets for being overconfident. Maybe he can create some chaos and earn some time until. Victor slowly formulated a plan. It was very dangerous with a success probability of 11%. But he would rather risk it than live his entire life with the guilt of not being able to save Mana. He had already sworn not to let any of his loved ones suffer again. The man seemingly made up his mind and put his hand on the sword with Rebecca. Then, together, they cut down on Victor's neck. Too bad, the sword only passed through him as Victor's body turned into smoke. "Fuck," Rebecca cursed. "Fuck you, were you tricking me?" the man asked nervously as he kept his hand on the sword. Let go, that bastard is still here somewhere, he is badly hurt. Rebecca said, not letting go of the sword too. If that guy escaped, both of us would be in deep sh*t. Let go of the sword and I will believe you. The man said. Damn you, Rebecca said, letting go of the sword and jumping back, this guy was stronger than her. The man, seeing that Rebecca cooperated, decided to prioritize disposing of Victor. Kid, you better come out, he said. Use the girls, that red-haired one is his maid. Rebecca said, making the man nod and look at Mana, who began cursing. This was the first time she cursed this much in her life. Margaret, you whore, bitch, slut, piece of sh*t. The young master trusted you. Sorry, I like money more, and his **** was too small for my taste. She said, making Mana pause and frown. No, it wasn't. Was this really Margaret? Hey, kid, if you don't show up, I will start raping your maid in front of you, the man said after thinking. He slowly headed toward Mana, kicked the stick out of her hand, then ripped the clothes she was wearing. She tried to struggle, but to no avail, she was too tired to fight back. Victor cursed as he slowly began to roll toward Mana. He had already taken an antidote pill, but it needed time to work. His only choice was now to slowly approach Mana and use his disguise on her before pulling her away. He didn't have enough energy to disguise the entire area. Sadly, he knew that the man and Rebecca were expecting this, so he needed to be extra careful. Suddenly a beeping sound startled not only Victor but everyone in the dungeon.